Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1830. When Lu Yin had returned from the cosmic tree realm, he had told Cloud Shadow about the four-way scales and the Lu family. Feather Mavis must have told Cloud Shadow about this as well. If Cloud Shadow knew that Lu Yin was from the Lu family, then this alliance would be a disaster for the Mavis family. Thankfully, Elder Chan had not told the Mavis family. Spirit Fat Mavis had died, and the Mavis family lacked a half-progenitor powerhouse. This was the most crucial piece of information, which allowed Lu Yin to take advantage of this loophole. There was no need for any ceremony to form an alliance, and the Mavis family was forming an alliance with Lu Yin, which had nothing to do with the Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin was more than willing to keep this matter a secret. Just like when the Sword Sect had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin had also concealed the fact that the Lingling clan and the Divine Great Hall had been tricked. Who would be tricked if the Mavis family formed an alliance with him? Alliance Master Lu, there's something I need to remind you of. After the alliance was formed, Cloud Shadow looked at Lu Yin with an even more cordial gaze. Try not to enter the burial gardens. Lu Yin was confused. Why? Cloud Shadow was solemn. The burial gardens, as its name suggests, are burial grounds. When the first four mainlands were destroyed, the mother tree was connected to the fifth mainland, and many of the regions connected to the mother tree were integrated into the burial gardens. There are too many dangers there. Have you ever wondered why the Eternals did not attack the burial gardens since there are so many inheritances there? That's because there are dangers that even progenitors are afraid of. Lu Yin thought about the Tea Mountain and the Rune Technology ruins, and he agreed. It is indeed dangerous. Right, why can the burial gardens' doors open in various places in the universe? Is the burial gardens' power really that terrifying? What he could not figure out the most was why the burial gardens' doors were still open in the Starfall Sea. The burial gardens should not have the ability to penetrate the three progenitors' defenses. Cloud Shadow answered, the burial gardens' history is as long as our Mavis families. Who knows how many burial gardens' doors have been buried over the years? There might even be some that have not been opened yet. Why can the burial gardens' doors travel through the universe? Lu Yin asked. Cloud Shadow answered, I don't know much about that, but in history, the Dao sect has been able to do that. No matter where you are, as long as you have a futon, you can enter the Dao sect. Perhaps the burial gardens' principles are similar to the Dao sect. Senior Cloud Shadow, can you tell us about Senior Spirit Fat Mavis Tribulation? Back then, through his conversation with Cloud Shadow, Lu Yin had learned quite a few things. If possible, he would have liked to stay in the Mavis clan for a bit longer and chat with the ancestral turtle. Perhaps he would have been able to connect with it, but this sudden incident had disrupted his plans. The Hall of Honor's board of directors decided to dismiss Lu Ran and have King Yi take over his position. When Lu Yin heard the news, he immediately decided to head to World Mountain. Lu Ran represented the Sword Sect, and when the Sword Sect had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin knew that Lu Ran would not be able to hold on to her position as a director for much longer. This was the same for Night King Zheng. However, Lu Yin had not expected for Lu Ran's position to end so soon. Mr. Right had not even been chased out, and Lu Ran's position had been replaced by King Yi. This was something that Lu Yin could not accept no matter what. He immediately contacted Old Man Bu and told him to delay the meeting of the board of directors and head to Jia Mountain at the same time. Glory Realm, Jia Mountain. The meeting of the board of directors that was originally scheduled to be held 2 days later was changed due to the sudden illness of the old man. Nan Yuan immediately went to visit the old man Bulao. The ageless man lay weakly on the bed. Around him were medicinal pills, nutrient fluids, and other things that were emitting fluorescent light. There were also healing cultivators serving him. Illness rarely happens to cultivators. Even if you're sick and can delay it for a few days, it's still not enough to remove Lu Ran from her position, Nan Yuan said as he arrived outside Old Man Bu Lao's room. Old Man Bu weakly replied, "Director Nan Yuan, my body is weak, so I won't be receiving you." Nan Yuan sneered. "I know that you're stalling for time. According to the rules of the board of directors, Lu Ran must be removed from her position. What you're doing is useless. Old Man Bu Lao, when you were bullied by Heizage and even used your only privilege, you still ended up like that. Don't you feel disappointed?" Old Man Bu Lao did not reply. Nan Yuan continued, "The older you get, the more cowardly you become. You won't be able to hold on to your position for much longer." He then waved his hand and left. Not long after, someone came to visit Old Man Bu. It was King Yi. "I heard that the director was sick, so I specially brought some special medicine from Shamrock Enterprises. Please accept it," King Yi said as he stood outside the door. Old Man Bu weakly replied, "Thank you for your kind intentions, King Yi. Please stay. Once my condition improves, I'll personally thank you." King Yi left. Mr. Yu had arrived with the same intentions as Nan Yuan, but Old Man Bu was even more disdainful of him and completely ignored him. One person after another visited Old Man Bu, and they were all from Nan Yuan's faction. However, Old Man Bu's condition was still not good. Nan Yuan met with King Yi. "Even if Old Man Bu is stalling for time, it's useless. The board of directors will definitely convene, and Lu Ran will definitely be removed from her position," Nan Yuan said confidently. King Yi frowned. "He's stalling for time. What is he waiting for?" Nan Yuan did not know this, as no one knew of Lu Yin's whereabouts. The Mavis family would not purposely reveal Lu Yin's whereabouts, so they did not even know that Lu Yin was currently in the Glory Realm and was rushing towards the World Mountain. No matter what he's waiting for, it won't change the situation. Besides, I can give Brother Yi some assurance. Nan Yuan looked at King Yi and smiled. "I paid a visit to Elder Chan regarding the removal of Lu Ran, and I felt that his attitude towards Lu Yin had changed. Although it wasn't obvious, I could still feel it." King Ye's eyes flashed. "Changed?" Nan Yuan nodded. "It's a very subtle change, but I'm certain that it has indeed changed. Elder Chan is no longer so supportive of Lu Yin, so Lu Ran will definitely be removed from her position. Someone from the Innerverse needs to take over the position of director. The 8 Great Flow Zones have all sided with the Great Eastern Alliance, and the only one that hasn't is the Wen family. However, the Wen family does not dare to openly oppose the Great Eastern Alliance, so only you can represent the Innerverse as a director. Congratulations, Brother Yi." King Yi smiled. "When I become a director, I will definitely not forget Brother Nan's kindness, and I will also fulfill my promise to the Xiao family." Nan Yuan laughed. "Don't worry, Old Man Bu still wanted to stall for time, but he could not do so for long. Then, Third Elder fell ill. Nan Yuan was furious and wanted to curse, but he had no evidence to prove that Third Elder was stalling for time. Old Man Bu was indeed old. Third Elder fell ill for several days, and soon, Sanliang fell ill as well. This time, Nan Yuan could not take it anymore, and he rushed to Sanliang's residence to curse at him. With so many people falling ill, even an idiot would know that there was a problem. King Ye's face darkened, and he grew increasingly uneasy. He urged Nan Yuan to quickly convene the board of directors. In the end, the board of directors was set to convene in 3 days, and it did not matter who fell ill. Under these circumstances, Lu Yin finally arrived at Realm Mountain. The moment Lu Yin arrived, the entire Hall of Honor knew about it. Nan Yuan was dumbfounded. How did Lu Yin get here? Wasn't he in Burial Garden? King Ye's face darkened. He had thought that these people were stalling for time, but he had not expected Lu Yin to show up. It would take some time to travel from the inner verse to the neo-verse, and if Lu Yin was in Burial Garden, no one would be able to contact him. However, Lu Yin had actually rushed over. Lu Yin's arrival shook Realm Mountain. This time, no one would ignore him. He had unified the inner verse and had more than 10 envoy-level powerhouses under his command. No matter how one looked at it, Lu Yin was a big shot. One of the envoy-level powerhouses who guarded Realm Mountain personally welcomed Lu Yin and brought him into Realm Mountain. When Lu Yin arrived, the first thing he did was visit Director Xian Jiao. Xian Jiao was helpless. There are precedents for removing Lu Ran. The Sword Sect has joined the Great Eastern Alliance, and this is a fact that cannot be changed. Lu Ran must be removed as well. Alliance Master Lu, please do not make things difficult for me. If possible, Xian Jiao would be willing to do Lu Yin a favor, but Lu Ran's removal could not be reversed. Lu Yin smiled. Of course, I won't make things difficult for Director Xian Jiao. However, I have a suggestion. After leaving Xian Jiao's residence, many people stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin headed toward Star Alliance World, as he wanted to visit the directors one by one. Nan Yuan was uneasy, and he immediately suggested that the board be convened as soon as possible. This suggestion was easily approved, so much so that Nan Yuan thought it was fake. The removal of a director was an important board, so naturally, everyone had to be present. The 9 directors of the Hall of Honor were all present, and aside from them, King Yi was also present. King Yi was the only outsider present. When Lu Ran saw that King Yi was present, he immediately grew angry. How can an outsider participate in the board? Nan Yuan slowly replied, Director Lu Ran, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations. His Excellency King Yi is going to replace you as the new director, so how can you be an outsider? Lu Ran growled, even if he wants to replace me, the official appointment has not yet taken effect. Isn't it too early for him to attend the board? That's right. The old man was rather weak. Only directors can participate in the board. If you are not a director, please wait outside. King Yi smiled, nodded to Nan Yuan, and then walked out. Nan Yuan did not mind. From his point of view, this was just Lu Ran's final struggle. So what if Lu Yin came? How many years of tradition could Lu Yin change? He was certain that Elder Chan's attitude had changed. Elder Chan represented the direction of the Hall of Honor, and once his attitude changed, Lu Yin would no longer have as much authority in the Hall of Honor. Lu Ran was definitely going to be removed. Nan Yuan was about to speak, but San Liang beat him to it. The board will now begin. The first topic is removal. He paused and looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran's face was filled with astonishment. Nan Yuan was equally astonished when he heard the words, removal. San Liang was even more anxious than he was. Had he been bribed by King Yi? Or had someone secretly instructed him to do so? It wasn't just Nan Yuan, Mr. Wright, Xian Jiao, Zi Jing, and the rest were all astonished as well. Had they not seen San Liang's inclination to remove Lu Ran? He had even pretended to be sick. No one was stupid, and San Liang's behavior had made them certain that this person was leaning towards Lu Yin. Remove Mr. Wright from his position as a director, San Liang said as he turned to Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright was stunned, and then he became furious. What did you say? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1831. San Liang said calmly, I'm sure everyone hasn't forgotten about the battle in the Cosmic Sea. It caused a lot of damage to the Cosmic Sea, and the main culprit was the Longevity Squadron. Mr. Wright, as a member of the Longevity Squadron, you're naturally not suitable for the position of director. Nan Yuan had not expected San Liang to target Mr. Wright right from the start. Mr. Wright was even more surprised. San Liang, you're just a newcomer. What right do you have to remove me? How presumptuous. San Liang smiled. Mr. Wright is indeed a senior and entered the board earlier than me. However, entering is one thing, and whether or not you have the qualifications to become a director is another. Mr. Wright, do you still remember your responsibilities as a director? Do you still remember the oath you made when you first joined the board? Mr. Wright glared at San Liang. Of course I remember. San Liang raised his hand, and a screen appeared in the air. This is a joint letter from the 28 islands in the Cosmic Sea. They wish to remove Mr. Wright from his position as a director. In addition, there are 9 other squadrons and Leon's armada. They refuse to recognize Mr. Wright as a representative of the Cosmic Sea. May I ask, how will you continue to be a director? Mr. Wright's face turned pale. He had thought that he would be the first to remove Lu Ran, but he had not expected that he would be the first to be removed. How could this be? Suddenly, he thought of Lu Yin, and his expression turned sinister. It had to be him. He was the one who had acted. Aside from him, no one else could have done this so quickly. Mr. Wright's guess was correct. It was indeed Lu Yin who had acted. He had started making arrangements on the way to the Realm Mountain. Lu Ran's removal was unstoppable. This was the board's principle. Without Lu Ran, Mr. Wright had one less person to speak for him in the board, so he had to make sure that the other side had one less person as well. Mr. Wright's removal was a matter of course, and this was also irreversible. Leon's armada now controlled more than half of the Cosmic Sea. As long as they did not recognize Mr. Wright, it would be useless for Mr. Wright to resist. At the board, Nan Yuan's expression was gloomy. He had not expected that Lu Ran would not be removed, and his own side would lose one first. Mr. Wright represented the Cosmic Sea's interests in the Hall of Honor. If the Cosmic Sea did not recognize him, how could he represent them? In an instant, Mr. Wright lost all his strength. Yang Ji glanced at San Liang and Old Man, Lu Ran. There were only a few people in the board. How many of them were Lu Yin's men? How did this youth do it? He could not figure. The rumors were true. This kid had the support of Elder Chan, otherwise, how could Elder Chan allow him to control the board of directors? On Jia Mountain, Elder Chan looked at the meeting quietly with a complicated expression. Ever since he had learned that Lu Yin was a member of the Lu family in the starry sky of the trees, his attitude towards Lu Yin had changed somewhat. It wasn't that he hated Lu Yin, but rather that he didn't want Lu Yin to have too much power in the Fifth Mainland. He didn't want the Fifth Mainland to become enemies with the starry sky of the trees, which wouldn't benefit the human race at all. Ousting Lu Ran had given Nan Yuan his support, and this was the first step in targeting Lu Yin. Next, Ouyang Yuan would remove Old Man Bu, San Er, and the others, returning the Board of Governors to the Hall of Honor's control. He would also prevent Lu Yin from entering the Neoverse. But now, it seemed that it wouldn't be that easy. She had been too lenient with Lu Yin in the past, and now, it would be very difficult to get rid of Lu Yin's people unless she explicitly stated that she wanted Lu Yin to withdraw from all of his authority in the Hall of Honor. However, doing so would be tantamount to falling out with Lu Yin. He didn't care much about Lu Yin. Although this kid had a high chance of becoming a progenitor, he didn't have the ability to threaten Elder Chan at the moment. Although this kid was ruthless and decisive, he had a bottom line. Even if he was forced to become an enemy, it wasn't impossible to resolve in the future. However, Elder Chan cared about the people behind Lu Yin. Qing Ping was one, but more importantly, there was another. When he thought of that person, Elder Chan sighed. He didn't have the courage to make an enemy out of that person. He couldn't see through that person, no matter what. Elder Chan, behind him, Shangqing, Lei Nu, and Xu Jing walked out and bowed respectfully. These people were the elites of the Hall of Honor's younger generation. They were the Hall of Honor's core members and represented the future of the organization. Shangqing, in particular, was a user of the Three Suns' ancestral qi. When she matured, she could become a peerless powerhouse like progenitor Qin. He alone was enough to suppress all of his peers in the Sixth Mainland. What do you all think of Lu Yin? Elder Chan asked. Xu Jing was surprised. Although they were core members, they were still too young to participate in the Hall of Honor's decisions. Why were they being asked about Lu Yin? Suddenly, he realized something. Wasn't Lu Yin the same generation as them? Too many things had happened, and Lu Yin's accomplishments had been too dazzling. Many people had forgotten that he was also a member of the younger generation and was currently one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin is a paragon of our generation, Lei Nu answered succinctly. That was all there was to it. Xu Jing pondered for a moment. He's ambitious, but he's still acceptable. He's someone we can befriend, and he's contributed a lot to the human race. He'll be able to stand on the front lines against the Neo-Human Alliance. Elder Chan looked at Shangqing, as he cared about Shangqing's opinion the most. Shangqing muttered to himself for a moment before meeting Elder Chan's gaze. He saved my life in Burial Garden. Elder Chan was shocked. When? Lei Nu and Xu Jing were shocked as well. They didn't know about this, as Shangqing hadn't told anyone. Shangqing calmly replied, a few months ago, not long after Burial Garden opened, I was being chased by an envoy. He was the one who saved me. Where's your spirit void umbrella? Elder Chan hurriedly asked. Shangqing replied, it's still here. Elder Chan relaxed. The spirit void umbrella was a progenitor item that Shangqing had obtained from the astral tree realm. It was quite powerful, and he had been afraid that Lu Yin had taken it away. Actually, if he had known that Lu Yin was a descendant of the astral tree realm's Lu family, he wouldn't have given him Mount Supreme. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it. You may leave. Elder Chan waved his hand. Shangqing and the other two retreated. Elder Chan looked back at the council screen with a complicated expression. You saved Shangqing. How should I treat you? Risking the fate of the entire Fifth Mainland to help you fight against the Four Balances was irresponsible to the human race. What should I do? Even Elder Chan himself was at a loss. He thought of World Mountain's chief and decided to ask him about it when he returned. This was the first time he was at a loss. Regardless of what Elder Chan thought, the council continued as usual. Mr. Yu had been removed from his position, and even if the Southern Boundary Council's director suggested delaying his removal, it was useless. The council voted on the spot. Xan Zhao, the three elders, San Liang, Old Bun, and Lu Ran all voted for Mr. Yu's removal. Although Lu Ran was about to be removed as well, he was still a director for the time being and had the right to cast a vote. This made Nan Yuan grit his teeth in anger, as he had been one step too slow. If he had been one step faster and removed Lu Ran first, the votes would have been different. Even if Mr. Yu was about to be removed, there would still be time for Nan Yuan to find a replacement. Nan Yuan had been one step too slow and had been caught unprepared. Mr. Yu trembled as he walked out of the council. From this day forth, he would have no status, and his only way out was to go to the Seven Court Xia family. After all, he was originally one of Xia Ji's clones, a subordinate of the Longevity Corps' commander, Ji Chang. Outside the council, Yi Wang looked at Mr. Yu in surprise. Why did Mr. Yu come out? Mr. Yu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Don't let Lu Yin have an easy time. Please. He then bowed deeply. Yi Wang was smart enough to guess what was going on. It was only a matter of time before Mr. Yu was removed from his position. Many people were certain of this, but Yi King hadn't expected Mr. Yu to be removed from his position before he had even taken up the position. His fear of Lu Yin instantly increased. Was this person here to remove Mr. Yu from his position? Yi Wang had a strange premonition. At that moment, Lu Yin appeared. Mr. Yu looked at Lu Yin with a venomous gaze, but he didn't dare to show it. He lowered his head and walked off in another direction. He didn't want Lu Yin to see his venomous gaze, as he was afraid that he would be killed. He didn't doubt that Lu Yin had the strength to kill him in the glory realm. Lu Yin no longer cared about Mr. Yu, as he didn't like to waste his breath on such a minor character. His gaze landed on Yi Wang, and he was rather surprised. Yi Wang's appearance was too devilishly handsome, even more so than Yao Xian's. He also looked younger than Lu Yin, which was something that Lu Yin couldn't imagine. There had never been a picture of Yi Wang on the internet. There had been many speculations about Yi Wang, especially within Shamrock Enterprises, who claimed that he represented creation and healing. In any case, the rumors were very godly. Today, Lu Yin met Yi Wang for the first time. Great Eastern Alliance, Alliance Master Lu. Yi Wang met Lu Yin's gaze and spoke in a gentle tone. There was a faint smile on his face, and he gave off a very pleasant vibe. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Shamrock Enterprises, Yi Wang. Long time no see, Alliance Master Lu. Yi Wang smiled. On the surface, Shamrock Enterprises and the Great Eastern Alliance seemed to be on good terms. Even though there had been the incident with Yu Mu, it had ended with Yu Mu's death. Shamrock Enterprises had been providing assistance to the Great Eastern Alliance, and Cheung Shier and Balsam had been discussing the purchase of astral source pills as well as researching immortality. Lu Yin stepped forward. I've heard of Yi Wang's name too many times, and I've always wanted to meet you in person. Yi Wang was handsome and had a natural temperament. He seemed easy to get along with. I heard from Balsam that Alliance Master Lu is very interested in immortality. Yes, I've always wanted to research immortality, and I've even searched the universe for all sorts of strange plants to find the path to immortality. Lu Yin sighed. Yi Wang smiled. Immortality is too elusive. Perhaps only progenitors can achieve immortality, but even among progenitors, I've never heard of anyone achieving true immortality. Progenitor Qin, the talisman progenitor, and even the astral beast domain's progenitor Wushang, as well as the even more ancient progenitors, have never been able to achieve true immortality. That's why I want to research it. Balsam suggested that I go to Shamrock Enterprises to research it. I wonder if Yi Wang would be interested. Of course, it's Shamrock Enterprises' fortune to be able to research immortality with Alliance Master Lu. Then it's settled. Once this matter is settled, I'll definitely pay Shamrock Enterprises a visit, Lu Yin said politely. The two chatted happily, but things were not as harmonious inside. Although it was imperative to remove Lu Ran from office, San Liang and the others still tried to put up a fight. Even Nan Yuan found it difficult to suppress this fight, as the number of votes was similar. Those who supported removing Lu Ran from office were Yang Ji, Nan Yuan, Si Hong, and Zijing. Those who did not support removing Lu Ran from office were Xan Zhao, the three elders, San Liang, and the old man. Thank you, brothers, for your donations. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1832. With 4 votes against 4, there would be some wrangling. This was also the reason why Mr. Yu had been dismissed in such a short time. For Nan Yuan, this was a bad outcome. If Mr. Yu had still been around, there would have been no need for such nonsense. Zijing, Yang Ji, and Si Hong did not view Lu Yin as an enemy, they were just following the council's principles. From this vote, it was clear who was firmly supporting Lu Yin. Nan Yuan had not expected the three elders to be so supportive of Lu Yin. As for Xan Zhao, he was not surprised. Xan Zhao represented the cosmic sea, which was controlled by Leon's armada. If Xan Zhao did not stand on Lu Yin's side, then her fate would have been the same as Mr. Yu's. This was why Xan Zhao had tactfully rejected Lu Yin, but she had no choice but to support him. Mr. Yu's fate was a reminder to her. Lu Yin had already passed the stage where he could only tempt people with promises. He could now threaten them. With 4 votes against 4, he could only rely on words to dismiss Lu Ran. The council was in an uproar, but outside, Yi Wang and Lu Yin were chatting happily. No matter how they viewed each other, it was not obvious on the surface. Lu Yin looked at Yi Wang with a curious gaze. Was this guy really the same as the sapling? When he had left Burial Garden for Black Street, Lu Yin had learned that someone had attacked Xia Yi and that the giant tree had escaped. Even though there was no evidence that someone had attacked the botanical garden, and Wei Rong and the others had guessed that the giant tree had been hiding its strength and had fled at the critical moment, Lu Yin did not believe them. He guessed that this person might have been the one to attack the botanical garden and had used Xia Yi to divert attention. What he was most curious about was how the giant tree had managed to escape with the sapling. This Yi Wang was someone who had escaped from Lu Huang's sword, and he was extremely strong. Now that he thought about it, there was something wrong with that giant tree that had escaped. The answer lay with this person, but it was a pity that this person would not tell him. Alliance Master Lu, what do you think about the dismissal of Lu Ran? Yi Wang suddenly asked, his devilishly handsome face beaming at Lu Yin. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Lu Yin did not mind. This is a matter for the council. It has nothing to do with me. Then why is Alliance Master Lu here? Yi Wang did not understand. Lu Yin faced Yi Wang and smiled brilliantly. I'm here to replace Lu Ran as the new director. Yi Wang's face paled. At the same time, the board of directors finally reached an agreement to dismiss Lu Ran and appoint someone from the Innerverse as the new director. Lu Ran walked out of the board of directors like Mr. Yu, but she wasn't as desperate and helpless as Mr. Yu. He bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded, and Lu Ran left with a relaxed expression. He actually didn't feel comfortable being a director. He was just a puppet of the sword sect, and only Lu Qinjue could make all the decisions. He was just a mouthpiece. Now that he had been removed from his position as a director, he had received a large amount of compensation from the Great Eastern Alliance. After he returned to the sword sect, his status was also extremely high. He could be considered to have retired. The new director must have the support of many parties in the Innerverse, as he has great influence in the Innerverse. I propose that Shamrock Enterprises' Leaf King take over as the new director. Does anyone have any objections? Nan Yuan asked from within the board of directors. This was something that everyone already knew. The Innerverse Great Eastern Alliance was one of the largest organizations in the Innerverse. If they wanted to find a director outside of the Great Eastern Alliance, then they could only go to Shamrock Enterprises. This was the only choice that Nan Yuan and the others had to make. Mr. Yu and Yi Wang were in similar situations. The Innerverse was controlled by Leon's armada, while the Innerverse was controlled by the Great Eastern Alliance. However, one was a stray dog, while the other controlled Shamrock Enterprises. Their influence was great, and they both had the qualifications to become directors. If Mr. Yu had great influence in the Cosmic Sea, then even without the Longevity Squadron, he wouldn't have been dismissed so easily. Xan Zhao was a good example. No one had proposed to dismiss her. Even if Lu Yin wanted to, he would have to use some methods. San Er looked up. Since Director Nan Yuan has proposed a candidate, then I'll propose one as well. The Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Lu Yin. Nan Yuan's expression changed. What did you say? San Er said, I propose that the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Lu Yin, take over Lu Ran as the new director. Seconded, Old Man Bu said. Seconded, Third Elder said. Seconded, Xian Jiao said. Nan Yuan's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin is the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master. How can he become a director? Yang Ji raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master can't become a director. Then what about me, the Master of the World of Radiance? Nan Yuan hurriedly explained, Director Yang Ji, that's not what I meant. Yang Ji snorted. Seconded. Nan Yuan anxiously said, Director Yang Ji, you seconded. On the other side, Zi Jing also spoke up. Nan Yuan's eyes changed. 5 people had already agreed to let Lu Yin become a director. Even if Si Hong disagreed, it would be useless. Seconded, Si Hong said. His opinion was no longer important. Out of the remaining 7 directors, 6 had agreed to let Lu Yin become the new director. Nan Yuan was powerless to change the situation. San Er smiled and looked at Nan Yuan. Director Nan Yuan, it's your turn. Do you agree that the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master, Lu Yin, will become the new director? Nan Yuan's gaze turned vicious, and he gritted his teeth. I don't agree. San Er was pleased. All right, 6 votes in favor and 1 against. From this day forth, Lu Yin will become the new director. Let us welcome the new director. The moment he spoke, the door opened, and the person standing guard outside was Li Shi. He had seen Mr. Yu leave dejectedly, and he had also seen Lu Yin's actions in the Board of Control. When Lu Yin walked past Li Shi bowed deeply. Welcome, Director. San Er and the other directors all stood up to show their respect for the new director. Even Nan Yuan had no choice but to stand up at this moment to show the least bit of grace. Behind Lu Yin, Yi King remained calm. So this was the result of the old man and the others pretending to be sick, but they had miscalculated. He had not expected Lu Yin to personally participate in the election, and the final vote was still 6-1. There was no suspense at all. Yi King retracted his gaze and left. On Realm Mountain, Elder Chan quietly watched as Lu Yin entered the Board of Control. Someone walked over from behind him. Reporting to Elder Chan, Mr. Wright of the Board of Control, Lu Ran has been dismissed. The new director will be the Alliance Master of the Great Eastern Alliance, Lu Yin. What do you think of Lu Yin? Elder Chan asked. The person who had reported to Elder Chan was none other than De Chiu from the Interstellar Arbitration Office. The youngest generation of the Hall of Honor was naturally led by the Shangqing elders, and before that, De Chiu had also had a method. The Hall of Honor had never lacked methods in its history, but there were very few who had been able to become an emissary. Once one became an emissary, their status would be completely different, and De Chiu was one such example. De Chiu had already been recognized as the 4th presiding judge, and Elder Chan valued him greatly. Aside from the Shangqing elders, De Chiu was the expert that Elder Chan valued the most among the younger generation. Lu Yin. De Chiu was astonished. Elder Chan asked. You once traveled with Lu Yin. What do you think of him? De Chiu did not even think about it before answering seriously, Lu Yin is my friend, and he was the one who helped me break through to become an emissary. Without him, I would not be where I am today. He is my benefactor. Elder Chan was speechless, as he realized that he had asked for nothing. Both the Shangqing elders and De Chiu viewed Lu Yin as their benefactor, so how was he supposed to ask? The Shangqing elders and De Chiu represented the future of the Hall of Honor, and both of them were close to Lu Yin. How was he supposed to treat Lu Yin? Furthermore, the head judge, Qing Ping, was Lu Yin Sr. At this moment, Elder Chan was somewhat exhausted. He had never thought that there would come a day when he would lose control of the Hall of Honor, but that day had still come. Even if he suppressed Lu Yin now, it would be useless. In the future, this person would still be able to reach the peak. He had that kind of charisma and ability, and Lu Yin was also a treasure of the Lockbreaker Society. That old fellow, Xiao Ming, also praised him greatly. "You may leave," Elder Chan said tiredly. Xiao did not understand, and he slowly retreated. Some people had to be stopped early, or else it would be too late. Lu Yin was a classic example. No one knew that even Elder Chan could not stop Lu Yin now, as his influence was too great. Lu Yin sat down in the board of directors, feeling rather curious. "I thought that you guys would hold your board of directors in some special place. This place seems rather ordinary." San Liang smiled. When the Hall of Honor was first established, the board of directors held its first meeting here. This place has a special meaning to the Hall of Honor. "Alliance Leader Lu, I might have to call you Director Lu from now on, haha." Yang Ji laughed. Lu Yin smiled. "Director Lu doesn't sound nice. Just call me Brother Lu. It sounds more intimate." "Alright, Brother Lu is still the same." Yang Ji smiled cheerfully, but only he knew what he was thinking. Lu Yin had contacted them on his way to the World Mountain. He had threatened Yang Ji with the gifts he had given him in the past, which had left Yang Ji helpless. If this matter were to spread, it would be a huge blow to Yang Ji, which was why Yang Ji had been willing to support Lu Yin. However, this would only happen once. Lu Yin did not care. Regardless of whether or not Yang Ji supported him in the future, he still had people who supported him in the board of directors. "I haven't seen you in a while. Brother Lu looks even more spirited," Zi Jing smiled. Lu Yin smiled. "Of course. You're also becoming more and more beautiful." Zi Jing laughed. "Brother Lu is still so humorous. How about you come to my place for a cup of tea after the board of directors ends?" "Sure. I have some good tea at my place as well," Third Elder said, beaming at Lu Yin. It was impossible to tell that he was being controlled. Lu Yin nodded at him. Ever since Lu Yin had entered, the atmosphere of the board of directors had changed. It was no longer solemn, but more like a place to chat and drink tea. Nan Yuan stared coldly at Lu Yin, but he was powerless to do anything. Aside from him, none of the other directors dared to offend Lu Yin, even if they did not stand on his side. Lu Yin suddenly looked at Nan Yuan. "Director Nan Yuan, do you have anything else to discuss? This is my first time as a director, so I'm quite curious." Nan Yuan's expression changed, and he replied, "I don't have anything else to discuss." "Does Alliance Leader Lu have anything to discuss? You can bring it up." Lu Yin smiled. "I do." He then looked around. The board of directors must have 9 directors. Otherwise, there will be a situation of 4 votes against 4 votes. Everyone has already experienced this situation. It's a waste of time and energy, so I suggest that Lei Qingqing be the new director to fill in the board of directors. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1833. "I object," Nan Yuan immediately said as he stared at Lu Yin. "Director Lu, you've just been appointed, so you might not be clear about how the board operates. You should wait for a while before proposing a director." Lu Yin met Nan Yuan's gaze. "Is Director Nan Yuan doubting my choice?" "That's right." Nan Yuan did not hide anything. He represented the seven courtier family and did not care about Lu Yin at all. Even if Lu Yin had the support of the majority of the board, he could not kick Nan Yuan out of the board. Elder Chan would not allow it either, or it would be difficult to explain to the seven courts. Nan Yuan had the confidence to face Lu Yin head-on. "Director Nan Yuan, do you know who Lei Qingqing is?" Lu Yin asked, amused. He was certain that Nan Yuan did not know who Lei Qingqing was. It was not just Nan Yuan, the others did not know who she was either. This was the first time they had heard of her name. Nan Yuan was certain. "I don't know." He then looked at Yang Ji, Si Hong, and the rest. "Does anyone else know?" They all shook their heads and looked at Lu Yin blankly. Nan Yuan sneered. "A director represents the interests of an entire region. How can someone who doesn't know anyone become a director?" "Lei Qingqing, big sis of Leon's armada. She's the leader of the mercenary group. Her real name is Lei Qingqing," Xian Jiao slowly said. Lu Yin had forgotten that Xian Jiao was someone from the Cosmic Sea, and she would naturally know some of the influential people in the Cosmic Sea. However, aside from Xian Jiao, no one else knew of Lei Qingqing. Even a portion of the people in Leon's armada did not know of Lei Qingqing's name. Nobody knew who Lei Qingqing was, but the title Big Sis was not unfamiliar to them. It was because of this title that Lu Yin had come to be. "So she's an interstellar pirate. When did an interstellar pirate qualify to become a director?" Nan Yuan mocked. Lu Yin calmly replied, "She's a mercenary, an interstellar mercenary group. Big Sis's mercenary group is officially registered." He looked at Nan Yuan. "Director Nan Yuan, you're insulting a mercenary group as an interstellar pirate. This will incur the displeasure of the Mercenary Association." Nan Yuan's gaze turned vicious, and he leaned forward slightly. "Big Sis's mercenary group belongs to Leon's armada. Everyone should know the group's status." "Oh. What's your identity?" "Tell me," Lu Yin grinned. Nan Yuan was just about to say interstellar pirates when he suddenly paused. There was no evidence to prove that Leon's armada was an interstellar pirate. Everyone knew that Heizage Leon was the pirate king, but who had concrete evidence to accuse him? The position of pirate king was not an election but a symbol of power. Nan Yuan wanted to define Leon's armada as an interstellar pirate group, which meant that he wanted to turn an idealized profession into reality. This was unrealistic. How could a position that had never been officially conferred, that had no basis, and that only existed in dreams become reality? Nan Yuan was speechless for a moment. Heizage Leon had said many times that he was the pirate king, but so what? Could it be that Heizage Leon had to come to the board of governors and admit it himself? Nan Yuan wouldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. He was afraid that Heizage Leon would slap him to death. Helpless, Nan Yuan could only say, "Today, 2 directors will be dismissed and 1 will be confirmed." This is rare in the history of the board. Any suggestions regarding the dismissal and appointment of directors will have to be put on hold. No one wants an unfamiliar person to become a director. This was a reasonable statement. Si Hong was the first to agree. He did not stand on Lu Yin's side. He had admired Lu Yin from start to finish, but he did not belong to any faction. Yang Ji agreed as well. Soon after, Zijing agreed as well. The remaining people all stood on Lu Yin's side. He could forcefully make the suggestion, but that would not be good. It would be the same as publicly announcing that he was in control of the board, and he was afraid that Elder Chan would be displeased. In the end, Lei Qingqing's suggestion to become a director was put on hold. The Hall of Honor would send someone to investigate, and they could only make the suggestion after the investigation was complete. Lu Yin believed that Nan Yuan would definitely be looking for a director to replace Mr. Yu during this time. Most of the cosmic sea was currently under the rule of Leon's armada, and it would not be easy for him to find a director who could represent the interests of the cosmic sea. Unless Liu Yin thought of a mysterious army. The board ended, and Liu Ran and Mr. Yu were dismissed from their positions. Liu Yin became the new director. Once this matter was exposed, it shook all sides. Jia Shan was the first to be shaken, as no one had expected Liu Yin to become a director. Everyone knew that the Hall of Honor's directors had great influence, but they did not have any real power. Yang Ji was an exception, but Liu Yin had been promoted again. The board had changed. When the news spread out of Jia Shan and into the Neoverse, everyone reacted differently. The strangest was Cloud Shadow Mavis, as she had her own plans for forming an alliance with Liu Yin. She did not think that Liu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance would have the ability to enter the Neoverse. The Neoverse was not the Innerverse. Not only was it separated by the cosmic sea, but the behemoths in the Neoverse were also not to be trifled with. Any organization that had the qualifications to occupy space in the Neoverse was not simple. Even if Liu Yin had the ability to bring the Great Eastern Alliance into the Neoverse, it would still take a very long time. However, she had not expected that Liu Yin would become a director right after leaving the Mavis family. The position of a director was not simple, especially since Liu Yin had vague control over the board. It was entirely possible that he could bring the Great Eastern Alliance into the Neoverse. Cloud Shadow could not guess what kind of impact this would have on the Neoverse. Why had Elder Chan allowed this person to do as he pleased? Was it really as the outside world had guessed? Was Elder Chan really behind this person? If he really did have the ability to bring the Great Eastern Alliance into the Neoverse, then Cloud Shadow Mavis looked at the alliance document. This alliance was too important to Liu Yin. How would he use it? Cloud Shadow Mavis's head hurt. When the Mavis family found out that Liu Yin had become a director, they immediately sent someone to look for him. Even if we knew that he would become a director, we still had to form an alliance. We had to take this step, Cloud Shadow Mavis said resolutely to the many Mavis family members. After becoming a director, the first thing Liu Yin wanted to do was visit Elder Chan, but he found out that the elder was in seclusion. He did not know if Elder Chan did not want to see Liu Yin. Liu Yin was uncertain, so he went to the Arbiter world to request an audience with the head inquisitor. However, the head inquisitor was also in seclusion. Liu Yin went to look for Muwen. Muwen's expression was solemn. The head inquisitor went into seclusion after returning from the Gu Flow Zone, and he hasn't come out since. Is that so? Liu Yin's eyes flickered, as this should be related to the black crystal. However, he had received a call from Muwen during this time, even though he had ignored Muwen. Muwen was curious. Liu. He suddenly did not know how to address Liu Yin. Liu Yin smiled. The head inquisitor calls me. He had wanted to ask Muwen to call him Little Seven, but when he thought about his relationship with the head inquisitor, he did not know how to get Muwen to address him. The two suddenly paused. Muwen pursed his lips. Director Liu, I have a question. I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. Please speak, Liu Yin said politely. Muwen thought about it. When the head inquisitor returned from the Gu Flow Zone, no one knew of his whereabouts. Was he injured in the Gu Flow Zone? Liu Yin was astonished. Why do you think so? Muwen was solemn. There are people from the Interstellar Arbitration Office in the entire universe. During that time, a strange phenomenon occurred in the Gu Flow Zone. The dark cosmos transformed into a bright universe, which was similar to the scene when you attacked. Many people have speculated that you fought with a powerful enemy in the Gu Flow Zone. For you to display such strength, the enemy is likely to be an absolute powerhouse. Muwen then softly added, it's most likely someone from the Seven Sky Gods. Liu Yin's eyes flashed. The 7 sky gods are half progenitors. Mu Wen shook his head. So what? Your strength cannot be restricted by your realm. Death's shadow knows this the best. For you to display such strength, it's most likely someone from the 7 sky gods. Of course, it could also be another half-progenitor, such as someone from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin was helpless. The head inquisitor told me to keep the Gu Flow Zone matter a secret, so I'm sorry. Mu Wen smiled. Since that's the case, I won't ask any more questions. I still have to thank Director Liu for Daikyu's matter. If not for you, Daikyu would have definitely failed to become an envoy, and the Interstellar Arbitration Office would have lost one more talent. Lu Yin smiled. It's my duty. I'm just doing my best to help. Goodbye. Mu Wen nodded. Not long after Lu Yin left, Mu Wen suddenly asked, Director Liu, I heard that the Sea King is currently in your Great Eastern Alliance. Lu Yin stopped and turned around to look at Mu Wen. He was curious as to why the Sea King had been brought up. That's right. Let me remind you that the Sea King and the Head Inquisitor have some enmity. If you keep the Sea King around, it might make things difficult for you in front of the Head Inquisitor, Mu Wen said. Lu Yin was curious. Why would the Sea King have enmity with the Head Inquisitor? They aren't even from the same generation. Mu Wen sighed. The Sea King's father, the true master of the Starfall Sea, is from the same generation as the Head Inquisitor. The enmity between the two has been extended to the next generation. In any case, this conflict is very difficult to resolve. If you keep the Sea King around, it might make things difficult for you in front of the Head Inquisitor. You should be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Head Inquisitor. Lu Yin was grateful. Mu Wen could have chosen not to mention it, but he had still done so. From what he knew, Lu Yin was under the care of the Head Inquisitor, and Mu Wen's reminder was a sign of good karma. However, he had never imagined that the Head Inquisitor was Lu Yin Sr. Forget about taking in the Sea King. Even if the Sea King was Lu Yin's father-in-law, it would be fine. After leaving the arbitration realm, Lu Yin headed to the Star Alliance realm and chatted with Zi Jing for half a day before finding the official. The official panicked when he saw Lu Yin arrive, as he thought that Lu Yin was here to cause trouble. Otherwise, why would Lu Yin look for him? He could not understand why such an important person would hold such a grudge. Where is Senior Realm Mountain's chief? I want to pay a visit, Lu Yin said after finding the official. The official panicked even more. Lu Yin still wanted to complain. Lord Liu, this lowly one was blind and should not have offended you. Please be magnanimous and let this lowly one go. This lowly one promises that he will not be an eyesore to Lord Liu in the future. This lowly one assures. Lu Yin raised a hand. I'm looking for Senior Realm Mountain's chief, so I don't have the time to cause trouble for you. Where is Senior? The official relaxed, as it turned out that Lu Yin was not here to cause trouble. The chief is in seclusion. Lu Yin's eyes widened. What did you say? The official trembled. My lord, the chief said that he's in seclusion. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1834. Lu Yin was speechless. Why were all the people he had found in seclusion? Elder Chan did not want to meet him, and it was understandable that the Head Inquisitor was studying the Black Crystal. The World Mountain's chief was supposed to protect World Mountain, so why was he in seclusion? Is he really in seclusion? Lu Yin asked again. The official was flustered. The chief has indeed ordered him to go into seclusion. I wouldn't dare lie to Lord Liu. Lu Yin had no choice but to leave. Everyone was in seclusion, and he could only go to the Lockbreaker realm to take a look. President Xiaoming wouldn't be in seclusion as well, right? Lu Yin was quite lucky this time, as the Lockbreaker Society president Xiao Ming was not in seclusion. Lu Yin was able to meet Xiao Ming and Aurora Corporation's chairman Ji. Alliance Master Lu, long time no see, Chairman Ji greeted Lu Yin with a polite smile. Lu Yin was surprised. Why is Chairman Ji here? Chairman Ji smiled. I have some questions for the president, but I didn't expect to run into Alliance Master Lu here. Lu Yin smiled. What a coincidence. I have some questions for the president as well. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. I've already asked what I wanted to ask. Chairman Ji bowed to Xiao Ming. This junior will take his leave. Xiao Ming nodded. After Chairman Ji left, Lu Yin turned to Xiao Ming. President, have you seen a humanoid source box? Xiao Ming's expression changed. You know about humanoid source boxes? Lu Yin nodded and retrieved a string of humanoid source boxes from his cosmic ring. Xiao Ming was shocked, and he inspected them one by one. Where did you get them? Burial garden, Lu Yin answered. Xiao Ming sighed. There really are many inheritances. There are even humanoid source boxes, and there are so many of them. President, what exactly are humanoid source boxes? Lu Yin was curious. Xiao Ming inspected the source boxes. Has Little Sher ever told you to never unlock a humanoid source box if you encounter one? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, more than once. Xiao Ming solemnly replied, I'm not sure what this human-shaped source box is either. It's been too long, and the Hall of Honor's history doesn't have any records of this type of source box. I've visited the Mavis family before, but the information I received was similarly unclear. The Mavis family has existed for a very long time, but their history isn't completely preserved. The only conclusion the Mavis family has regarding this humanoid source box is that it is related to the Fourth Mainland. The Fourth Mainland? Lu Yin was confused. Xiao Ming solemnly replied, the ancient Fourth Mainland was the Fourth Mainland before it shattered. This human-shaped source box might have originated from there. President, you don't have a lockbreaker. Since he had gone to the Mavis family to ask about it, then he should have heard of humanoid source boxes. Xiao Ming pulled out a humanoid source box from his cosmic ring, which was no different from the one that Lu Yin had taken out. The Mavis family's message was the same, do not unlock this source box. That's why I've delayed it until now. Although I'm very curious about this humanoid source box, history has already warned me that disrespecting history will bring about disastrous consequences. That's why I haven't attempted to unlock it until now. If not for your question, I would have completely forgotten about it. Even Xiao Ming wasn't willing to unlock this source box. Lu Yin felt that this string of humanoid source boxes was quite horrifying, and he wondered which idiot had dug them out. President, I'll give this string of humanoid source boxes to you. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. For me. I'll contribute it to the society. Xiao Ming was amused. You want something of equivalent value from the society? Lu Yin was a little embarrassed, but he still asked, can I? Xiao Ming laughed and shook his head. Everyone says that you're greedy for money, and that's true. You should be happy that I'm giving you some star essence. Lu Yin's expression changed. I'm not a greedy person. I don't want the star essence. Xiao Ming was astonished. You don't want the star essence? He thought that he had misheard. Who in the universe didn't know that Lu Yin was greedy? How had he changed? Lu Yin answered seriously, I'm focused on cultivation, so how could I be greedy? These are just rumors spread by those who are hostile to me. President, please don't believe them. If that's the case, then I'll give you a source box of equivalent value. Xiao Ming was uncertain. Lu Yin was a little embarrassed. Is there anything else? Like true insight or something. Xiao Ming was speechless. You want to exchange a string of useless humanoid source boxes for true insight? You're thinking too much. Lu Yin felt awkward. You handed over a page of true insight before, and that was quite thoughtful of you. It's a pity that you're still missing a few pages out of the 36. Otherwise, I could have lent you a page to study, Xiao Ming said. Lu Yin rubbed his cosmic ring. He had 5 pages of true insight, but they were too difficult to comprehend. In the end, Lu Yin used the string of humanoid source boxes to obtain some rare materials from Xiao Ming. He couldn't understand the uses of these materials, and from Xiao Ming's expression, it seemed like he couldn't recognize them either. Lu Yin suddenly felt like he had suffered a loss. But it didn't matter. The humanoid source boxes were useless to him anyway, so he might as well give them to Xiao Ming. When it came to lock-breaking, Lu Yin was far from being as professional as Xiao Ming. Lu Yin didn't run into the Qi Shi duo, but he did run into Director Ji outside the lockbreaker world. It seemed that Director Ji was waiting for him. Alliance Master Lu, we agreed to work together last time, but we haven't done so yet, Director Ji spoke politely, as he wanted to obtain some rare materials through Lu Yin. Lu Yin had always been paying attention to the Aurora Corporation, and he was waiting for the microarray technology to be developed. There's plenty of time. Director Ji needs rare materials, and I have plenty here. Director Ji's eyes lit up. That's great. Do you have time? How about coming to my Aurora Fort for a visit? The microarray technology had yet to be developed, and Lu Yin wasn't confident that he could hide from Wang Gong at Aurora Fort. I'm not going now. I'm going back to the Interverse. The burial garden has opened, and any door is dangerous. Director Ji should know that. Director Ji felt that it was a pity. That's a pity. When will you be returning to the Interverse? I'm leaving now. Then let's go together. It's on the way anyway. That's great. I can ask Director Ji about the Neoverse as well. As a director of the Hall of Honor, he normally wouldn't leave the Realm Mountain. Since ancient times, directors had always been people with great influence who didn't have much strength. Once they left the Realm Mountain, their safety could not be guaranteed. This was also why Mr. Yu had gone to the Gu Flow Zone to protect him. But today, Lu Yin was different. He had broken the director's convention, which made Nan Yuan gnash his teeth in anger. Lu Yin and Director Ji headed towards the entrance of the Glory Realm, and they chatted along the way. Lu Yin mostly asked about the Neoverse, and Director Ji was also very interested in the Great Eastern Alliance. Half a month passed by very quickly, and not too far away from the entrance to the Glory Realm, the two parted ways. Lu Yin headed to the Western Realm as he wanted to visit the Cosmic Sect and ask for their help in crossing the Cosmic Sea to reach the Interverse. Ji Dong, on the other hand, had to return to the Aurora stronghold in the north. Before they parted, Lu Yin suddenly asked, Director Ji, what do you think of the Sirius sect? Director Ji didn't understand. Why do you ask? The Sirius sect is a colossus in the Neoverse, but it's quite far from my Aurora Fort, so I don't know much about them. I'm just asking. Lu Yin didn't elaborate. Lu Yin fell into deep thought as he watched Director Ji's departing figure. Wang Gong had mentioned that there was someone in the Aurora Corporation who knew the Sirius Gong, and Lu Yin had taken note of that. He had asked San Liang to contact Wang Gong and secretly investigate the connection between the two, but he had been unable to find anything. This time, he had used the opportunity of going to the Sirius sect to test the waters, but Director Ji's behavior had been normal. Could it have been a coincidence? Or had Wang Gong made a mistake? After leaving the Glory Realm, Lu Yin boarded a spacecraft and headed towards the Sirius sect in the Western Realm. Along the way, his gadget beeped, and Lu Yin glanced at it. Was it from a city? There's someone here. See if you recognize him. A voice rang out, and an image was transmitted through the gadget. Lu Yin glanced at it, and his expression changed. Whitehead. Where is he? Lu Yin asked anxiously. He was at the Genesis court half a month ago, but he's disappeared now. Both the Whitehead and Wang Si had been trapped in their corporeal consciousnesses. The Whitehead had escaped, and so had Wang Si. Just him. Yes. Lu Yin's heart sank. The Whitehead had appeared at the Genesis court and disappeared, so he should have returned to the astral tree. Then, what about Wang Si? You didn't miss anyone? Lu Yin asked again to confirm. Absolutely not. He was the only one who appeared at the Genesis court. You told us to keep an eye on the Genesis court, but this person's cultivation is extremely strong and unfamiliar. That's why we contacted you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Yin's tone was gloomy, and his expression was ugly. If Wang Si had appeared at the Genesis court half a month ago, then that meant that she had been free for more than 15 days. 15 days was difficult for a normal person to travel from one city to another, but for a half-ancestor, that was enough time to travel across the universe. We've been trying to contact you, but we couldn't get in touch. Lu Yin felt helpless. Half a month ago, he had been with the Mavis clan, and then he had gone to the Realm Mountain. In other words, he had been in the Glory Realm the entire time, and there was no way to contact him from his own city. Got it. Keep an eye on the Genesis court, Lu Yin said. After ending the call, Lu Yin returned to the spacecraft. He wasn't sure where Wang Si was, but given the cosmic tree's murderous intent, she might not have returned. It was more likely that she was hunting him down. He hadn't been worried before, as even if Wang Si was a half-ancestor, she couldn't possibly know his whereabouts. However, things were different now. He had become a director, and his disappearance had spread far and wide. Since Wang Si had been keeping an eye on him, it was impossible for her not to know. She might even be on her way here. Lu Yin couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't coincidentally bump into him along the way. If she did, Elder Gong might not be able to save him in time, and he didn't want to take that risk. After calculating the distance, his only option was to return to the Realm Mountain. As he returned to the Glory Realm, Lu Yin tried to contact Elder Chan, but he still couldn't get in touch. Instead, he contacted Yuan Cheong. There were only a few half-ancestors around, and he needed to find someone to protect him at all times. The best choice would be Kue Luo or Elder Gong, as neither Elder Chan nor the Sage Heavenly Master could protect him at all times. What's the matter? Yuan Cheong asked as the call connected. Lu Yin was about to speak when the spacecraft suddenly exploded. Before he could react, he felt the world splitting apart, and he lost consciousness. A figure walked out of the void, grabbed him, and left. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1835. In the serious sect, the call ended, and Yuan Cheong suddenly stood up. Not good, something had happened. He quickly went to find Elder Gong. After an unknown amount of time, a sharp pain woke him up on a barren planet. He opened his eyes and saw a hurricane that covered the sky. There was also an endless yellow tornado slowly approaching him from the distance. What's going on? Why am I here? Lu Yin's mind raced as he tried to recall what had happened. Red stained the ground, and Lu Yin looked down and saw blood flowing from his right leg. He had been injured, and that was where the pain had come from. Unbelievable, a cold and hoarse voice spoke up from behind him. Lu Yin remained sprawled on the ground, staring at his bleeding right leg without moving. Someone was here. He had contacted the Sirius sect while in outer space, but he had just spoken to Yuan Qiong when he had fainted. An absolute powerhouse had attacked him. With his strength, only someone with a power level of at least 800,000 or even 900,000 would be able to silently knock him out. Although he could not defeat someone with a power level of 700,000, he could still resist. If he had faced someone like Zhang Zhou, then he would have been able to fight back. However, the person behind him had not even given him the chance to retaliate, and he did not even know how he had been knocked out. Who was this person? The voice was unfamiliar. You're an enlighter, but your body is stronger than an ordinary emissary with a power level of 600,000. That's unbelievable. No wonder you were able to stir up the abandoned lands and establish the Great Eastern Alliance, the hoarse voice continued. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. The abandoned lands was what the Astral Tree Society called the Fifth Mainland. Still playing dead. Lu Yin felt an intense pain in his left leg as blood flowed down the ground. In the distance, a tornado that connected the sky and the earth flew through the air. Above his head, the sky seemed to be collapsing as it pressed down. Lu Yin moved his fingers and slowly sat up. He turned around and saw a blurry figure. He could not tell who it was, whether it was a man or a woman, or whether it was fat or thin. He could not tell anything apart from a blurry figure that seemed to be covered by some sort of power. Lu Yin's pupils transformed into runes as he stared at the figure. What he saw was rune lines at the level of an ordinary emissary, which probably had a power level of less than 600,000. Impossible, an emissary with such a power level could not suppress him like this. Who are you? Lu Yin asked cautiously. The figure faced Lu Yin. It's time to end this, Lu Shaoxian. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth. From the starry sky of trees. Who is it? Even if you want me to die, at least let me know who killed you. There's no need for a dead person to know so much. The blurry figure then brandished his right arm like a blade, instantly slicing through the void, the earth, and even the existence that might have been a planet. The stifling pressure exposed Lu Yin to the blade, and even his skin started to crack. An unparalleled sharpness descended, a power that Lu Yin had never experienced before. Subconsciously, the star Luo chessboard appeared under his feet and he moved. Against an emissary, Lu Yin's only means of resistance were his physical strength, spiritual force, domain, and battle force. He couldn't use anything related to star energy, but strangely enough, the planned, secret art had succeeded. Although the sharp blade was unparalleled, it hadn't disrupted his star energy. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he distanced himself from the blurry figure, and he stepped into the astral source universe in an attempt to escape. A blurry figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path with a speed that far exceeded Lu Yin's. The figure raised a hand and brandished a sharp blade. The rune lines contained within the blade exceeded 700,000 power levels, even though the figure clearly only had a power level of around 600,000. Sure enough, he had been hiding his true strength. Lu Yin used the planned, secret art to dodge again and left the astral source universe. He stared straight ahead, and the moment the blurry figure stepped out of the astral source universe, he used the emptiness palm. The emptiness palm didn't just contain the physical strength of the emptiness palm, but also one's aura, spiritual force, and everything else that one could use. A single emptiness palm was equivalent to a peak attack from Lu Yin that wasn't a star energy battle technique. If he had used the emptiness palm against Johann back then, he wouldn't have had such a hard time. Johann's spiritual force endurance was very weak, and a single emptiness palm would have been enough to force her to use her trump card. Lu Yin's emptiness palm failed, and his palm technique did indeed land on the blurry figure, but it didn't cause any damage. The blurry figure merely gasped in astonishment. Not a bad palm technique. It contains many types of power, and anyone who's weaker than you in any aspect can be injured by this palm. Not bad. He then raised an arm and brandished a sharp blade. It seemed like this was the only attack that this person knew. Lu Yin didn't plan on dodging, and his eyes turned into runes that weakened the attack. At the same time, he raised a hand and used the energy diversion diagram. He took the attack head-on, and even though the true scripture of Yin evolution had weakened many of the runes, the blade still managed to slice through the energy diversion diagram and continue towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin continuously retreated and dodged the attack, but the blade swept past him and tore through the void, tearing apart everything in sight. What was this person trying to do? His attack was clearly powerful, but it was easy to dodge. He could easily control Lu Yin, but he wanted Lu Yin to resist. He clearly had the ability to seal Lu Yin's star energy, but he didn't use it. What was this person thinking? Since his star energy wasn't sealed, Lu Yin used all of his techniques. He used his star energy to form a sword and unleashed the 14th sword. You've surpassed the 13th sword. Unfortunately, the difference is too great. You can't hurt me, the blurry figure said as he continued to slash down with his arm. His blade was easy to dodge, but if Lu Yin didn't dodge it and instead tried to take it head-on, he would be doomed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The day-night salute had been a futile attempt to suppress this person with spiritual force, but it had been useless. This person allowed Lu Yin to use all of his techniques as he pleased. This feeling was similar to when Mr. Mu had taken him in as a disciple, but the only difference was that this person would actually kill him. Lu Yin could sense that the power of this person's blade hadn't changed at all. If he couldn't block or avoid it, he would be killed. This person was toying with him. Lu Yin raised a hand and summoned a general appointment platform. In my name, I summon a general. The blurry figure's arm paused. Lu family's general appointment platform. Let's see who you've chosen. Against the powerhouse in front of him, star energy was useless. Only death energy could be used. Zhou, Dragon Lord, and finally, Han. The three envoys charged towards the blurry figure, and Lu Yin stared at him closely. He wanted to see just how strong this person was. It's useless. The blurry figure then waved his hand just like he had against Lu Yin. Zhou, Dragon Lord, and Han were all sliced in half at the waist. Death energy surged from Lu Yin's chest, and he retreated a few steps. He felt weak and looked at the person in shock. You're able to summon envoys as an enlighter, and there are even powerhouses whose power levels exceed 700,000. That's not bad, but it's a pity that you still have to die, Lu Shaoxian. When you see anyone from the Lu family, send my regards. The blurry figure then raised his hand and slashed down viciously. Lu Yin's gaze turned vicious, and he stepped onto the star chessboard. He didn't dodge, and instead, he appeared behind the blurry figure. He unleashed a vacant palm, but it was useless against the blurry figure. The blurry figure retaliated by raising his arm and slashing down. Lu Yin's unbearable blade slashed past, but Lu Yin still didn't retreat. He used a teleportation array to appear on the other side of the blurry figure, took out the splitting heavens array, and used split the heavens. Split the heavens swept past the blurry figure, but it also didn't cause any damage. There was only one form of split the heavens within the splitting heavens array. Is that all you've got? The blurry figure raised his arm. Then die. Lu Yin suddenly sneered. Sorry, but I'm not dead yet. Worry about yourself first. The blurry figure didn't understand, and just as his arm was about to slash down, he suddenly paused. He stared at his arm and saw a drop of transparent liquid slowly melting into his skin. Poison. This isn't any ordinary poison. Go save yourself, Lu Yin said as the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He moved, intending to escape. The second time he had used a teleportation array to appear behind the blurry figure, he had placed a drop of the tears of Good Samaritan in the void. When the blurry figure turned around to attack Lu Yin, he had coincidentally raised his arm to touch the tears of Good Samaritan, which was within Lu Yin's expectations. This person was too confident, and every time he attacked, the angle of his arm would be the same, which made it clear that he didn't care about Lu Yin at all. The tears of Good Samaritan were not colorless and odorless, and anyone who paid close attention would be able to detect it. However, this person didn't seem to care, as he believed that all of his methods had been useless and that he had been poisoned. The tears of Good Samaritan had been described by Yi Guo as the most potent poison in the Gu flow zone, and it had once killed a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000. Lu Yin had also used his Dies 3 enhance, so it should be able to kill a powerhouse with a power level of 900,000. Most importantly, he knew that the tears of Good Samaritan might be similar to the poison of life, as they were both developed by the Neo-Human Alliance. Lu Yin's extreme reversal had almost been helpless against this poison, and he had only been able to detoxify it with the primogenitor scripture. Lu Yin had spent almost 2 billion star essence on this tears of Good Samaritan. Even if this person had a power level of 1,000,000, they might still be poisoned to death. What Lu Yin needed to do now was to escape as far away as possible. The blurry figure stared at his arm. What a vicious poison. It actually caused time to pass. How could this kid have such a poison? After speaking, the figure vanished. Lu Yin turned around and saw that the soaring rune lines had disappeared. He scanned his surroundings, afraid that this person would rush out from the astral source universe. Fortunately, this person had really left. The tears of Good Samaritan were enough to make him unlucky. Lu Yin looked at his wrist and saw that his gadget had not been damaged. He hurriedly tried to connect to Yuancheng, but he found that he couldn't. This place was sealed off, and it was clearly a barren planet. Lu Yin leaped up, intending to leave the planet. He charged into the hurricane, which was like a collapsing sky. It seemed like it could destroy everything, but it posed no threat to Lu Yin at all. He easily passed through the hurricane, and what he saw was not a starry sky, but a white haze. He saw several incomparably large pillars, and the land he had just been on was the peak of one of these pillars. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1836. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw that the pillars stretched endlessly. At the top of each pillar was a piece of land filled with hurricanes, flames, tsunamis, and other natural disasters. Some of the pillars even had black holes that swallowed everything around them. What was this place? He looked down, but he couldn't see the bottom. The pillars extended out from a white fog, which could be clouds. There might be land or stars below, but what kind of stars could be so big? Lu Yin didn't know where he was, but after thinking about it, he decided to head into the distance. Since he didn't know where he was, he could only follow the direction of the pillars. These pillars were obviously man-made, so perhaps he could leave at the end. In the Neoverse, a spacecraft was steadily heading west with many people aboard. There's someone in space. Are they from the interstellar arbitration? Someone on the spacecraft exclaimed, and it quickly attracted the attention of the entire spacecraft. Everyone looked up, and the spacecraft slowed down. Mu-En, De Chiu, and many other cultivators from the arbitration were standing in space. Across from them was the serious sect master, Yuan Qiong, and the seemingly unremarkable elder Gong. The people on the spacecraft couldn't hear what they were saying. In outer space, Yuan Qiong's expression turned ugly. He must have been taken away by someone. Only an emissary could have done it. Investigate and see who could have done it. Muin's tone was gloomy. Someone who dared to kidnap a member of the Hall of Honor is definitely not an ordinary emissary. Dichio was anxious. Will Alliance Master Lu be alright? Yuan Qiong was even more anxious than Dichio. Lu Yin was related to the serious arts, and if he died, who knew what would happen to the diagram at the bottom of his feet? Elder Gong's expression was solemn, and Yuan Qiong had never seen him like this before. Elder, do you have any clues? Yuan Qiong asked. Mu En and the others looked at Elder Gong. They knew that he was one of the human domain's demi-ancestors and a top expert. They hadn't expected that Lu Yin's disappearance would draw out such a person. Elder Gong's gaze was heavy. I can feel the aura of an inner world. Yuan Qiong's eyes narrowed. A demi-ancestor. Elder Gong frowned. I'm not sure. He then left for the Realm Mountain. Lu Yin's identity was not ordinary, and he needed to discuss this matter with Elder Chan. Not only did it concern the serious arts, but it also concerned the person behind this person. Elder Gong guessed that someone from that region might have come. The spaceship flew slowly toward the west. Many people inside were discussing what the people from the Interstellar Arbitration Office and the Celestial Star Sect were doing here. They had a vague feeling that something big was about to happen. Amongst the crowd, an old woman was looking at her gadget with interest. She was Wang Si, and she had left the technocracy. After learning that Lu Yin had become a director of the Hall of Honor, she had come to the Neoverse to hunt him down. However, she had not been able to find him, and she was instead interested in Burial Garden. Of the Tea of Teas. Of Lu. He's a very ancient figure. He continued browsing, and a short while later, a picture appeared before his eyes. It was a picture of a little girl who was continuously slapping the air. In the picture, the little girl was slapping a person's head, causing the person's head to shatter. It was quite terrifying. Wang Si stared at the little girl's roaming corpse and looked at her hand in astonishment. She looks so familiar. She seems to be an expert from the second continent. I remember reading about her in ancient texts. This person seems to be related to the legendary Netherworld ancestor. Wang Si continued browsing. Many photos of the wandering corpses were posted on the network, and there were also many videos of people obtaining inheritances. She saw a giant corpse hammering the ground, a corpse creating a cauldron-shaped object, and then crushing it with a stomp. She saw a blind wandering corpse crawling away. There were also photos of people obtaining human blood fruits and power vessels. She even saw photos of tribulation crystals. There were even more legends, and some even claimed to have seen progenitor Qin. Wang Si was shocked. How could there be items from all eras in this burial garden? She was certain that she had seen items from the second, third, and fourth mainlands. There were also rumors about progenitor Chen's era and even older rumors. The Eastern Mountain Tea King was quite ancient. Wang Si turned off her gadget, her expression solemn. She had thought that this wasteland was worthless, but now it seemed different. This burial garden was obviously hiding something, and if there were inheritances from those legendary characters, it would be a pity to leave them here. It was time for the four cardinal scales to descend upon this wasteland. The primeval surnames could be abandoned here, but they were not allowed to be hostile towards them. How could a bunch of trash like them deserve to have ancient inheritances? She suddenly vanished. In a corner of space, the Starsibil sect master, Senior Zhu, had written the word turbid in front of him. Is that the word divination? Senior Zhu muttered to himself as he stared at the word. Not long after, Senior Zhu's body suddenly cracked open, and the word burned in the void. Why did I see that person? After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin landed at the top of a stone pillar. This place was filled with spatial cracks, and it felt like there were attacks that could cut an enlighter in half. He did not know how many pillars he had passed, but there was still no end in sight. He gritted his teeth and continued onward. His body soared into the sky, and his footsteps were light as he continued forward. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in front of him. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he hurriedly stopped. "Are you all right?" The blurry figure looked at Lu Yin and spoke in an icy tone. "Not a bad poison, but it's too weak. You're a direct descendant of the Lu family, yet you actually used poison. You've embarrassed your ancestors." The figure then raised an arm and viciously chopped down. It was the same attack as before, and it did not seal any star energy. Lu Yin dodged and shouted, "What do you want? Who the hell are you?" This person was definitely not from the cosmic trees, and he kept mentioning Lu Xiaoshuan's name in an attempt to mislead Lu Yin into thinking that he was from the cosmic trees. However, this person might not know that Wang Xi was on the fifth mainland, and since the cosmic trees had sent Wang Xi, they would not have sent anyone else to kill Lu Yin. Of course, it was possible that this person was not from the four-way scales, but that possibility was very small. Kuei Luo had used Wang Yun to come to the fifth mainland, and the four-way scales had strictly guarded the passage to the Genesis Academy. It was unlikely that anyone outside of the four-way scales could pass through. If this person was not from the cosmic trees but knew of Lu Xiaoshuan's identity, then there was only one explanation: through Elder Chan. He believed that Jie Shan's chief would not reveal his identity without Elder Chan's permission, and Elder Chan would only tell a half-ancestor of the same level. If even Cloud Shadow Mavis did not know, then this person's identity could only be that of a half-ancestor. A half-ancestor could easily crush Lu Yin and could do so in just a few days. Only a half-ancestor could easily neutralize the virtuous tears, a poison that could kill a powerhouse with a power level of 900,000. There were currently 6 half-ancestors in the human domain: Elder Chan, the Sage Heavenly Master, Elder Gong, the Gravekeeper, Xia Ji, and one more person that Lu Yin had forgotten to ask. Could this person in front of him be the half-ancestor whose identity he still did not know? There was also another possibility. Lu Yin stared at the blurry figure. Xia Ji. Could this person be Xia Ji? Xia Ji was the only half-ancestor who had any enmity towards Lu Yin. Others might not know when Lu Yin had left the Glory Realm, but Xia Ji definitely knew, and he could find out through Nan Yuan. Right, when Lu Yin and Ji Dong had left the Glory Realm, Ji Dong had indeed spoken to Nan Yuan. With this guess, Lu Yin's heart continued to sink. If this person was Xia Ji, then Lu Yin's chances of survival were slim. He did not even know where he was, and no one would know if Xia Ji killed him. A half-ancestor could easily kill him, which was why Xia Ji had not cared about Lu Yin's methods. The blurry figure had no intention of speaking to Lu Yin. He raised a hand and viciously chopped down. Lu Yin dodged again. If this person was Xia Ji, then why would he attack him? Was it just because of the board meeting? Impossible. What else could there be? Lu Yin's thoughts raced, and the biting cold blade slashed down once more. Why didn't Xia Ji just kill him? Why did he want Lu Yin to resist? Suddenly, Lu Yin understood. Serious art. Xia Ji was forcing him to use the serious art. The battle in the Cosmic Sea had been the result of Xia Ji's many years of planning, and he had successfully obtained the serious Jade Annulus. However, his goal had been that diagram, which was an important inheritance left behind by progenitor Qin. Even after such a long time had passed, Xia Ji still had not obtained the inheritance from the Jade Annulus. On the other hand, Lu Yin's status in the serious sect had changed greatly, and his cultivation of the serious art had improved tremendously. The Xia family had been paying attention to him all this time, especially when Xia Yi had escaped. Back in the burial garden, Lu Yin had used the 14th sword of serious art. Xia Yi had seen it, and it was very likely that he had told Xia Ji about it. Thus, Xia Ji had guessed that it was Lu Yin, which led to the current situation. Xia Ji wanted to force Lu Yin into a dead end and use the serious art to observe whether or not Lu Yin had obtained the inheritance. Lu Yin constantly dodged the blurry figure's attacks. If he identified this blurry figure as Xia Ji, then he definitely could not use the serious art. But that wasn't right. If he didn't use the serious art, would he have to continue wasting time like this? If he wanted to know whether or not this person was Xia Ji, then he would know by using the serious art. Lu Yin constantly dodged the blurry figure's attacks and kept moving into the distance. If this person was Xia Ji, then he definitely would not kill Lu Yin. Lu Yin wanted to see who had more patience. He kept dodging the blurry figure's attacks as he made his way towards the endless stone pillars. The blurry figure was not in a hurry, and he was certain that Lu Yin would not be able to escape. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 10 days passed. Lu Yin panted heavily. He had been constantly dodging the blurry figure's attacks for the past 10 days, and he was almost at his limit. Fortunately, he could see the end of the stone pillars. There was a large blurry building at the end. Lu Yin was excited and rushed towards the building. The blurry figure flashed and blocked Lu Yin's path. Hard work will eventually lead to nothing. Start from the beginning. Lu Yin's eyes widened as 10,000 stars revolved around his body, enveloping his surroundings. The blurry figure trembled, but he did not attack. Instead, he stared intently at Lu Yin's serious art. From the moment he had been captured until now, he had never stopped attacking Lu Yin because of his technique. But now, he stopped. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1837. Lu Yin charged towards the building, and the stars moved with him. The blurry figure blocked his path once more. Move and you'll die. Lu Yin sneered. In your dreams. He then took out the blood-stained robe he had obtained from the burial garden. The moment he touched it, the remaining death energy in his body was stirred up. Behind Lu Yin, the void surged and boiled as a figure appeared to replace the sky. It held a Golian and slashed at the blurry figure. The blurry figure was shocked. What kind of power was this? A long blade appeared in front of him, and in that instant, the entire space changed. Lu Yin felt as if the blurry figure had become the ruler of the void, and his gaze landed on the blade. This feeling was similar to when the Inquisitor had battled with the god of forgotten ruins. This was the power of his inner world. The blurry figure faced the Golian slash and slashed out with the blade. There was a loud bang, and the blade shattered into pieces. The void distorted as a destructive force swept through the surroundings. All of the pillars were instantly shattered, and even the buildings in the distance were destroyed. The blood-stained robe in Lu Yin's hand also turned to dust. He took advantage of this opportunity to summon the star chessboard beneath his feet, and he moved past the blurry figure to appear within the building. The blurry figure held the broken blade in disbelief. How could an enlighter injure the inner world of a half-progenitor? Could that figure be the legendary Grim Reaper? Only the Grim Reaper had ever used a strange weapon like the Golian. The figure's gaze turned sinister. The serious technique, the Grim Reaper's inheritance. I can't let any of them go. Kid, you can't escape. Lu Yin recklessly charged into the building complex, which had been completely destroyed by the collision of their powers. There was no one here. Lu Yin looked around, but there was not a single person in sight. There were still buildings in the distance that had not been affected, so he hurriedly rushed over. When he reached the building that had not been affected, he still saw no one. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Could this be an abandoned city? The blurry figure walked out and was not too far away from Lu Yin. I have to say, you're truly amazing. Lu Yin stared at the figure. Had he really used all of his methods, but had he still not been able to escape? Are you desperate? Even someone with a power level of 1,000,000 wouldn't be able to do anything to you, the blurry figure said calmly with admiration. Unfortunately, you met me. Who are you? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Hand over the inheritance of the Grim Reaper and the inheritance of Sirius, and I can fulfill one of your last wishes, the blurry figure said. He had become more talkative. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. You're Xia Ji. The blurry figure fell silent for a moment. Then, the blurry image on the surface of his body became clear. His face appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes. It was Xia Ji. Lu Yin felt bitter. A dignified half-ancestor is actually attacking an enlighter like me. Old man, you really think too highly of me. Xia Ji sighed in admiration. Since ancient times, there hasn't been an enlighter who has been able to do what you've done. Even as a half-ancestor, I'm having trouble dealing with you. That's because you're forcing me to use Sirius, forcing me to reveal all my trump cards. Otherwise, it would be the same as trying to capture me, and I wouldn't even be able to retaliate. Xia Ji calmly replied, I already said that if you hand over the Sirius technique and the Grim Reaper legacy, I'll fulfill one of your final wishes. Aren't you afraid that Elder Chan and the others will find trouble with you if they find out? Xia Ji laughed. Maybe in the past. But you're Lu Shaoxian, and everyone in that region of space wants you dead. Who would find trouble with me because of you? Perhaps I can use your head to exchange for something in that region of space. You've been planning this ever since you found out that I was Lu Shaoxian, right? Lu Yin asked. Xia Ji replied, I already said that there's no point in struggling. No one knows that you're here, and no one can save you. You don't even know where you are, so why struggle? Obediently hand over the inheritance, and I'll fulfill one of your final wishes. As long as you don't make things too difficult for me, I'll swear an oath. Lu Yin laughed. For the sake of the inheritance, you're willing to sacrifice your bottom line. You're even willing to swear an oath to a mere enlighter like me. Xia Ji clasped his hands behind his back. If you don't speak, I won't let you die. I'll torture you here for 10,000 years and destroy the Great Eastern Alliance. I'll destroy all of your friends, family, and lovers. I'm a half-ancestor, so I can do it. No one can stop me. Lu Yin clenched his fists, and his eyes were unprecedentedly cold and filled with killing intent. Hate me. If I give you time, then even if I'm a half-ancestor, you might still be able to take revenge. Unfortunately, you don't have that time. I'll repeat myself. Hand over the Sirius art and the Death God's inheritance, and I'll fulfill one of your final wishes. Otherwise, everyone you like and value will die. Not a single one of them will escape. Xia Ji threatened Lu Yin as if he was looking at a dead man. Lu Yin felt bitter, and he raised his head with a look of despair. I never thought that I'd end up like this. Cultivating in outer space and barely surviving, I still fell at your hands in the end. You're not innocent. Not every enlighter is qualified enough for a half-ancestor to appear. Are you going to speak or not? Xia Ji asked coldly. Lu Yin closed his eyes, and after a while, he opened them again and looked at Xia Ji resolutely. Will you really fulfill my final wishes? Yes. There was a trace of excitement in Xia Ji's eyes. Lu Yin seemed to be wavering, and Xia Ji's goal was about to be achieved. Although he didn't seem to care much on the surface, the fact that he was personally taking action spoke volumes. Xia Ji was very concerned, very concerned. The serious art was related to progenitor Qin, and the death god's inheritance was like a legend. Lu Yin was the person closest to that legend, so whether it was the serious art or the death god's inheritance, Xia Ji had to obtain them both. Once he succeeded in cultivating them and broke through to the progenitor realm, he would become the most terrifying progenitor in history, and he might even surpass progenitor Qin. The more he thought about it, the more excited Xia Ji became. He stared at Lu Yin. "Do you have any last wishes?" Lu Yin took a deep breath and hesitated. "Speak." Xia Ji barked. Lu Yin's face twitched. I want to leave behind a bloodline for the Lu family." Xia Ji's brows rose. "Leave behind a bloodline?" Lu Yin answered, "The Lu family was harmed by the 4 cardinal scales, and I'm the only one alive. If I die, the entire Lu family will disappear, so I want to leave behind a bloodline for the Lu family." Xia Ji frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Lu Yin said, "This bloodline doesn't have to be surnamed Lu, but it can retain the Lu family's innate gift of the general appointment platform." "Do you know what this means?" Xia Ji was tempted. That was right, the Lu family's bloodline didn't have to be surnamed Lu, but rather Xia. This bloodline could retain the Lu family's innate gift of the general appointment platform, and it would allow the Xia family's branch to possess the platform in the future. Their strength would soar rapidly, and the general appointment platform was a terrifying innate gift. Not only would he be able to obtain the serious art and the death god's inheritance, but he would also be able to obtain the Lu family's general appointment platform. With these inheritances, the Xia family's branch would be able to surpass the other side of the universe in the shortest amount of time. The main branch would become the true master of the Xia family. Xia Ji's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Yin. This kid had truly submitted to his conditions. "I'll go find you a woman right now," he said as he turned to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something and wanted to knock Lu Yin out just in case. However, when he turned around, he saw a yellow praying mat. Xia Ji suddenly thought of something, and his face changed. "Stop!" he shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lu Yin had taken out his futon the moment Xia Ji was tempted by the general appointment platform, sat on it, and rang the blood-red bell. The blood-red bell contained the power of the head inquisitor, and it crushed down like a giant hand. Xia Ji roared, and his inner world tried to trap Lu Yin, but it collided with the blood-red bell's power. The bell shattered, and Lu Yin disappeared from Xia Ji's sight as he entered the Daosaur sect's ruins. As he looked at the empty ground and the blood-red bell fragments, Xia Ji roared in rage. He had been tricked. He knew about the futon and the Daosaur sect's ruins, and Lu Yin would appear in this place in at most a month. However, during this time, Lu Yin had many ways to announce that he was the one who had taken action. Elder Chan, Elder Gong, and the Elysian Heavenly Master would definitely cause trouble for him. He could not guarantee that those people would not be able to find this place. Xia Ji clenched his fists. As a half-ancestor, he controlled everything, and he had never felt so powerless before. Even when he had schemed against the cosmic sea, he had ultimately succeeded due to various reasons. However, at this moment, he had actually miscalculated against an enlighter. This person was very cautious and had grasped the opportunity extremely well. He had advanced step by step, and in the end, he had managed to escape right in front of a half-ancestor. How hateful! Xia Ji wanted to stay and wait for Lu Yin when he saw the various inheritances and opportunities that Lu Yin possessed, but the chances of that happening were slim. "Brat, you're lucky this time. Next time, you won't be able to escape," Xia Ji muttered to himself with a sinister gaze before leaving. In the ruins of the Daosaur sect, Lu Yin appeared on a futon plaza. He looked around and relaxed, as he had finally escaped. Facing a half-ancestor had been a huge pressure for him. No one would believe that he had managed to escape from a half-ancestor, but he had still managed to do it. He had thought of using his futon to escape the moment he had awakened, but he had never had the opportunity to do so. Even when Xia Ji had been poisoned by the tears of Good Samaritan and disappeared for a period of time, Lu Yin had not used his futon to escape. This was because he was not sure if Xia Ji was secretly watching him. If he were Xia Ji, then he would definitely be secretly watching Lu Yin to eliminate any possibility of escape. Lu Yin wanted to use his futon to escape while Xia Ji was not around, but he quickly discarded the possibility. He would rather use his futon to escape right in front of Xia Ji. Reality proved that he had succeeded, but as he looked at the shattered blood-red bell in his hand, Lu Yin felt bitter. Such a good power vessel had been lost just like that. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's gaze darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Xia Ji had brought him unprecedented losses. The tears of Good Samaritan, his blood-stained robes, and the head referee's decree were all trump cards that Lu Yin could use to deal with a super powerhouse. However, they had all disappeared in Xia Ji's hands. Xia Ji would definitely repay this debt. Right now, the most important thing was how to escape. Xia Ji should not have stayed behind to wait for Lu Yin, as Xia Ji must have guessed that Lu Yin would think of a way to expose the fact that Xia Ji had captured Lu Yin. This was the only way Lu Yin could escape. Lu Yin did not know where the place where he had been trapped was, and the only person who could expose him was Xia Ji. Lu Yin stood up and had an idea. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1838. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze shifted and he stopped in place. He slowly turned his head towards a corner where a man was practicing some battle technique. In the huge futon plaza, there was only him and that man. It was normal for him to train in battle techniques, but this person had glanced at Lu Yin several times while he was training. Lu Yin's 5 senses were extremely sharp, and when he looked at this man, he felt an inexplicable sense of wariness. This person's cultivation was not weak. More importantly, Lu Yin hadn't changed his appearance, so this person might have recognized him. As he thought about it, Lu Yin walked towards the man. The man's expression remained the same. When Lu Yin walked to his side, the man looked up and met his gaze. "What is it?" "Nothing much, I'm just here to kill you." He then attacked with a palm strike at the man. The man's eyes were fierce, and a terrifying aura swept out from behind him. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He had only been testing the waters, but he hadn't expected this person to be an expert. Imprinter. "Lu Yin, you really did appear. Don't even think about running away now that you're here," the man shouted. He had been ordered to guard the futon plaza just to wait for Lu Yin. Lu Yin had obtained the inheritance of the 9 cauldrons battle techniques, and he had entered the 9 cauldron space multiple times. 4 cauldrons had already been destroyed, and the 6th mainland could no longer tolerate this. Not only had they sent powerhouses to guard the 9 cauldron space, but they had also sent people to keep an eye on the futon plaza. This had been going on for a very long time. Even though they knew that Lu Yin might change his appearance when he came here, they still had to report it to the higher-ups. The man had already reported that there were quite a few people who had changed their appearances and come to the Daosaur sect's ruins. He had not expected Lu Yin to appear with his own appearance, but he had not expected that Lu Yin would still show up. The man's mission was to report Lu Yin's whereabouts immediately. There wasn't much danger in this mission. If Lu Yin had changed his appearance, he wouldn't have attacked just because someone stared at him. However, Lu Yin hadn't changed his appearance, so the man should have recognized him just by looking at him. Naturally, he would attack. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the man retreated more than 10 steps. His hands were numb, and he stared at Luin in shock. You? Luin struck out with the emptiness palm, but the man couldn't even see the palm print. He had just become an imprinter, and his power level was over 500,000. He wouldn't even be able to block the emptiness palm, let alone the emptiness palm. Puff spitting out a mouthful of blood, the man tried to flee into the astral source universe, but Luin had already blocked his path. Xia Ji's grievances and anger were completely vented on this person. Not long after, the man's body fell to the ground, his arm broken. That was where the stellar origin chi vortex was located. Luin walked in front of the man. I placed some hidden energy in the location of your astral origin cyclone. I don't want to be crippled. After you leave, contact this person and tell him that I've come to the Daosaurus Sex ruins. Also, give him a name, Xia Ji. The man stared at Luin in horror, half of his body covered in blood. I got it. I'll definitely tell him to help me remove the hidden force. Of course, Luin wouldn't hold anything back, it was just a threat. After all, cultivators cared more about their cultivation than their lives. He wasn't afraid of letting this person go. It didn't matter if the Sixth Mainland knew that he was here. After all, how many experts could the Sixth Mainland have to deal with him? His own Daosaurus sect had just been attacked by the Neo-Human Alliance, and with the addition of the people who had entered Burial Garden, the Sixth Mainland was too busy fending for itself, so they had no time to care about Lu Yin's affairs. The contact number he gave was Yuan Qiong. At present, it seemed that the only ones who could help him were the Sirius sect and Everlasting Island. The Sirius sect had helped him because of their inheritance, while Everlasting Island had helped him because of Heizage Lian. He could only place his hopes on Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master. This person will help you remove the hidden force. Contact him yourself, Luin said. He then changed his appearance, stepped forward, and vanished. The man didn't know if Luin had left any hidden energy in his body, but he didn't dare to take the risk. If he lost, then his cultivation would be completely gone. Cultivators fought against the heavens and against others. They had crossed countless corpses in their path of cultivation, and their enemies were everywhere. If he lost his cultivation, then what awaited him and his family would be a tragic end. He could not afford to lose his cultivation. If he wanted to save himself, then time was of the essence. If that man had been able to stay in the Daosaurus Sex ruins for another half a month, then even if he told Elder Gong and the others that Xia Ji had attacked him, they wouldn't have much time to search for him. Thus, Luin couldn't place his hopes on just one or two people. He rushed past the first divine gate and arrived at the budding terrace. There, he frantically searched for people who were about to leave the Daosaurus Sex ruins. He then coerced them into contacting Yuan Qiong and Sage Lian. The more people there were, the more likely that he would be exposed to the Sixth Mainland. However, Luin had no other choice, as this was the only way to save himself. For half a month, Luin had lost count of how many people he had arranged to send messages. He only knew that an imprinter had appeared in the Daosaurus Sex ruins and was searching for him. The rest of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were all jittery, which was why he had gone to the Mountain Sea inheritance. Luin didn't know how much of an impact he had had on the outside world. After a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland left the Daosaurus Sex ruins, he weakly contacted Yuan Qiong. Who is it? Yuan Qiong asked, as this was an unfamiliar number. As the sect master of Sirius sect, it was unlikely that an unfamiliar number would contact him. Xia Ji. Xia Ji captured him, the weak voice said. Yuan Qiong was confused. What did you say? I don't know. That person told me to contact you. He said that Xia Ji captured him, the weak voice helplessly replied. This was the only thing that he knew, and he didn't know anything else. Yuan Qiong's gaze turned cold. Who are you? Who is that person? Where did he tell you? In the Daosaur sect's ruins. I don't know who that person is, but he told me to tell you that you have the antidote, right? He said that only you have the antidote to save me. At that moment, another call came through, and it was also an unfamiliar number. It's Xia Ji. Xia Ji captured him. The voice was filled with terror. Give me the antidote. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten by poisonous insects. Who told you to tell me this? Yuan Qiong had a guess. I don't know. I don't want to die. Give me the antidote. The voice on the other end of the call became even more terrified. Far away in the cosmic sea, Heizij Lian also received all sorts of messages. It's that old bastard Xia Ji again. I'll kill him one day. They weren't stupid, and they quickly guessed that Lu Yin was asking for help in the Daosaur sect's ruins. They immediately contacted Everlasting Sky Island and asked the Elysian Heavenly Master to deal with Xia Ji. Yuan Qiong also contacted Elder Gong, and he was more proactive than anyone else. Elder Gong's expression was solemn. Xia Ji must have guessed that Lu Yin has something to do with the serious art inheritance. Elder, Lu Yin won't be able to stay in the Daosaur sect's ruins for long. Yuan Qiong was anxious, as he could not afford to lose the serious art inheritance while he was still the sect master. The serious art had already been forced to be learned by the Xia family, and if the inheritance was lost as well, then he would be condemned for eternity. Elder Gong immediately left the serious sect. The Elysian Heavenly Master also left Everlasting Sky Island. By the seaside in the Daosaur sect's ruins, Lu Yin sighed. He had failed again. He had entered the mountain and seen the flames, but he had failed again. After that, he went to another mountain and saw the spring water, but he had also failed again. He could not figure out what had gone wrong, and how he had confirmed that he had failed. In the distance, a beautiful figure appeared. She was facing the sea and sitting alone, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yin was astonished. Maiden. The newcomer was Maiden, and when she heard Lu Yin's voice, she looked over and was astonished. Lu Yin. You can recognize me. Lu Yin was surprised. Maiden replied, I recognize your eyes. Lu Yin blinked. Is that so? He then walked over to her side. So it really is you. Many people have been saying that a madman has appeared in the Daosaur sect's ruins and forced them to go out and talk nonsense. It looks like you've run into some trouble, Maiden said as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. I was plotted against by that old bastard Xia Ji. I can only think of a way to save myself. Xia Ji. Maiden was at a loss. Xia Ji was one of the human domain's half-ancestors, and he was also the ancestor of the Xia family. Not many people had heard of him, and Maiden was from the 6th mainland. Lu Yin revealed Xia Ji's identity. Maiden's expression turned solemn. A dignified half-ancestor actually attacked you. How shameless. Lu Yin shrugged. Isn't that so? I'll make that old bastard pay 100-fold sooner or later. Are you sure you can save yourself? Maiden was worried. Lu Yin wasn't sure either. I should be able to. I'm about 80 to 90% confident. Maiden nodded, but she didn't say anything else. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Lu Yin's relationship with Xin Nu had always been very good. It was the kind of relationship that could not be explained, but it was natural for them to trust each other even when they were enemies. Xin Nu had risked being discovered to save Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had saved her during the Sovereign Tournament. The two of them were friends that could not be explained. They also had something in common, they had lost their memories. Lu Yin, Maiden said. Lu Yin looked at her. Why is your surname Liu? Maiden asked, turning to look at Lu Yin. A gentle breeze blew past, causing her hair to flutter. There was also a delicate fragrance. Lu Yin subconsciously asked, "Do I have a choice?" Maiden turned around and looked at a distant mountain. The surname Liu is not ordinary. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How is it not ordinary? A primeval surname. Maiden muttered, "That's a powerful surname." Actually, my surname is Liu as well. Lu Yin was shocked. Your surname is Liu? Maiden nodded. I've recovered my memories. My name is Liu Axayan, and I come from an ancient family. Lu Yin stared at her in a daze. The ancient family you're talking about is the Liu family. Maiden's eyes were filled with reminiscence. You don't understand what the surname Liu represents. It represents time, control, and ancient legends. It also represents. She paused and then softly added, invincibility. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Invincibility? What makes you invincible? Can a surname represent invincibility? Maiden took a deep breath and looked into the distance. She stood up. I've said too much, but I don't know why I'm telling you all of this. We're actually from different eras. She then turned to leave. Even though she naturally had a good impression of Lu Yin, there were some things that were not suitable for her to say. General appointment stage, Lu Yin suddenly said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1839. She paused and suddenly turned around to stare at Lu Yin. What did you say? Lu Yin met her gaze and answered in a low voice, the general appointment platform. She stared at him in disbelief. How did you know? Lu Yin smiled. 10 times before the Autark tournament, you can go to an unfamiliar region of space. There's an ancient and powerful family there with the surname Liu. That family's most invincible innate gift is the general appointment platform. She grew excited. You've seen that family before. Do you know how to get there? You're from the general appointment platform's Liu family. Lu Yin was puzzled. She nodded and replied excitedly, I'm from the Liu family. Lu Yin, tell me how to get there. Lu Yin sized her up. Why should I believe that you're from the Liu family? She did not understand. Why should I? Suddenly, her eyes widened as she stared at Lu Yin and her mouth fell open. You don't know the surname Liu. Lu Yin spread his hands. Make me believe that you're from the Liu family. And why should I believe that you're from the Liu family? She countered. Lu Yin sat down. Believe it or not, I don't care. She looked at him with a complicated expression. Are you really from the Liu family? Lu Yin did not answer and just calmly stared at the surface of the sea. However, his heart was not calm at all. He believed that she was from the Liu family, otherwise, how could he explain his unwarranted trust in her? When they had first met, he had never heard of the Liu family or the general appointment platform. No one would have schemed against him since then, and no one would have known that he was Liu Shaoxian. Even if someone wanted to scheme against him, what could a mere maiden do? She stared at his back. No wonder I felt that you were trustworthy the moment I saw you. You want me to prove that I'm from the Liu family? Sure. She then raised a hand and slapped out into the distance. The palm print grew more and more solid until it finally slammed into the sea. This palm is the Liu family's ultimate technique, the life form palm. It's the only ultimate battle technique that can be learned by a side branch of the Liu family. Can it prove my identity? She asked calmly. Lu Yin looked at the distant palm print that had disappeared. It was very similar to the frozen immortal sex ultimate technique, Immortal Fanyao. Stealing the enemy's life force? Xian Nu replied, that's right. It's the life palm, an ultimate technique of the Lu family. It can seize the enemy's life force. Life spirit palm, Xian Fanyao. If this battle skill was really the Lu clan's secret technique, it meant that Xian Fanyao had stolen the Lu clan's secret technique. It wasn't impossible. The Cold Immortal sect had many secret techniques, such as the Ku secret technique and the Youth secret technique. It wasn't strange that they had obtained the life spirit palm from the Lu clan. Not enough. The maiden said, make me believe that you're from the Lu family. Lu Yin smiled, and a platform appeared in front of him. Nothing could prove his identity better than the general appointment stage. Seeing the general appointment platform appear, the maiden's body shook and her pupils shrank. General appointment platform. Are you a direct descendant? Convince me that you're from the Lu family. The maiden was excited. All right. Then, the void behind them distorted, and Lu Yin sensed an extraordinary aura. He turned around and saw a beast hoof that seemed both real and illusory at the same time. Following that, a giant creature that resembled an elephant took shape. It roared at the sky, and its sound waves tore through the void and spread into the distance. The earth trembled and the seawater boiled. The phenomenon that appeared behind the maiden caused her aura to skyrocket, just like an imprint. Lu Yin stared at the creature that seemed both real and illusory when a voice suddenly spoke in his mind. Little 7, that's one of the Lu family's visualizations. What do you think? Isn't it spectacular? Second bro, that's amazing. I want one too. You don't have to. That's the immovable Heavenly King's elephant that the branch family visualizes. We direct descendants visualize something else that's even more powerful. Really? Second bro, I want to visualize. Hurry up and teach me. Don't be in such a hurry, little 7. Cultivate the Xitigarbon needle first. As the voice spoke, Lu Yin felt a sharp pain in his back, and the seal became faintly discernible. His fingers dug deep into the stone as he stared at the creature behind the maiden. These voices were memories of his past, and he had to remember them. He had to remember them. Suddenly, the bones in his body shattered, and Lu Yin's aura relaxed as his body fell into the sea. The maiden hurriedly grabbed onto Lu Yin, not understanding what was going on. His aura suddenly became unstable. The voice in Lu Yin's mind disappeared, and he panted heavily as he sat on the cliff, sweat dripping down his face. What's wrong? The maiden asked with concern. Lu Yin's gaze was cold, and there was a deep unwillingness in the depths of his eyes. His memories, cultivation, and even his innate gift had all been sealed by the crazy headmaster, the dried corpse, and progenitor Chen's blood. The seals had been slowly unraveled, but they were still there. This seal would definitely interfere when he broke through to become an emissary, which would make it even more difficult for him to break through. Breaking through to become an emissary was already accompanied by an origin tribulation, and now that this seal had been added to the mix, it was like trying to kill him. The 4 cardinal scales. One day, he would overturn this world and return to the Lu family. Immovable Heavenly King's elephant, Lu Yin said in a hoarse voice. The image behind the maiden's back disappeared. This should be enough to prove my identity. Although Lu Yin's memories had not been restored, the voice in his mind told him that the immovable Heavenly King's elephant was a branch family's visualization, just like the 4 cardinal scales. Someone had once said that the 4 cardinal scales visualization had been stolen from the Lu family, and the Lu family had helped them achieve this. I'm Lu Yin, and I'm also Lu Shaoxian. The maiden was puzzled. Is Lu Shaoxian your real name? Lu Yin replied, it was my name before I lost my memories. You still haven't recovered your memories? The maiden was astonished. With Lu Yin's current cultivation, it was impossible for him to not have recovered his memories. Lu Yin coldly replied, "My memories have been sealed by someone." "Who?" The maiden's tone turned cold. Lu Yin told the maiden about what had happened in the cosmic tree realm. Many people knew about this, so there was no need to hide anything, especially from someone from the Lu family. The maiden's aura became even colder, and her eyes filled with killing intent when she heard Lu Yin's story. "If I had known that these families would betray us, then I would not have given them such a chance." "Which era do you belong to? You've never heard of my name before. It should be quite long ago, but you don't seem that old." The maiden replied, "I belong to the era of the Daosaur sect." Lu Yin was shocked. "The era of the Daosaur sect? You're still alive?" The maiden recalled, in that era, the mother tree could still be seen, and everything had to listen to the Daosaur sect's commands. The fifth mainland had 9 mountains and 8 seas, but because of a war, everything changed. "The war between the 6th and 5th mainlands?" Lu Yin blurted out. The maiden recalled, "That's right. The war between the 6th and 5th mainlands. That war brought about an unprecedented disaster to the 5th mainland. Countless people died, and progenitors fell. The heavens wept, and the Daosaur sect collapsed. The 9 mountains and 8 seas were shattered. At that time, I was just a puny hunter, and the battle that I participated in was just the tip of the iceberg. However, I saw the blood of several progenitors." When she thought about this, the maiden slowly squatted down and recalled that terrifying scene. Her eyes were filled with deep fear and sorrow. During that era of war, a single drop of blood could destroy a part of the heavens, and a single sentence could cause the astral river to turn upside down. You didn't know where you would be safe if you hid, and you didn't even know if you would survive the next second. No one could guarantee their own survival. Let alone a puny hunter like me, even an emissary or a half-progenitor could have died at any time. The mother tree was shaking, and the astral river was dyed red. I saw large amounts of corpses floating in space and being eaten by beasts. I saw the progenitors that I once looked up to howl in grief. I saw pairs of eyes filled with despair, and the maiden's body trembled as she recalled that war, and her face turned pale. Lu Yin quickly grabbed her hand. "Don't think about it anymore. Maiden, maiden," he shouted. The maiden's body trembled, and she gasped for breath before slowly calming down. "I'm sorry." The maiden's voice was hoarse, and she had yet to recover from the shock. It was obvious that that war had traumatized her greatly. If even a cultivator from a branch family of the Lu family was like this, then one could imagine how terrifying that war had been. It was not that Lu Yin had never participated in a war before. Erudite Flowzone's border war, Ironblood Weave's border war, Endless Weave's border war, the Cosmic Sea War, and so on. He had also experienced countless battles, but they could not compare to the one that the maiden had participated in. So, the 5th mainland, which has the 9 mountains and 8 seas, lost to the 6th mainland? Lu Yin slowly asked. The maiden clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. "No, the 6th mainland can't compare to the 5th mainland. Any random progenitor from the 5 mountains and 8 seas could suppress the 6th mainland. It was those monsters. The 5th mainland lost to those monsters. The everlasting race." Lu Yin's tone was gloomy. The maiden sat down weakly. "Yes, the everlasting race. The 6th mainland was just a hired thug for the everlasting race. The ones who truly invaded the Daosaur sect and fought against the 9 mountains and 8 seas progenitors were the everlasting race's monsters. However, the 6th mainland's invasion delayed half of the 5th mainland's forces, which was why we were defeated by the everlasting race. One progenitor after another was sacrificed, and we were also affected by the shock waves and sealed in a stone. I don't know what happened after that. Lu Yin was not surprised, as there had been various signs that indicated that the sixth mainland had been deceived. Why were they deceived? The maiden shook her head. I don't know. Lu Yin was disappointed. The maiden had only been a hunter at the time, so how could she possibly know these secrets? I heard that it has something to do with the Wang family, the maiden said with uncertainty. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What about the specifics? The maiden frowned. I don't know, but I'm sure of one thing. When the fifth mainland and the sixth mainland went to war, the one who initiated the attack was my fifth mainland, and it was Progenitor Qin. Lu Yin raised his brows. Progenitor Qin initiated the attack. The maiden nodded. At the time, Progenitor Qin was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas, and he had an extremely high status in the fifth mainland's Daosor sect. It was his initiative that caused the 2 mainlands to go to war, but I'm not sure why he did it. The maiden told Lu Yin everything she knew, but aside from the fact that Progenitor Qin had initiated the battle, there was nothing else that surprised him. Which 9 mountains and 8 seas progenitors? This was something that Lu Yin had always been curious about. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1840. She thought about it. Others might not know, but I'm from a side branch of the Lu family, so I've heard of them. First, there's Lu family's ancestor, Lu Tianyi, the Xia family's progenitor Qin, the frozen immortal sects by Wang Yuan, the Wang family's Wang Fan, progenitor Hui, progenitor Rune, progenitor Withering, and progenitor Fog. That's only 8 people. Progenitor Qin monopolized the 2 mountains and 1 ocean. Lu Yin sighed. As expected of the invincible progenitor Qin, he could even snatch one more person. Lu Tianyi is my Lu family's ancestor? Lu Yin asked. The believer replied, Ancestor Lu Tianyi is an ancestor of my Lu family from the recent generation. My Lu family's inheritance has been passed down for an extremely long time, and the 9 mountains and 8 seas inheritance has been passed down for an extremely long time as well. There were other ancestors who had obtained the 5th mainland's Daosor sect before them, and they were the ones who had obtained the 5th mainland's Daosor sect in our era. What kind of existence is the Fog progenitor? Lu Yin asked. Of these ancestors, the one he had heard the least about was the Fog progenitor, and this was not his first time hearing about it. The Fog progenitor's fog was quite mysterious, and it could be found in the Smoke-Eater mountain range in Everlasting Sky Island. Although he was not very famous, he had left behind many things. She smiled bitterly. I've only heard rumors about progenitors. Legend has it that the Fog progenitor likes to create all kinds of fog, but I don't know anything else. Have you heard of progenitor Wushang? Lu Yin asked. It was rare for him to meet someone from an ancient era, and he was eager to ask everything he wanted to know. She replied, Progenitor Wushang was also a progenitor from the 5th mainland, and he participated in that battle. Lu Yin looked at her and waited for her to continue, but she fell silent. She had not participated in the entire battle, as she had been sealed in a stone halfway through. Because her realm was too low, there were many things that she was not clear about. It was already quite good that she could speak about the 9 mountains and 8 seas. Lu Yin asked a few more questions, but she could not really answer many of them. With Lu Yin's experience and status, the questions he asked touched on the core of that era, and she was far from that status. She could only speak about some things that she had heard, which was not very meaningful. But Lu Yin was satisfied, at least he knew the general truth. The progenitor Wushang chatted for a long time. Progenitor Wushang. The believer replied, It's not unique, but at least those traders won't imprint from that era the 6th mainland's era. No. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. You've lost your memories, so you don't know how to use visualization techniques anymore. I can teach you, but I can only teach you the Akalanatha Heavenly King image. The direct descendants of the Lu family visualize something else, but I don't know how to do it, said the maiden. Lu Yin thought about it. All right. The immovable Heavenly King elephant's true form originated from ancient times. Legend has it that it is one of the largest creatures in the universe. When it was born, the universe rumbled, and the 6 continents shook. The ancestor of the Lu family first observed the immovable Heavenly King elephant and used visualization techniques to copy it, creating a power that helped the Lu family become invincible. As she spoke, the immovable Heavenly King elephant appeared behind her. Lu Yin stared at the Akalanatha Heavenly King elephant and began to visualize it according to Maiden Xian's instructions. In the Neo-verse, outside the Summer Blade continent, Elder Gong and the High Sage Heavenly Master appeared. Xia Ji, come out. The 7 courts surrounded progenitor Chen's tomb in a circle. As Elder Gong shouted, many pairs of eyes in the court of 7 words looked over. They were all experts from the families. The closest continent was the Summer Blade continent. Xia Meng opened her eyes. Half martial ancestor. Why? Had they found this place? Elder Gong and the High Sage Heavenly Master did not hide their cultivation levels, and their strength as half-ancestors shook the entire Summer Blade continent. Xia Ji quickly walked out with a calm expression. Have the 2 of you come to the 7 courts to make a show of force? Elder Gong stepped forward, his weathered face no longer aloof. His gaze was stern as he asked, Xia Ji, how is Lu Yin? Xia Ji's eyes narrowed. He had expected someone to help Lu Yin, but he had not expected 2 half-ancestors to show up. Elder Gong's attitude made him even more certain that Lu Yin had an unusual relationship with the Sirius sect. What a joke. 2 dignified half-ancestors are looking for me because of a junior. You're a dignified half-ancestor, yet you're attacking a junior. Who's the joke here? Xia Ji's eyes flashed. What's the relationship between Lu Yin and the Sirius sect? Is it worth a grand elder like you personally saving him? You admit that you were the one who captured Lu Yin. Elder Gong's gaze was cold. Xia Ji calmly replied, I didn't capture him. I just had some questions. Once I was done, I naturally let him leave. Where is he now? Elder Gong asked. Xia Ji replied, I've already released him. Go look for him yourself. If he's in the Daosaur sect's ruins, then where did he enter? The Sage Heavenly Master asked. Xia Ji looked at the Sage Heavenly Master. I've already released him. As for where he entered the Daosaur sect's ruins, you can look for him yourself. Xia Ji, do you really want to force the Sirius sect to go to war with your Xia family? Elder Gong barked. Countless stars revolved around his body, replacing the heavens around him. This was his inner world. These stars were incomparably large, and some of them even collided with real stars, forming black holes. Xia Ji's blade appeared in front of him as he stared at Elder Gong. He did not want to fight, as he had only been able to defeat these 2 because he had used the Sage Heavenly Master's myriad rivers return to the sea technique. In terms of true strength, he could not defeat these 2 combined, and he had even been injured. For Lu Yin, your Sirius sect wants to go to war with my 7 courts. What does Lu Yin mean to you? Xia Ji gripped his blade and pointed it at Elder Gong. The Sage Heavenly Master looked up. Every disciple of Everlasting Island is my child. If it were a battle between peers, I would not interfere. But you, Xia Ji, are a half-progenitor, and yet you want to deal with a child. My Everlasting Island will not sit idly by. Xia Ji's eyes narrowed. The 3 half-progenitors' inner worlds collided, causing the seven quartz heavens to collapse. Countless people looked over in shock, feeling as if the heavens were collapsing. At that moment, Xia Meng walked out. "Ancestor, Elder Chan has contacted you." Xia Ji put down his blade and took his gadget. Elder Chan's image appeared. "Where is Lu Yin?" Xia Ji's voice was low. "Release him." Elder Chan and Xia Ji looked at each other, and Elder Chan asked seriously, "You're really releasing him?" Xia Ji coldly replied, "Yes." Elder Chan nodded. "I believe you, but I hope you're not lying to me. Lu Yin cannot be touched." Xia Ji subconsciously looked at Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master. Just because of the serious sect in Everlasting Island. Don't forget that his true identity will bring disaster to the fifth mainland. "There's someone behind him," Elder Chan said. "Someone that neither you nor I can afford to offend. I can clearly tell you that neither of us can afford to offend him." Xia Ji was stunned. He knew Elder Chan's temper very well, and he would not lie about saving Lu Yin. Elder Chan's words had to be true. "Who? A progenitor that neither of us can afford to offend? In any case, you cannot touch Lu Yin, or no one will be able to protect you." Elder Chan finished speaking. Xia Ji tossed his gadget to Xia Meng and then faced Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master. "I said I'll release him, so I'll release him. In any case, nothing will happen to him in my hands." Elder Gong and the Sage Heavenly Master looked at each other, unsure if Xia Ji was telling the truth. "In that case, we'll believe you," the Sage Heavenly Master said. Elder Gong said, "Speaking of which, how long has it been since we last came to the Seven Courts? It's time to take a look." The Sage Heavenly Master smiled. "I like the scenery of the Great Styx River. I like the mountains and rivers of the Summerblade mainland. Then stay and take a look." Xia Ji's brows rose, as the Sage Heavenly Master wanted to keep an eye on him. "Up to you." He truly did not plan on looking for Lu Yin, as Elder Chan's words had given him some misgivings. This matter had a huge impact, so there was no need for him to act. However, he would not let Lu Yin go. For progenitor Chen's inheritance, the Sage Heavenly Master had plotted for so long and even fought against two half-progenitors. Now that he was almost certain that the inheritance was in Lu Yin's hands, how could he let it go? In the burial garden, a torrent of water poured down, transforming into the water god's tear that enveloped Lu Feng. Path Master Si was bathed in blood, and she raised a hand, causing the endless water to transform into two cliffs that fell down. Lu Feng's gaze was calm as she was enveloped by the water god's tear. She did not panic at all, and her sword trembled as she slashed out. The water god's tear was severed, and the edge swept towards Path Master Si. Path Master Si's hands fell, and the innate dual cliffs landed steadily. Not only did they shatter the edge, but they also pressed Lu Feng into the ground. "Run!" Not far away, there was a burial garden gate that led to the outside world, and Yang Kong, who was standing beside it, charged towards Lu Feng. "Why are you running? Destroy her! Be careful!" Path Master Si shouted. Lu Feng, who had been pressed down by the dual cliffs, flipped her sword and slashed through the void. The void was sliced apart as the sword broke through the astral source universe and slashed towards Yang Kong. Yang Kong had not expected Lu Feng to be able to counterattack while being suppressed by Path Master Si. He was caught off guard and was forced back by the sword, almost losing his arm. At that moment, a beam of light shot towards Yang Kong from afar, causing him to quickly retreat. It was an emissary, a modified emissary from the Hall of Honor. Yang Kong's expression turned ugly. "Someone else is coming. We're now public enemies, and we need to find a way back to the Starfall Sea." Pathmaster C coughed up blood. Young Kong did not know where the burial garden gate to the Starfall Sea was, as they had not planned on leaving so easily. He had not expected that they would be exposed. It had to be that bastard Lai Yanzi, as no one else besides him had left. However, Lai Yanzi was definitely dead, as no one could cure the everlasting race's poison. Let's go. Young Kong turned to leave. Lu Feng's sword cut through the dual cliffs at the right moment. She stared at Pathmaster C and Yang Kong, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly as she slashed out. Pathmaster C was furious. She flipped over and used water to block the attack, attempting to drain the water from Lu Feng's body. However, Lu Feng was stronger than her, and the modified emissary arrived just in time to attack Yang Kong. Yang Kong's eyes turned green, and his green pupils changed. The emissary saw this, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Yang Kong punched out and forced the modified emissary back. Just as Yang Kong was about to turn and leave, the void around him was sliced apart, forming layers of black that enveloped him. Innate skill, black coffin. Countless spikes pierced through the black coffin. Yang Kong roared, and the black coffin shattered with a bang. There were many wounds on his body, and blood flowed down his clothes. He looked not far away. Invisible light, you're courting death. With that, he took a step forward, traversing the astral source universe to attack invisible light. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1841. Invisible Light frowned. Green eyes. Corpse King transformation. How could a Corpse King enter burial garden? There was no time to think. He faced Yang Kong and opened his eyes. A terrifying domain materialized and flattened the void. 10 meters in front of him, a black spot suddenly appeared. It was his innate gift, the gravitational black spot. Yang Kong walked out of Astral Source Universe and slapped at invisible light. The moment he stepped out of Astral Source Universe, his body was uncontrollably sucked in by the gravitational force, and his attack was diverted. Luo Guang raised his hands and clapped them together. It was as if there were countless hands clapping together. Lose your colors. Yang Kong waved his hand and destroyed the gravitational black spot. He turned to look at invisible light. Suddenly, invisible light turned gray. Everything around him, including the ground and sky, turned gray. Yang Kong's green eyes flickered as he slapped at invisible light. Invisible light's domain materialized and formed a force field that could predict attacks. However, it could not block Yang Kong's attack. The domain was torn apart, and invisible light was sent flying. Yang Kong did not chase after him. Instead, he looked around in confusion. He had lost his color and his ability to distinguish between things. Even when the transformed emissary shot a beam of light at him, he did not notice it. Path Lord C was pierced by a sword, and she spat blood on Lu Feng. Lu Feng's blade flipped over and beheaded Path Lord C. Yang Kong's body was hit by the beam of light, but it did not penetrate. After the green eyes transformation, his physical strength had increased greatly. Although this attack did not penetrate Yang Kong's body, it still severely injured him. At the same time, it also woke him up. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Despicable." As he spoke, the secret ancestral seal shone from behind him. His injuries healed instantly under the effects of a secret resurrection technique. Lu Feng's expression changed. He really is invisible light. Invisible light glanced at invisible light, then took out a power vessel from his cosmic ring. Lu Feng and the transformed emissary watched as they rushed into the burial garden. Invisible light fell to the ground, clutching his abdomen as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He could not even block a single attack from Yang Kong, but because of him, Yang Kong had been severely injured and could not meet up with Path Lord C, resulting in her death. He looked at the burial garden's gate. He really is invisible light. He didn't die, and he even cultivated an eternal battle technique. But is he a corpse king? Can a normal person cultivate corpse king transformation and enter burial garden? Trouble. There was a weave in the outerverse known as Sky Saint Weave. After the sixth mainland had entered the outerverse, Mingzhuang from the martial immortal realm had occupied Sky Saint Weave. Dream Manor was an unfamiliar name to many people in the fifth mainland. Even in the sixth mainland, many people had never heard of Dream Manor. It was a strange place, and the only cultivation technique there was the Dream Heart Sutra. Within the Dream Manor, almost all of the cultivators were sleeping, which was very strange. It was the same in the outerverse of the fifth mainland. Little Qing looked around curiously and was speechless. He's really sleeping. Beside her was a sweet and adorable girl. When she heard little Qing's words, she giggled. Interesting, right? Little Qing smiled. What if the enemy attacks? It's okay, we can fight in our dreams. The girl was very happy. She pulled little Qing's hand and said, Little Qing, you don't know how bored I've been recently. Let's go to the cemetery and play. Little Qing blinked, her eyes shining. Burial garden. Your house has an entrance. Of course, the girl said proudly. But will your father and the others agree? I heard that the cemetery is very dangerous. Little Qing hesitated. The girl raised her head. With little Qing, who once defeated the Deosaur's three skies, accompanying us, they won't be worried at all. Little Qing rolled her eyes. Don't flatter me. I didn't defeat Bekong. I was just lucky to trick him. A win is a win. Little Qing, let's go to the cemetery's entrance. The girl was very enthusiastic. Her name was Meng Ru, and she was the young mistress of Dream Manor. She was also good friends with little Qing. Not long after, Meng Ru brought little Qing to the entrance of Dream Manor's cemetery. Little Qing was speechless when she saw that even though they were guarding the cemetery, most of the people were still sleeping. This was a unique characteristic of Dream Manor. Little Qing, let's go. Meng Ru pulled little Qing inside, but she was stopped by a man. You're not allowed to go. Meng Ru's face turned bitter. Father, why can't I go? Little Qing will protect me. The man replied, You'll appear randomly after entering the cemetery. No one can protect you. Go back. Meng Ru's pleas were useless. Suddenly, a figure staggered out of the cemetery. His body was covered in blood, and his hair was disheveled. The moment he walked out of the cemetery's entrance, he rushed into the distance. It was Yang Kong. The middle-aged man who had stopped Meng Ru from entering the cemetery shouted, Stop! As he spoke, an invisible wave swept out. This man's cultivation level was similar to Yang Kong's, but his battle prowess was much weaker. Yang Kong hadn't thought that he would come to Dream Manor's territory. He had heard of Dream Manor before, so he was cautious and didn't dare to reveal himself. Facing the middle-aged man's attack, he casually struck out with his palm, but the man was unable to move. Fortunately, little Qing had pushed the man away, or he would have been dead. Although their cultivation levels were the same, the difference in battle prowess was too great. At that moment, Yang Kong's vision gradually returned to normal. He let out a sigh of relief and glanced down to see little Qing staring at him. It's her. Yang Kong didn't even look back as he rushed into the distance to escape. A ripple appeared in the void. Esteemed guest, please stay for a moment. As the voice passed by, Yang Kong's body trembled as an endless wave of sleepiness washed over him. He bit the tip of his tongue to wake up, but in the end, he couldn't stop himself from falling asleep. He fell to the ground and was caught by Dreamer's people. Little Qing looked at Yang Kong's appearance and was shocked. Bu Kong. Meng Ru was confused. What do you mean? The middle-aged man's expression was solemn. One of the Daosaur's three skies, secret progenitor territories Bu Kong, is him. Legend has it that he changed his name to Yang Kong and joined the Neo-Human Alliance. Some time ago, he entered the cemetery to kill the inheritor and serve the Neo-Human Alliance. I never thought that it would be true. When he thought of this, his expression turned grim. Keep an eye on him. He then left. Ru Meng curiously looked at the unconscious Yang Kong on the ground, occasionally glancing at little Qing. The Daosaur's three skies. Didn't they say they were dead? Why would they join the Neo-Human Alliance? Little Qing, are the Daosaur's three skies really that powerful? Can they become the future skies of our sixth mainland? Little Qing nodded and recalled, they're really powerful, especially this Bu Kong. During the sovereign tournament, he was the youngest, about the same age as Lu Yin. However, he was the most difficult to deal with. He had many secret techniques, and his innate gift was strong. He had almost no weaknesses. He's not even a sovereign. What a pity, I didn't watch the sovereign tournament. I was dreaming, and by the time I wanted to watch it, it was already too late. I can't even find a video of the final battle online. Little Qing, tell me more about the sovereign tournament, Ru Meng said regretfully. Little Qing was helpless. Alright, the final battle of the sovereign tournament. Half a day later, the middle-aged man returned. Ancestor, you're dreaming. After hearing this, little Qing felt that something was amiss. This was clearly an insult, but it was normal in the dream manner. Bu Kong's identity is sensitive, so I've already reported this to the second master. He then looked at little Qing. Move him to the upper temple. Little Qing was a descendant of the upper temple. But my master isn't here. Little Qing was troubled. The middle-aged man said, Mr. Guanqing can return at any time. Please understand the uniqueness of this person's identity. Little Qing hesitated, but then nodded. I'll lead the way. Not long after, a group of people took Bu Kong to a certain location in the Outerverse. The Dream Manor's guards were forbidden from leaving, and they were not allowed to reveal any information about Bu Kong. They had thought that transferring Bu Kong would be easy, but they had been ambushed along the way. The attacker was not weak, but fortunately, Second Master Meng, an imprinter, had intervened and saved Bu Kong. Don't be careless. Bu Kong's identity has already been exposed, and some people can't sit still. Second Master Meng shouted. Little Qing regretted her decision, as she should not have agreed to take Bu Kong to the upper temple. Bu Kong had joined the Neo-Human Alliance, and this would cause many people to be suspicious. Had he really come back from the dead or faked his death? What role did the people from the secret progenitor realm play in all of this? No one knew. After it was revealed that Bu Kong had entered the Outerverse under the alias Yang Kong, the progenitor of blood and progenitor of martial realms treated the cultivators from the secret progenitor realm differently. Some people even guessed that many from the secret progenitor realm had joined the Neo-Human Alliance. This was also why the Dream Manor was unwilling to leave Bu Kong behind, as they could not afford to lose him. However, her master was not in the upper temple, and the upper temple could not afford to lose him either. When she thought of this, little Qing had no choice but to find Second Master Meng and tell him that she would transfer Bu Kong to another location. Before Second Master Meng could even speak, the group fainted without being able to resist. The Dream Heart Sutra. This old man is still very interested. This dream manner is not bad, hee, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he appeared in outer space. After that, second Master Meng and the rest of the group disappeared. On the beach in the Daosor sect ruins, Maiden stared in shock at the immovable heavenly king elephant that had appeared behind Lu Yin. How long had it been? He had succeeded. It had only been a few days. She had never heard of anyone in the Lu family's history who had been able to cultivate the immovable heavenly king elephant so quickly. Although it was a branch of the Lu family's visualization power, even the frozen immortal sect and other powers did not possess it. How could such a power system be so easy to cultivate? Successfully cultivating it was one thing, but being able to display the power of the visualization was another. Next, she would have to teach Lu Yin how to display the power of the visualization. At that moment, a surging power came from the horizon and rapidly burned the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. Found you. You're the one who caused trouble in the Daosor sect ruins. Maiden's expression changed. An imprinter. Lu Yin opened his eyes and looked into the distance. This was not an ordinary imprinter, as this power level even surpassed Johan's. Even if this imprinter's power level did not reach 700,000, it was close. With the addition of his imprint, this imprinter might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhangzhou. The newcomer was an old man who wore a fiery red robe that was covered in raging flames. The flames continuously transformed into a malevolent beast that occupied the void. It burned the entire void and pressured Lu Yin with its might. Who are you? Lu Yin had asked the sixth mainland's cultivators within the Daosor sect ruins to spread the news, but he had not mentioned his name. The only person who knew that he was Lu Yin was the imprinter at the Futon Plaza, but it seemed like that person was afraid of death and had not said anything. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he watched the flaming beast burn the void. You're just in time to practice. He did not move at all, and the void flaming beast was struck by an invisible force, but it did not shatter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1842. The old man sneered and raised a hand. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly retreated a few steps. His face paled as he stared at Lu Yin. The power of spiritual force. Lu Yin was shocked, as the clear sky palm had not been effective. Although this old man's power level did not completely surpass Johan's, and he definitely did not have as many life-saving techniques as Johan, his many years of accumulation had given him no obvious weaknesses, be it spiritual force or physical body. You're Lu Yin, the old man barked. You're the only enlighter in the universe who can force me back. I never thought that it would be you. Lu Yin raised his head. Old man, cut the crap. If you want to die, then come. The old man was afraid, as he did not want to fight to the death with Lu Yin. Although this person was just an enlighter, he was frighteningly difficult to deal with. He was someone who was qualified to converse with the four sovereigns, and who knew what life-saving techniques he had. But on the other hand, he also knew how important Lu Yin was to the sixth mainland, especially the Nine Cauldrons inheritance. Should he attack or not? He's hesitating. Let's leave quickly, Xian Nu whispered. She did not want to take any risks, as Lu Yin was a powerful imprinter. Lu Yin replied, he didn't just see me, he saw you as well. That's why he can't leave today. Then, his eyes widened as he received Day Knight's tribute. Spiritual force enveloped the sky and instantly enveloped the old man. The old man's body was covered in flames, but it was impossible to completely isolate his spiritual force, so he fell into Day Knight's tribute. The old man looked up and saw the blood ancestor's hand coming at him. He saw the fire origin beast's bloodline within his body eating away at him, and his body was being burned. You can't even control your own bloodline. Die. No, blood ancestor. I don't want to die. Blood ancestor. The old man roared, flames erupting from his body. His body twisted and distorted, transforming into a strange, flaming beast that broke free of the Day Knight's praise illusion. Day Knight's tribute was known as an invincible battle technique, but that was only applicable to those of the same level or those of a higher realm. However, Lu Yin was currently facing enemies who were far stronger than him. Even an invincible battle technique like Day Knight's tribute could not guarantee that it could completely trap his enemies. Fortunately, it was Day Knight's tribute. If it had been Daybreak, it would not have been able to pull the old man into the illusion. Even though the elder had broken through the illusion, he had still been injured by it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Lu Yin. "I'll kill you." He then unleashed an imprint from his back and pressed down with both hands, causing a giant flame beast to step towards Lu Yin. The high temperatures evaporated the sea, and the star energy within Maidenhead's body was stripped away. Her body was subjected to unimaginable heat, and she felt as if she would be reduced to ashes at any moment. There was no star energy left in the void, and he could only rely on his physical strength to resist the high temperature that was enough to incinerate mountains and melt seas. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as a giant beast hoof appeared behind him. Soon after, the immovable celestial king elephant appeared, its size even larger than that of the flame beast. With the appearance of the Akalanith, the heavenly king elephant, an incomparably boundless power surged into his body. Lu Yin raised his hand and struck out with a palm. It was still the clear sky palm, but this palm strike was even more terrifying than before. This was because Lu Yin's strength had increased by a lot, and this was a result of the Akalanith, the heavenly king elephant. He didn't need a believer to teach him how to use the power of visualization. It was as if he could use it instinctively. The clear sky palm completely pierced through the flame beast and struck the old man's chest. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood as his body was sent flying. His chest had been crushed by the palm print, and a 5-fingered palm print protruded from his back. He coughed up some of his organs along with fresh blood. He couldn't believe it. How could an enlightened possess such immense strength? Lu Yin also hadn't expected the Akalanith, the heavenly king elephant, to increase his strength by so much. The flame beast was dispersed, and Lu Yin took a step forward to travel through the astral source universe. The old man's expression changed. He couldn't face Lu Yin head-on, so he had no choice but to flee. He didn't even think about it as he charged into the distance. Lu Yin suddenly appeared in front of the old man with a long sword in hand. He slashed out with the 14th sword. It was an unavoidable strike, and another sword wound appeared on the old man's chest. He glared at Lu Yin. "You sent someone to send a message after leaving the Daosaur sect's ruins, but they were all detained by us." Lu Yin's expression changed. "What did you say?" The old man panted heavily. "What do you think my 6th mainland is? That we can be manipulated by you." The first thing they did after leaving was to report to their elders. "We've already sent out a message to the entire 6th mainland that they are not to contact you, and they are not to mention Xia Ji's name." Lu Yin was furious. "You're courting death." The old man sneered. "I'm the only one who can help you right now. As long as you let me go, I'll send someone to contact you after they leave. Otherwise, you're finished." Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he fell into deep thought. The old man relaxed. "I can swear an oath. You should be aware of the significance of oaths to cultivators like us. At your level, you should be even more aware of the importance of cultivating one's mental state, and there cannot be any flaws in it. I can swear that I'll send someone to do as you say after they leave, but you have to let me go first." The sword formed from star energy vanished from Lu Yin's hand. He naturally understood the importance of cultivating one's mental state. The reason why he had spoken with Elder Chan and confirmed that the Lu family had not actually abandoned the Fifth Mainland and that they were actually helping the Fifth Mainland resist the Eternals was to make up for his own mental state. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more important it was to cultivate one's mental state. If the old man could swear an oath according to Lu Yin's words, then it would indeed work, and Lu Yin could also think of other ways to force the old man to comply. When he saw the sword in Lu Yin's hand vanish, the old man finally relaxed. My life or death is meaningless to you, but if you let me go, you can accomplish what you came here to do. Lu Yin was helpless. Swear it. The old man's face twitched. Once he swore an oath, he had to follow it. Otherwise, there would be flaws in his mental state. Those with lower cultivation realms might not have cared, but at his level, he cared a lot. Everything he had said before had been a lie, so the oath had to be false. However, it was still better than losing his life. The old man had only managed to say 2 words when he suffered an unimaginable blow. His body was completely penetrated, and his blood sprayed across the sky. It was the emptiness palm, and it had landed on the old man's palm imprint. The 2 palms collided, and the old man's body was completely penetrated. The old man could not believe his eyes. Why? Lu Yin calmly replied, do you think that I'll believe what you said? Idiot. From the moment you saw me and the first thing you said, I knew that everything you said was a lie. That's because there are people in the Sixth Mainland who know that I'm Lu Yin, but you don't. You even reported to your elders that if the people of the Sixth Mainland aren't afraid of death, then how can my Fifth Mainland resist you? The old man's eyes widened, and his face turned ashen. He fell into the sea, completely dead. Xian Nu came to Lu Yin's side with lingering fear. He took advantage of your fear to save his life. Even so, it's impossible for everyone in the Sixth Mainland to report to their elders, but who would dare to gamble? Are you really not worried? Lu Yin smiled. I'm telling the truth. There are indeed people in the Sixth Mainland who know that I'm Lu Yin. If they had reported to their elders, the old man's first words would not have been, "Who are you?" Instead, they would have been, "Lu Yin, I've found you." Furthermore, the old man actually hesitated after finding out that I'm Lu Yin, which means that he's very cautious. If someone like him knew that I was Lu Yin, then he would have waited for others to surround me instead of coming here alone. Xian Nu nodded. Are you really alright? Lu Yin replied, don't worry. Some people become more cautious as they age, and Xia Ji is the same. He must have guessed that I would have a backup planned in the Daosaur sect's ruins. Even if no one contacted him, he wouldn't have waited for me there. How long until you leave? Xian Nu asked. Lu Yin calculated. A few days. Xian Nu was helpless. I'm later than you, so I can't help you. Lu Yin smiled. I already told you that I have a way to deal with these old fogies. Don't worry. Let's go somewhere else. This place will definitely attract attention. A few days later, Lu Yin left the Daosaur sect's ruins. Xian Nu still wanted to remain in the Sixth Mainland, as she said that there might be more people from the Lu family who had awakened. Many people had been sealed within the stone during that battle, and she wanted to find her former comrades. Although he had not obtained any cauldron chi during this trip to the Daosaur sect's ruins, he had unexpectedly met Xian Nu and even cultivated the immovable Heavenly King's elephant visualization. This had allowed Lu Yin's power to increase once again, and this trip had not been in vain. He only hoped that that old man, Xia Ji, was not around and that Elder Gong and the others would be able to help him. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin appeared in the abandoned city. The moment he appeared, he looked around, but there was no one around. His eyes transformed into runes as he scanned his surroundings again, but there was still no one around. He relaxed slightly, put away his futon, and stood up. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the ground, and his pupils shrank. He slowly turned around, but before he could see who it was, he fainted. It was happening again. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin rubbed his head and woke up. He discovered that he was on top of a floating meteorite in outer space. The meteorite was drifting in a certain direction at a very fast speed. He rubbed his head, still in a daze. What was going on? It couldn't be Xia Ji, as that old fogey had no need to hide his identity. He was definitely another absolute expert who had joined forces with Xia Ji. Why had that person knocked him out? Why had he left him here? Lu Yin looked at his gadget and tried to contact Elder Gong. He unexpectedly managed to connect. Lu Yin. Elder Gong probed, his tone solemn. Lu Yin looked around. Elder Gong, it's me. Where are you? Elder Gong hurriedly asked. Lu Yin replied bitterly, I don't know. I'm on a floating meteorite. Confirm your location. I'll come find you. Lu Yin grunted. How's Xia Ji? Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him. You guys. And the sage heavenly master. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Please thank Senior Heavenly Master for me. Quickly confirm your location and tell us. We'll come get you, Elder Gong said. Lu Yin grunted in acknowledgement and hung up. If a mysterious person had helped Xia Ji throw him here, it could only mean one thing. That person didn't want him to know where Xia Ji had taken him. Could it be one of Xia Ji's clones? If it was one of Xia Ji's clones, why hadn't they interrogated him about the serious art and death god's inheritance? Elder Gong and the sage heavenly master had probably found the Xia family, and Xia Ji didn't want to cause any trouble. If something happened to Lu Yin, everyone would be watching him because everyone knew that he had clones. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1843. Right now, what Lu Yin wanted to know the most was where he had been taken. Xia Ji had been unwilling to let him know about that place, and it was definitely related to his clone. Lu Yin could not let him know about it either. Lu Yin recalled what he had experienced and sketched it out. He decided to perform a divination when he encountered the Starsibyl sect. Once he confirmed the location, he might be able to find out the location of one of Xia Ji's clones and his identity. Lu Yin put down his gadget and looked around. He stood up and stretched his neck before leaping into the astral source universe to search for signs of life. He wanted to confirm his location. Of course, he did not need Elder Gong to pick him up, as long as he did not run into any absolute powerhouses. However, there were some places that even his gadget could not pinpoint. It was raining, and Lu Yin stood on a lone island and stared blankly at the raindrops in front of him. Was this rain? Countless thin lines fell from the sky and absorbed the surrounding star energy before exploding into droplets of rain that sprinkled onto the surface of the sea. From time to time, a thin line would fall to the bottom of the sea and explode, leaving behind many floating fish corpses. This was the first time Lu Yin had seen rain like this, and it reminded him of a place, the Cosmic Sea. Only the Cosmic Sea had the strangest weather. After confirming that he was in the Cosmic Sea, Lu Yin decided to contact Big Sis and the others. Even though he was very strong, the Cosmic Sea was vast, and he did not know what he would encounter. Lu Yin was confident that he could pass through it, but it would take too long. It would be better to contact Big Sis and the others and have them point out the route. Alternatively, they could directly pick him up. There was no need to trouble Elder Gong, as he also wanted to reunite with them. In the distance, a black dot appeared that grew closer and closer. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. It was a large warship, and there were people at the front of the ship who were resisting the strange rain. They were not weak, as they were in lighters. Lu Yin put down his gadget, as he did not plan on contacting Big Sis and the others for now. He could follow this warship and confirm his location. Not long after, the warship approached the lone island and stopped. Through the rune lines, Lu Yin could see that the person with the highest cultivation on the ship was only a little over 300,000 in lighters. Their realms could not compare to Lu Yin's, so they could easily control the ship. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that someone could hide their cultivation. Anyone who could wander the cosmic sea was not simple, and Lu Yin did not plan on appearing immediately. There's no one here. It's an isolated island. There are many isolated islands floating in universe ocean every year. Some of them come from the bottom of the sea, and they might have many ancient things on them. Let's hurry up and see if there are any. Stop dreaming. Do you think such a good thing will happen to us? You're the one who's dreaming. Be careful that the captain doesn't get happy. Our arcane arrow team isn't any weaker than anyone else. Why can't we have a turn? Let's drink first to warm up. This damned weather. Lu Yin leaned against the stone wall and listened to their conversation. The Arcadian Arrow crew. He recalled that the Heavenly Arrow crew had been invited to participate in the tournament of the strongest. Their archery skills were not weak, and he had heard that they had even gone to the sword sect to show off their prowess. However, one of them had been defeated by him, and the other by Lu Xiaoqiu, so they did not participate in the tournament. Aside from the Cosmic Sea's 4 great legions, the Arcadian Arrow crew was one of the top legions. It was no wonder why they had an enlighter with a power level of over 300,000. This kind of strength was enough to become a commander of one of Leon's Armada's subordinate legions. Nate, hurry up and use your domain to see what's on the island. We might not even know if there's an ambush, someone suggested. One of the youths nodded and released his domain. This person was Nate, who had lost to Lu Xiaoqiu in Astral 3. Ho was high-spirited, but now, he was much more mature and spoke much less. Nate's domain swept across the island and extended into the distance, but it did not discover anything. After a while, the enlighter who had been standing at the bow of the ship stepped onto the island. I'm so tired. This damned weather, it was clear 2 hours ago. Vice Commander, has the commander not decided yet? Should we join Leon's Armada? I heard that a few legions have already joined them, someone whispered. Everyone else looked over. The vice commander shrugged. How would I know? The commander didn't even discuss it with me. If you ask me, I think we shouldn't join them. Although our Arcadian Arrow crew isn't strong, we still have the ability to protect ourselves in the cosmic sea. We won't provoke anyone, and if Leon's Armada comes looking for trouble, we'll just have to pay them a tribute, someone muttered. Many agreed. It's great to be free. I want to join Leon's Armada. It'll be safer. I also think that it's best to be safe. The vice commander leisurely barbecued meat as he listened to the members' discussions. At this moment, a man appeared at the bow of the ship, and all the members fell silent. The commander has come out. Sure. The man leaped down and sat down beside the vice commander. He picked up a piece of barbecued meat and started eating. What's the fuss about? Let's wait until Leon's Armada comes looking for trouble. If we can't avoid them, then we'll join them. If we can't, then we'll develop freely. Commander, have you ever thought of leaving the cosmic sea? Someone suddenly asked, and the rest of the group became noisy. Little Joe, what are you talking about? Leave the cosmic sea. This is the foundation of our Arcadian Arrow crew. That's right, we'll never leave the cosmic sea. We're nothing if we leave the cosmic sea. The Innerverse powers are afraid of us because we control part of the route to the Neoverse. Otherwise, they wouldn't care about us. The commander tossed the bone aside and wiped his mouth. Cut the crap. The decision is in my hands, and it's none of your business. Let's eat your meat. The rest of the members fell silent. Luin leaned against the wall and looked up at the sky. Of the 4 major squadrons in the Cosmic Sea, only the Corps and Leon's Armada were left. The Corps was mysterious, and very few people could talk to them. Luin had investigated them, but he couldn't find any useful information. These people couldn't join the Corps even if they wanted to. If Leon's Armada really wanted to unify the Cosmic Sea, then they would have no choice but to join. Lu Yin's figure flashed, and he appeared beside the commander. He picked up a piece of barbecued meat, placed it over the fire, and leisurely spun it. For a moment, no one noticed him. Most of the members were either drinking or cultivating, so no one noticed him until someone exclaimed, "Lu Yin?" Beside Lu Yin, the commander's hair stood on end, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he had seen a ghost. When did this happen? The vice commander and the rest of the Arcadian Aero crew stared in disbelief. Lu Yin was actually here. Lu Yin continued to spin the meat. Sorry, I was just passing by. He looked at the commander and smiled. I didn't scare you, did I? Nonsense, I thought I saw a ghost. The commander cursed inwardly, but he didn't say anything. Leon's Armada, the Great Eastern Alliance, and Lu Yin were all on the same side, and they weren't unfamiliar with Lu Yin. This person was known for being vicious and merciless, but he was also extremely powerful. It was said that he had been able to deal with an emissary while only being an enlighter. He wasn't someone they could fight against. Alliance leader Lu, why have you come to the Cosmic Sea? The commander asked dryly. Many of the members retreated, trying to stay as far away from Lu Yin as possible. Lu Yin put down the meat. I was just passing by. I didn't expect to run into an acquaintance. He turned to look at Nate. Long time no see. Nate's eyes flickered, as he didn't know how to respond. I remember that there was another one called Silas. Where is he? Lu Yin asked. Nate's eyes dimmed. He's dead. He died when the 6th mainland invaded the Cosmic Sea. Lu Yin nodded and didn't say anything else. It was normal to die in battle. The commander wanted to say something, but he didn't know why Lu Yin had come. Right, Lu Yin suddenly spoke up and looked at the commander of the Arcadian Aero crew. Please take me to Leon's Armada. I think I'm lost. The Arcadian Aero crew was at a loss. Lost? Lost? The commander was astonished. Lu Yin was helpless. Yes, I'm lost. You shouldn't be too far from Leon's Armada, right? It's very far, the commander replied. Lu Yin smiled. That's good. I'll take this opportunity to see the scenery of the Cosmic Sea. The commander and vice commander looked at each other, not knowing how to refuse. They didn't seem to have the confidence to do so either. Not long after, the Arcadian Aero crew set sail and headed in a certain direction. Lu Yin was very curious about the warship, as the material used to construct it wasn't simple. It was rather slippery, and seawater couldn't stay on it for too long. He squeezed it hard, and it shattered with a crack. Alliance leader Lu, please be careful. The commander panicked and hurriedly called out. The rest of the Arcadian Aero crew kept an eye on it. The warship was their capital to survive in the Cosmic Sea. Without it, the Arcadian Aero crew would cease to exist. Lu Yin hurriedly apologized. After boarding the Arcadian Aero crew, he no longer needed to worry about how to meet up with Leon's armada. Bored, he browsed the internet and suddenly stood up. How was this possible? There was a huge headline on the internet: "Legend reappears, Wu Tian's inheritance, who can contend?" Wu Tian's inheritance? Lu Yin hurriedly looked at it, but not long after, he put down his gadget with a complicated expression. In the legends of the Fifth Mainland, Wu Tian had never been mentioned before. Wu Tian, the Grim Reaper, and Fate were all legends among legends. Even envoys might not have heard of him, let alone ordinary people. But now, the name Wu Tian had actually appeared on the internet. Lu Yin had originally thought that it was a coincidence, but after looking at it, he realized that it wasn't. The Wu Tian here was the legendary Wu Tian. Within the burial garden, someone had coincidentally obtained Wu Tian's inheritance. No one knew who that person was, but the moment that person landed in the burial garden, the entire garden shook. A stone tablet condensed from the void and transformed into a stream of light that imprinted itself into that person's mind. This scene was coincidentally captured by someone else, and the moment the person saw the stone tablet, the name Wu Tian inexplicably appeared in his mind. The person who had taken the video was only a hunter, and it was impossible for him to have heard of the legend of Wu Tian. The sudden appearance of the two words was like a resonance between heaven and earth. Coupled with the scene of the person obtaining the inheritance, everyone believed that someone had obtained the legendary Wu Tian's inheritance within the burial garden. Some scholars who had researched ancient texts had also dug up the legend of Wu Tian. Although it was only a few scribbles, it still brought out the value of this ancient inheritance, which was on par with the Grim Reapers. The internet was abuzz with activity, and countless people wanted to enter the burial garden. Who knew, they might even encounter the inheritance. Some people compared Wu Tian's inheritance to Lu Yin, stating that Lu Yin had obtained the legendary Grim Reaper's inheritance and become the paragon of his generation. This made some people even more determined. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1844. Lu Yin looked at the churning cosmic sea and exhaled. Perhaps Wu Tian's inheritance had truly appeared. Otherwise, how could a hunter have heard of Wu Tian's name? Even when he had become a paragon of his generation, he had never heard of Wu Tian. He had only heard of this name in the starry sky of trees. If someone really obtained the martial celestial inheritance, he didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing, a friend or foe. Aside from Wu Tian's inheritance, there were many other things that had spread on the network. The one that caught Lu Yin's attention the most was that the Wen family had suffered heavy losses. An expert had walked out of the Wen family's burial gate, severely injuring the Wen family before leaving safely. Lu Yin was not surprised, as even someone like Mr. Guanxing, who possessed the celestial imprint, had entered the burial garden, so it would not be strange for anyone else to enter. Now that Wu Tian's inheritance had been exposed, perhaps even half-ancestors would want to enter. No, even progenitors might want to enter. They were all ancestors, but they were different. The legendary ancient ancestors were definitely not something the current ancestor realm experts could compare to. A burial garden opened a dialogue with the ancient times. Like sparks, these people who obtained the inheritance would definitely shine brilliantly in the future. So, what was the Neo-Human Alliance's stance on this? Would they allow such a situation to develop? Lu Yin rubbed his chin. This place is still quite far from Leon's armada. Alliance Master Lu, if you're bored, you can go fishing. His name was Hai Dalu, and he was the vice captain of the Heavenly Arrow crew. Lu Yin nodded. It's indeed boring. Captain Hai, tell me about the army. Army? Alliance Master Lu is interested in them. Hai Dalu was surprised. Lu Yin replied, "Of the 4 great regiments in the cosmic sea, only Leon's armada and the Corps are left, so of course I'm interested." He then stretched. Perhaps in the future, Leon's armada will be able to unify the cosmic sea. That would be great, right? Hai Dalu didn't know how to answer, okay. Of course, this was good for Leon's armada, Lu Yin, and the Great Eastern Alliance. However, it was not good for the other squadrons that lived in the cracks. Armies are mysterious, and even we don't know as much about them as the outside world. Universe Ocean is vast, and when the 4 main battle groups were around, each battle group had a fixed area of activity, and they knew that area the best. Following the disappearance of the Immortal Battle Group and the Nightmare Battle Group, Leon's Battle Group's area of activity expanded, but the army still hasn't left its former area of activity. It's very strange, the army never takes the initiative to provoke others, but when others provoke the army, they do not have a good ending. Hai Dalu said. He quietly listened to Hai Dalu's words and stared off into the distance, deep in thought. During the Sovereign Tournament, the army had also sent someone with a very strange name, 007. Although that person wasn't very strong, his willpower had been very firm, which had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Since it's called an army, are they all soldiers? If we are lucky, maybe we can even see an army. Hai Dalu said. Lu Yin was surprised, "You can see an army? What do you mean?" Hai Dalu turned on his gadget, and a map of cosmic ocean appeared. We're actually not too far away from the army. If we want to find Leon's armada, we'll have to go around the army's area. The army roams this area all year round, so if we're lucky, we'll run into them. Lu Yin looked at the map. Why don't we just go straight through? It saves time and effort. Hai Dalu laughed bitterly. The army has a rule: the areas that they operate in do not allow any outsiders to enter, violators will be killed. For that, the army had fought with the Mastiff Regiment and Lei-Yin's Grand Army, and destroyed a few small groups. We don't dare. What's the army's strength like? Alliance Master Lu, we really don't know. You can ask Haizage Lei-Yin. Lei-Yin's armada fought with the army once, so they should know better. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. If this army could still maintain its status after fighting with Lei-Yin's armada, then it was definitely not weak. At the very least, it had an expert who could match up to Haizage Lei-Yin. Lu Yin couldn't deal with such an expert. Perhaps Hai Dalu was worried that Lu Yin would force them to cross the army's area, but he quickly said, "Alliance Master Lu, the army is very sensitive. Anyone who crosses that area will be discovered without any luck. Don't worry, I won't force you." Hai Dalu sighed in relief. Your Arcadian Arrow crew is in this area because you're worried about running into Lei-Yin's armada, right? Hai Dalu's expression changed, and he nodded helplessly. We won't run into them if we can. The strong preys on the weak, so we can only avoid them. Lu Yin didn't say anything else. After unifying the inner verse, his next target was the Neoverse. Lei-Yin's armada was enough for the cosmic ocean, and he wasn't interested in what they would do. The weather changed once again, and purple lightning filled the sky. The Arcadian Arrow crew hid in their cabins and looked up at the sky in fear. Alliance Master Lu, it's best if you come in and hide. That purple lightning is very powerful, the captain said. His name was De, and everyone else called him Captain De. Lu Yin didn't refuse and entered the cabin. He looked up at the purple lightning in the sky, and his eyes turned into runes. The purple lightning filled the sky, and it was filled with rune lines. However, it wasn't very powerful, and it only had a power level of around 400,000 enlighters. It was already an unstoppable force for the Arcadian Arrow crew. There was a boom as the purple lightning exploded on the surface of the sea. Electricity spread through the water and swept past the Arcadian Arrow crew. Many people trembled, and their eyes grew even more fearful. However, most of them remained calm, as they had experienced even more terrifying weather events. Lu Yin didn't move as he looked into the distance. While he was looking at the rune lines in the sky, he inadvertently saw a boundless number of rune lines in the distance that was getting closer and closer. Soon, he saw a giant, ancient warship approaching. It looked like a ship from the underworld, and it was completely black. Its hull was covered in scars from battle and dried blood. When the warship got closer, the austere aura that it emitted was even more chilling than the purple lightning. Captain, it's an army. It's an army, someone shouted in fear. Debart, what are you panicking for? Shut up. Many members of the Arcadian Aero crew watched the giant warship slowly approach under the dark, purple lightning. They felt as if they were being devoured by evil spirits, and many of them turned pale as their eyes flickered. Hai Dalu stared at the approaching warship and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood up and walked out of the cabin to stare at the approaching warship. The army's warship was hundreds of times larger than the Arcadian Aero crew's, and it was almost as large as a continent. In the sky, purple lightning suddenly crashed down, illuminating the deck of the army's warship. A group of cultivators with cold expressions stood on the deck with weapons in their hands as they looked at Lu Yin. There were probably thousands of them, and they didn't even try to dodge the purple lightning. The lightning continued to strike, and a terrifying austere aura emanated from it. There was a thump as the weapons of thousands of cultivators smashed down in unison. There was only one sound, and all of them sounded out at the same time, shaking the surface of the sea. Many of the Arcadian Aero crew members felt their hearts skip a beat. They didn't even dare to look at the scene. Lu Yin watched with interest as the army drew closer and closer. Eventually, the two warships brushed past each other. Lu Yin of the Great Eastern Alliance requests an audience with the commander of the army, Lu Yin said, his voice materializing into a sound wave that swept through the army. The army was silent as they gradually left, ignoring him. Lu Yin raised a brow. As the army left, the weather suddenly changed for the better, and the sky became clear. The purple lightning from earlier seemed to have never appeared, and colorful fish swam across the surface of the sea in beautiful lines. Lu Yin looked into the distance, but the giant warship had already disappeared. After the army left, the members of the Arcadian Aero crew heaved a sigh of relief. De hurriedly came out to look at the surface of the sea. Luckily, they didn't touch that area, or we would have been done for. He looked up and saw that Lu Yin was still looking into the distance. Afraid that Lu Yin would do something, De hurriedly said, "Alliance Master Lu, this is how the army is. No one ever visits them, and they don't interact with the outside world. Then how do they recruit people?" Lu Yin was curious. The few thousand people on the deck didn't have high cultivations, so they couldn't have survived for too long. They couldn't have been sealed in stone like Maiden, right? They didn't know either, so he simply said, "If Alliance Master Lu wants to visit the army, why don't you meet up with Heisage Leon first? He should be more familiar with the army." Several days had passed since he had encountered the army, and Lu Yin had seen the weather in the cosmic sea. It changed too quickly, and he was caught off guard. Some of the weather didn't come from above, but from the bottom of the sea. Once, he saw a mountain rise from the bottom of the sea before exploding and shattering. This was also a type of weather phenomenon. "We're not too far away from Leon's armada," Hai Dalu said. He had become much more familiar with Lu Yin over the past few days. They didn't want to interact with Lu Yin, and the rest of the crew didn't dare to approach Lu Yin either. Where's the island?" Hai Dalu was startled, and he frowned as he looked into the distance. Lu Yin asked, "What island?" Hai Dalu replied, "There used to be an island here called G Island. Where did it go?" He then hurriedly went to find De. Their original plan was to replenish their supplies on G Island. It should have sunk. Change direction and head to the nearby Coelian Island to replenish, De ordered, and the warship immediately changed direction. Lu Yin looked at the bottom of the sea and saw more than one person. It's normal for an island in the cosmic sea to sink. Based on the size of the island, some people will dive to the bottom to search for treasures. Hai Dalu's eyes lit up as he looked at the bottom of the sea. We used to like to dive to search for treasures, but there were too few of them, so we stopped after a while. Not long after the warship left, an intense battle could be heard from the direction where the island had sunk. Hai Dalu was shocked. Seems like there's something good. Lu Yin looked over and saw several cultivators fighting on the surface of the sea. They seemed to be fighting over something. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he disappeared. Hai Dalu's expression changed, and he stared into the distance. What could possibly interest Lu Yin? Several figures were fighting on the surface of the sea, and one of them was holding onto something and fleeing into the distance. Another was covering the rear, but he was surrounded by several cultivators. Hand it over, or you won't be able to keep it. It belongs to whoever finds it. You're robbing it in broad daylight. It's a pirate act. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1845. So what? Leon's armada is full of pirates. Hand it over. A few cultivators chased after the fleeing man and easily caught him before slashing at him with their blades. The man's face went pale. Don't kill me. I'll give it to you. Too late. The blade slashed down without hesitation, and with a clang, the blades suddenly broke. The broken hilt barely grazed the man's neck, and if it had been any closer, the man would have been killed. The attacker was shocked, and he looked around. Who's meddling in other people's business? Lu Yin walked out of the void and lightly tapped his foot, causing a gale to sweep out. The cultivators around him were all sent flying by an unstoppable force. Fortunately, Lu Yin had not been too harsh, or they would have been dead by now. Anyone who could survive in the cosmic sea was not a simple character, and these people could easily determine Lu Yin's strength through his attacks. They did not dare to say anything else and immediately fled. The man who had just escaped death panted heavily as he looked at Lu Yin and thanked him. No need to thank me. Take the item in your hand as a gift, Lu Yin said. The man hesitated for a moment before extending his hand. It's yours. Not too far away, the cultivator who was clearly with the man was unwilling to accept this, but he did not dare to say anything. Lu Yin's strength was not something they could imagine. I took your item, so this is your compensation. Lu Yin tossed over 100-star essence before vanishing. With a splash, the 100-star essence fell into the sea. The man was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly scooped them up. Boss, that's a lot of star essence. It's enough for us. The cultivator nearby was pleasantly surprised when he saw the amount. The man gulped. He had originally wanted to sell that item, but in a place like the cosmic sea, selling it for a few dozen star essence would already be considered good. There was even a chance that it would be snatched away without even getting a single cent. He had not expected that person to be so generous and give him so many star essence. Second bro, we've met a benefactor, the man said dryly. He suppressed the ecstasy in his eyes and hurriedly put the star essence away. Let's go. Boss, why do I feel like that person looked familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere before. I think so too. He should be a big shot. Don't worry about it, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go and prevent those people from chasing after us. Lu Yin appeared on the Arcane Arrow cruise battleship. He opened his arms, and the corners of his lips curled up in surprise. Fate's End. He had never imagined that he would run into Fate's End in the cosmic sea. This was truly fate. Hai Dalu looked at the item in Lu Yin's hand and was shocked. This is Fate's End. Lu Yin replied, I was lucky. Hai Dalu sighed in admiration. All this time, I've only heard of Fate's End, but I never expected to see it in person today. Alliance Master Lu is truly blessed. Lu Yin put away the Fate's End. I'm collecting this thing. If you know where I can find Fate's End, tell me, and you can discuss your conditions with me. Hai Dalu smiled and said, if I knew, I would definitely tell Alliance Master Lu. I actually do have something that I'd like to ask Alliance Master Lu for help with. Oh. Lu Yin glanced at him. Ever since this person had boarded the ship, everyone else, including the captain, had distanced themselves from him. Only this person had approached him, and it was obvious that he had a motive. I wonder if Alliance Chief Lu still remembers Zhang Chiding. Hai Dalu asked in a low voice. Lu Yin's gaze changed, and he abruptly turned to stare at Hai Dalu, as if he was meeting him for the first time. You're from the Hidden Earth Society. Hai Dalu nodded. I wanted to tell you from the moment I saw you, but I hesitated. That's right, I'm from the Hidden Earth Society. Lu Yin had never expected this person to be from the Hidden Earth Society. The first time he had heard about the Hidden Earth Society was from Hu Qingshan. He knew a little about the society after that, but he didn't know much. He only knew that the society was working for Earth and for the primeval surnames. In the Starry Sky Tree, he had also learned about the existence of the Hidden Earth Organization because of the fusion of 6 pips. Compared to the Fifth Mainland, the Hidden Earth Organization in the Starry Sky Tree seemed to be more powerful. He already knew the significance of the primeval surnames in the Fifth Mainland, but what about the Hidden Earth Society? What about the Primeval Surname Alliance? What did they mean? Since you're from the Hidden Earth Society, then you should ask me for the same favor as Zhang Chiding, Lu Yin said. Hai Dalu sighed. It won't be long before Earth's civilization goes extinct again. He looked at Lu Yin solemnly. We're useless and can't help Earth. The only one who can help Earth is you, Alliance Master Lu. Please, help Earth. Tell me everything you know about the Hidden Earth Society, Lu Yin said calmly. Hai Dalu didn't hesitate and told him everything he knew. Hai Dalu's knowledge of the Hidden Earth Society was the same as Hu Qingshan and Zhang Chiding's. These people didn't know anything about the Hidden Earth Society's origins or what was on Jupiter, which disappointed Lu Yin. How many people are there in the Hidden Earth Society? Lu Yin asked. Hai Dalu smiled bitterly. I know about a dozen, and I'm the leader. I'm not sure how many others there are. Our society doesn't have a unified management. Some go to Jupiter, some go out to explore, and some stay on Earth. If Alliance Master Lu wants to take the Hidden Earth Society for your own use, then I can only say that it's meaningless. Right, there's something you should know. I was the one who took Zhang Dingtian, Bai Shui, Su San, and Saruzan away. Lu Yin was shocked. You were the one who took them away. Hai Dalu nodded. When Earth's apocalypse happened, I wanted to intervene, but too many people entered the planet. Not only were there people from the Great Yu Empire, but there were also people from the Day-Night clan and the Mavis family. It was simply unbelievable. I saw Alliance Master Lu turn the tide and save Earth, and I also saw Zhang Dingtian and the others leave. I followed them to the Great Yu Empire, and while you were studying in the Astral Combat Academy, I took Zhang Dingtian and the others with me. They had no future in the Great Yu Empire, and at that time, I didn't know that Alliance Master Lu would be able to reach your current position. Otherwise, there would have been no need for me to take them away. Lu Yin understood. Hai Dalu was an enlighter, and it would have been easy for him to take a few people away from the Great Yu Empire. The only person who could have stopped him was Undying Yushan, but Undying Yushan had disguised himself as a hunter at the time, so he couldn't have acted. They're all good seedlings, and I wanted to take them out to the universe to train. I left Zhang Dingtian on the Greyweed continent in the Starfall Sea, and I placed Bai Shui in the Outerverse. I took Su San to the Cosmic Sea, and Saruzin to the Innerverse. I firmly believe that Earthlings won't fail so easily, and they'll all have their own opportunities. Because of you, Bai Shui was controlled, Su San almost died, and Saruzin went missing. Only Zhang Dingtian was lucky enough to obtain Taishian Dojo's inheritance and even join Zhongshan Dojo. Hai Dalu's eyes lit up. That's enough. As long as one person can climb up, that's enough. Lu Yin shook his head. His thinking was different from Hai Dalu's, but he couldn't say that Hai Dalu was wrong. Earth was the most ordinary planet, and it didn't have the ability to bring them any opportunities, nor did it have any resources. Hai Dalu had been able to cultivate from an ordinary person to an enlighter, and it hadn't been easy for him to roam the cosmic sea. Alliance Master Lu, you've lived on Earth for a while. If possible, please save Earth, Hai Dalu requested solemnly. Lu Yin was curious. You didn't tell me your identity before, but now you're telling me. Why? Hai Dalu's eyes flashed. Because you gave that person money. Just because of that. Lu Yin was astonished. Hai Dalu lowered his voice. I walked from Earth to become an enlighter step by step, and the experiences I've gone through are unimaginable. I've never received much support from anyone, and it's difficult for me to experience familial love or friendship. I've met countless hypocrites, and I've experienced the most desperate moments. I believe that I'm a good judge of character. Alliance Master Lu, you saved that person's life, but you're still willing to exchange star essence for Fate Zan. Lu Yin was amused. Is that a compliment? I don't have the right to compliment you. I'm just speaking the truth. With Hai Dalu's identity as Earth Invisibility, the two of them had become closer. Lu Yin never treated Earth Invisibility as a threat, and Earth could be considered his second home. Actually, there were many planets in the universe that had tried their best to protect themselves the moment they became a cultivation civilization. Basically, every cultivation civilization had its own organization that hoped to unite and gain a foothold in the universe. Unfortunately, most were unable to do so. The Great Eastern Alliance was a different kind of alliance, and it was an alliance between weaves. Earth Invisibility, on the other hand, was an alliance between planets. After we pass through the inverted seashore, we'll enter Leon's Armada's territory, Hai Dalu said as he pointed at the strange scenery in front of them. There was not an endless sea in front of the warship, but rather two seas that seemed to be inverted. The moment a ship touched the inverted seashore, the entire ship turned upside down as well. It was a very peculiar sight. When they arrived, there were more ships around them, and there were also many small islands around. Leon's Armada controls more than half of the cosmic sea, and they protect the people, ships, and islands in those areas. Correspondingly, they also receive resources. The closer we get to the inverted seashore, the livelier it becomes. Many people come here to do business, so there's no need to worry about safety here. Leon's Armada is in charge of everything. Hai Dalu explained. Lu Yin sighed in admiration. It was indeed very lively, and these people were not afraid of Leon's Armada's existence. It was obvious that Leon's Armada was more popular here. After entering the inverted seashore, the Arcadian Aero cruise warship turned upside down as well, and they soon entered an azure sea. As soon as they entered the sea, the weather suddenly changed. Red rain began to fall, and the entire sea was dyed red. Nobody tried to avoid it, as this type of red rain was very common. The Arcadian Aero crew's arrival attracted some attention, but nobody stopped them. They smoothly arrived near Leon's Armada's warship. When they arrived, Captain Dirk and the rest greeted Liu Yin and were about to leave. Liu Yin's lips curled up. There's a guest on the ship. Even if you want to leave, you should at least greet the guest. Captain Dirk and the rest were shocked. Guest? They had not sensed anything at all. Captain, behind you. Someone cried out in alarm. Captain Dirk suddenly turned around, and the red rain continued to fall. However, something obstructed him from behind, and the rain slid to the side to form a human figure. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1846. Dirk's expression changed, and he asked in a low voice, "May I ask who is boarding?" Under everyone's gaze, a figure gradually became clear. The Arcadian Aero crew. Do you wish to join my Leon's Armada? Dirk took a good look at this person and became extremely cautious. Spectre. It was Spectre, a member of Big Sis mercenary group. Spectre stared at Dirk. Have you not decided yet? I don't have much patience. Why don't you ask Big Sis to come out and chat with you? Beads of sweat dripped down from Captain Dirk's forehead. Although he appeared rough and unrestrained, it was actually just a disguise. He had brought Liu Yin to the ocean inversion out of fear, and now, he was facing Spectre and that terrifying Big Sis. Hai Dalu stepped forward. Brother Spectre, we're here to escort Alliance leader Liu. Spectre did not seem to hear him and only stared at Dirk. Around them, the members of the Arcadian Aero crew had ugly expressions, as they did not know how things would develop. Did they have to join Leon's Armada today? Hai Dalu looked at Liu Yin for help. Liu Yin smiled. Uncle, let's forget about it for today. We'll talk about it in the future. In any case, we can't run away from the cosmic sea. Spectre retracted her gaze and looked at Liu Yin, her originally cold gaze becoming warm. It's good that you're fine. The captain was very worried about you. Let's go. Spectre no longer paid attention to the Arcadian Aero crew and stepped forward, returning to Leon's Armada's warship. Liu Yin turned back and smiled at the Arcadian Aero crew. Sorry for troubling you all. He then looked deeply at Hai Dalu. We'll meet again if we're fated. He then vanished. After Liu Yin and Spectre left, Commander Dirk heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Return." He had no intention of paying Heizage Leon a visit. Heizage Leon was a tyrannical person, and if Dirk had asked to join Leon's Armada, there would have been no room for him to refuse. Hai Dalu's emotions were complicated. From Spectre's tone, the Arcadian Aero crew would join Leon's Armada sooner or later, but that did not matter to him. The moment he had revealed his identity to Liu Yin, he had been destined to serve Liu Yin, even if he did not care about Spectre. Earth and Liu Yin. What a coincidence. Leon's Armada's warship was even larger than the Corps' warship. When Liu Yin boarded the ship, everyone looked at him with respect, along with admiration, reverence, and longing. Everyone knew of Liu Yin's identity and the glory he had created. They also knew that he was the crown prince of Leon's Armada. Dong, with a loud bang, the red rain in the sky turned upside down. The sea trembled, and the seawater boiled. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked in the direction of Leon's Armada. At this moment, the entire sea was quiet. Only the battleship had become the center of the universe. Liu Yin looked up and saw that the sound had come from Heizage Leon's tyrant blade. As the sound spread out, a formless energy swept towards Liu Yin. This was Heizage Leon's domineering aura, and it was incomparably domineering. It was not a spiritual force, domain, or battle force, but rather an invincible aura that had been formed through years of training in the Overlord /. In the face of this aura, ordinary emissaries would tremble. Heizij Lian did not cultivate anything else. He had once fought Ji Chang in annihilation on his own with the Overlord /, causing Willow Leaf Flying Flower to exclaim in admiration. He had suppressed the cosmic sea and commanded the pirates. No one dared to disobey him. As this domineering aura swept out, Lu Yin stopped in his tracks, smiled, and continued forward. Dong, another thunderous boom tore through the earth, causing the hearts of those who heard it to stop and their breathing to stop. Lu Yin looked up and stomped his foot on the ground. His overlaying stacks vibrated the air, causing a similar boom to echo out, causing those who were breathing to stop. People recovered. Their faces paled as they gasped for breath. What was going on? Had Heizij Lian gone mad? Was he going to kill everyone? Even those from Lian's armada felt a lingering fear. If they had been just a little bit later, they might have died from the sudden stop of their breathing. The next moment, they looked at Lu Yin with eyes that were filled with respect, admiration, and worship. It was Lu Yin who had helped them recover and saved them. Suddenly, a giant figure charged out from the cabin and raised the tyrant blade high into the air before viciously slashing down at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his star energy transformed into a sword that slashed diagonally from bottom to top. There was a loud bang as the blade and sword collided. The void exploded in all directions from Lian's armada's warship, turning into black lines that extended outwards. The sky above and the ground below were torn apart, as if the mirror that was the world had been shattered. Every black line that tore through the void accurately avoided people and objects. Such a terrifying collision had not affected anyone in the slightest. Everyone continuously retreated as they watched in horror. No one was able to approach the battlefield, as it belonged to the envoys. In Lian's armada, only the commander of the Thunder Sword Squadron, Lu Feng, was qualified to join, but even she might not be able to escape unscathed. Lu Yin was just an enlighter, but he actually had the strength to resist the commander. They were overthinking things, as Lu Yin naturally did not have the strength to resist Heizij Lian. This was just Heizij Lian trying to create momentum for him and establish his image in Lian's armada. In the end, their squadron's respected strength, and Lian wanted to tell everyone that Lu Yin was a powerhouse who was second only to himself. The red rain in the sky dissipated, and the sky became clear once more. An exasperated voice rang out from the cabin. "You almost killed me. Can't you be gentler? Do you think that just anyone can resist the tyrant blade?" It was Big Sis who had spoken. As she spoke, Big Sister walked out of the cabin. This time, she had transformed into a graceful beauty who was full of vulgarities. Lu Yin stared blankly at her, and for a moment, he did not even know how to sheath his sword. Heizij Lian flipped his tyrant blade and knocked away Lu Yin's star energy sword before putting it away. "I know what I'm doing." Big Sis angrily glared at him before looking at Lu Yin with narrowed eyes. "Little Seven, are you trying to spar with Big Sis?" Lu Yin was stunned, but he quickly dispersed his sword and smiled. "You've become prettier again, Big Sis. Congratulations. When will you be done with it?" "Done my ass." Big Sis walked in front of Lu Yin and grabbed him. "Have you become arrogant recently? You actually arm wrestled a half-ancestor?" Lu Yin grinned. "No, I was ambushed." "Does a half-ancestor need to ambush you? I'm powerful." "You really are arrogant." "No. Are you refuting me?" "I wouldn't dare." On the deck, many people from Lian's armada retracted their gazes, not daring to get involved. Big Sis was the one they could not afford to provoke. Big Sis dragged Luin into the cabin, where the ghost doctor, Sister Fei, Kidney, and Brother Hao were all present. "Where's Captain Lu Feng?" Luin asked as he rubbed his head. Big Sis had been so ruthless. Heizij Lian took a swig of wine. He went to the burial grounds and wanted to take a gamble. Luin gravely replied, "The burial grounds aren't simple. If possible, tell him to come out quickly. We know that the burial grounds are good for those with ancient bloodlines, but it's not good for others. Even those with primeval surnames might not all have ancient bloodlines." "It's a pity that Lu Feng didn't listen and insisted on taking a gamble," Sister Fei said helplessly. The captain of the Thunder Sword Squadron, Lu Feng, was from the Sword Sect's Lu family, but he had left the Lu family due to differences in ideals. Back then, the Sword Sect's Lu family had not expected that he would break through to become an emissary after leaving. By the time they found out, they were already filled with regret and wanted to summon him back. However, Lu Feng had refused, as his greatest wish was to find a sword technique that surpassed the 13 swords and embarrassed the Sword Sect. This had become the obsession of many people, and it wasn't just Lu Feng. Even the Sword Sect's own people wanted to create the 14th sword, which would surpass the 13 swords. "What's going on with Xia Ji?" Heizij Lian looked at Luin and asked. His expression was unprecedentedly solemn, and there was an intense killing intent in the depths of his eyes. Everyone else looked at Luin. Xia Ji was a half-ancestor, but he had actually attacked an enlighter. It was unbelievable. Luin shrugged. "He wanted to obtain my technique, but I ambushed him." He then proudly added, "He should be injured." Heizij Lian raised a brow. Big Sis was very unhappy, and she smacked Lu Yin's head. "You can injure a half-ancestor? Don't you know where you're bragging? Everyone here is smart." Lu Yin was speechless. He had indeed injured Xia Ji, and not just once. The first time had been through poison, and the second time had been through his blood-stained clothes, but no one would believe him. "It's true that he escaped," Brother Hao said. "Not just anyone can escape from a half-ancestor. In the entire universe, who dares to say that they can escape from a half-ancestor? Not even the captain can do it." "Not bad," Sister Fei agreed and looked at Luin in admiration. Heizij Lian rolled his eyes. "One day, I'll destroy that old bastard." Leon's armada's enmity with Xia Ji was not small, and Big Sis mercenary group had been chased out at Xia Ji's behest. During the battle in the Cosmic Sea, Xia Ji had wanted to destroy Leon's armada and start a war. All of them had been Xia Ji's pawns, and this had caused Heizij Lian to feel stifled. And now, Luin had been ambushed by Xia Ji. This new grudge was still fresh, and if possible, Leon's armada would not hesitate to destroy Xia Ji. "Then how did you end up in the Cosmic Sea?" Shaozi asked. Luin shook his head. "I don't know. Back then, Xia Ji captured me and brought me to a place. I took advantage of his inattention to enter the Daosor sect's ruins to seek help, but I was ambushed when I came out. When I woke up, I was already in the universe. Xia Ji probably didn't want me to know where he had been captured, as that place might be related to his secret." Big Sis snorted. "His secret must be his clones. That old bastard cultivates the 9 clones technique, and who knows how many clones he has hidden outside. The Xia family is really troublesome." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Someone who did not want him to know was related to his clones and was in the Neoverse. Could it be some colossus? Thinking back, there were only a few colossi in the Neoverse. Could it be that Xia Ji had clones in one of them? Or did he have both? This was troublesome. While Lu Yin was deep in thought, Sister Fei and the others discussed Leon's armada. They did not hide anything, as Lu Yin was one of them. Not long after, they all dispersed. Heizij Leon asked Luin to stay behind. What do you plan to do with the cosmic sea? Luin muttered, what should I do? Heizij Leon smiled casually. Unify the innerverse and outerverse. The next step should be the cosmic sea. Luin looked at Heizij Leon. Do I need to worry about the cosmic sea? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1847. Heizij Leon met Lu Yin's gaze, and after a while, he grinned. Not bad, you're not being courteous with me. That's good. If you were courteous with me, I would have beaten you up. You'd be a member of Leon's armada, and it would be yours. Remember, we'll always be your family, so don't be courteous with us. Lu Yin nodded. I know. That's why I've never kept an eye on the cosmic sea. You still have to keep an eye on them. My Leon's armada isn't the only one in the cosmic sea. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. I almost forgot. What's with this army? I bumped into them on the way here, but they ignored me. Nonsense, they don't care about anyone and just wander around. They're probably guarding something. Heizij Leon opened his gadget and pointed at the army. They beat up anyone who enters. I've heard of them. The Mastiff Corps fought with them before. It wasn't just the Mastiff Corps. The Longevity Squadron and even the Hall of Honor fought with them. We were forced out by them, but I don't know about the Hall of Honor. Perhaps they noticed something, but they didn't move and allowed the army to guard the area. Lu Yin was curious. How strong is the army? Heizij Leon's gaze trembled. They're quite powerful. Although they don't have any powerful powerhouses, they're good at joint attacks. They're like soldiers, and the entire army is like veterans left behind from the battlefield. They can stop you. Of course. How else would I have been forced out by them? Heizij Leon was annoyed. Lu Yin looked at the area where the army was wandering. Were they guarding something? You'll be fine as long as you don't enter that area. The army never leaves that area. If you don't provoke them, they won't provoke you. That's the concept. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and he looked over. It was a city. He accepted the call. Alliance Master Lu, the person you're looking for has appeared, Vice Governor Xiao Xiong said. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. That old woman. Yes, she came to the Genesis Court. And then she disappeared and hasn't appeared since. Lu Yin relaxed. Wang Si had left, and she had probably returned to the cosmic trees. Old White Ghost had left before her, which was good. He didn't have the ability to protect himself against a half-martial ancestor. He had originally planned to contact Kuei Luo and have that old fellow protect him. Now that Wang Si had left, there was no need to go to Kuei Luo. In fact, he had tried to contact Kuei Luo before encountering the Arcane Arrow crew, but he had been unable to reach him. He had no idea what that old man was up to. Over the next few days, Lu Yin stayed in Leon's armada to familiarize himself with the cosmic sea. During this time, he also chatted with Big Sis about the matter of recommending her to become a director. However, Big Sis had rejected him without hesitation. In her own words, becoming a director would give her less freedom, and she preferred to roam the cosmic sea. On the surface, Lu Yin agreed to her request, but in reality, the board of directors was still operating as usual. Aside from Big Sis, he couldn't think of any other suitable candidates. As for whether or not Big Sis was willing, he didn't even consider it. At worst, he would just be beaten up. A few days later, Leon's armada set sail and headed west to send Lu Yin to Earth's swamp. There was no more death energy left, and he urgently needed to replenish it. Half a month later, Leon's armada arrived at a location not too far from Earth's swamp. Luin bid farewell to Heizage Leon and Big Sis before heading towards Earth's swamp. He stayed in Leon's armada for almost a month, although he was scolded every day. Big Sis was constantly scolded and forced to drink by Heizage Leon. She was even beaten up for no reason, but it felt good, as it was the feeling of being together with family. Leon's armada might seem vicious to outsiders, and Heizage Leon was the pirate king. However, to Luin, they were rather benevolent, and it would be better if Heizage Leon had been a little more lenient. In just a short month, Luin's body was covered in countless cuts caused by the tyrant blade. Heizage Leon did not allow him to use medicine to treat them, so they could only slowly fade away. Luin looked at Earth's swamp. This was already his third time here. The first time, Earth's swamp had been jailbroken. The second time, Earth's swamp had been attacked. Luin had no idea what would happen on his third visit. As he thought about it, Luin entered apologetically. The Hell Master should know that the second Night King and Lu Huang were with him. Lu Yin's guess was correct, as the Hell Master did know. The entire Day-Night clan had sided with the Great Eastern Alliance, and the second Night King and Lu Huang were both with the Great Eastern Alliance. When the Hell Master found out about this, he almost wanted to go to the Innerverse and capture them. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it, as he would not be able to defeat the two of them. Luin stepped into the castle, and the loud snoring caused the ground to tremble as a huge jug of wine fell to the ground. Luin pushed the jug aside and looked up, but he could only see the Hell Master's toes. "Long time no see, Senior Hell Master." The snoring continued. Luin continued, "I had no choice, so please forgive me. This junior has no intention of harming Earth's swamp." The snoring continued. "This is wine that this junior brought from the cosmic sea. I hope you like it." The snoring continued. Luin had said what he needed to say, so he turned to leave. He had only come to Earth's swamp to absorb death energy. He walked out of the castle and released his domain. Soon enough, Luin saw Lord Pig. The dead pig had buried itself in the swamp in fear of seeing Luin, so Luin did not look for it. Instead, he went to a corner of Earth's swamp. Not long after, the death energy within Earth's swamp surged and was absorbed by Luin. Within the castle, the Hell Master stood up and rubbed his head. He looked at the corner with a strange expression. Isn't this kid afraid of eating himself to death by absorbing so much death energy? Even the Spectre clan isn't this ruthless. I hope he doesn't go down the wrong path. He then picked up a jug of wine and took a big gulp. Not bad, but it won't be that easy to resolve what happened back then with just a bit of wine. Why am I so sleepy? Is the alcohol too strong? After saying that, he fell asleep with his head back. In a corner of Earth's swamp, Luin quickly absorbed the death energy. As his cultivation increased, the black and white fog at his chest also expanded, and he naturally absorbed more death energy. Lord Pig looked at the surging death chi in horror. It was too terrifying. This person was too terrifying. Lord Pig definitely couldn't meet him. He definitely couldn't. As the death energy entered his body, the black and white fog at Lu Yin's chest grew thicker and thicker. Fortunately, he had the Fate Sand to block it. Soon, the absorption was almost complete. All of Earth's swamp's death energy transformed into a tiny river that flowed into Lu Yin's body. Suddenly, he saw a face smiling at him. It was a woman's face that was as beautiful as a flower. Luin suddenly lowered his head and looked at a corner of Earth's swamp. Through the swamp, he saw that face and that pair of golden eyes. Who was that? Not long after, Lu Yin went deep underground and came face to face with a woman. He had never seen this woman before. She was not bound by chains, so she was not a prisoner. Who are you? The woman smiled at Lu Yin and bowed slightly. Spectre Clan's Tong Yu. Greetings, Master. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Moo. Tong Yu. Where had he heard that name before? As he looked at the woman's golden eyes, a thought flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, Vice Inquisitor of the Dark Court, Tong Yu. Tong Yu looked up and smiled at Lu Yin. It's Tong Yu's honor to be remembered by Master. Lu Yin subconsciously took a step back and stared at her warily. He remembered this woman because she was the one who had attacked Earth's swamp. Why are you here? Tong Yu replied, Of course I'm waiting for Master. Earth's swamp is filled with death energy, and if Master wants to replenish it, this is the best place to do so. What are you waiting for me for? Don't call me Master. I have nothing to do with your Spectre clan, Lu Yin growled. Tong Yu blinked. You're the master of death energy. How could you have nothing to do with it? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, but he did not refute her. In fact, he did not dare to do so. This woman had almost killed a Hell Master, so she was absolutely invincible here. There was no benefit in going against her. To you, Master, perhaps death chi is just a type of power, but to us specters, it's our faith, and it's the meaning of our existence. Tong Yu calmly looked at Lu Yin. Without death chi, it's like a cultivator without star energy. There's no meaning in cultivating and living. The creator of death chi is the legendary death god, and you, Master, are his inheritor. So I can order you to do things, Lu Yin said directly. Tong Yu smiled. Of course. If Master has any orders, feel free to tell us. I want money, a lot of money. Lu Yin did not hold back. This woman had been waiting for him in Earth's swamp, and since he could not escape, he might as well test her. Tong Yu twirled her hair with a confused expression. Money? You want a lot. I'll think of something. You're the vice arbiter, and you don't have money. Lu Yin did not believe her. Tong Yu was helpless. Master, you should be talking about star essence. Star essence is money because it's useful to cultivators and can be used to absorb star energy, but it's useless to us. Lu Yin was stumped. That made sense, as star essence was meaningless to the Spectre clan. Master, I'm curious to ask, but why do you love money so much? Tong Yu was very curious. Her eyes flickered with a golden light, and her fingers twirled with her hair. Her nose wrinkled from time to time, and she did not seem like a powerhouse at all. Instead, she seemed like an ignorant little girl. Lu Yin became even more vigilant. The more this woman acted like this, the more she wanted him to relax. However, it seemed that no matter how vigilant he was, it was useless. She could crush him with a single finger. Everyone has their own hobbies, Lu Yin could only say. Tong Yu giggled. All right, I'll do my best to give Master more money. The more, the better, right? All right, I'll find an opportunity to rob the Mavis clan. What exactly are you here for? Lu Yin asked. Tong Yu let go of her hair. Nothing much. I just wanted to meet Master and determine the extent of Master's absorption of death chi. Oh. And the results? The results were amazing. Tong Yu gave him a thumbs up and exclaimed, Master, you're amazing. You're absorbing faster than anyone else. It's like you're not absorbing death chi, but star energy. For the Spectre clan, isn't absorbing death chi the same as absorbing star energy? But it's still not the same as drinking water, Tong Yu muttered and rolled her eyes at Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. You should leave too. He was now with a powerhouse who could take his life at any moment. More importantly, he could not tell whether this powerhouse was friend or foe, which made him feel anxious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1848. Wait! Tong Yu shouted. She looked at Lu Yin and seriously said, Master, whether you believe it or not, you will be the master of the Spectre clan in the future. I believe it. Lu Yin was straightforward. Tong Yu blinked. You don't. I believe you, Lu Yin replied. Tong Yu paused and then stubbornly said, You don't believe it. Lu Yin was speechless. I said that I believe it. Tong Yu pursed her lips. You just don't believe it. What should I say to make you believe me? Lu Yin was helpless, even though he really did not believe it. He just wanted to get rid of this woman as soon as possible. Tong Yu thought about it for a while, and then she looked lost. I don't know either. In any case, I feel that you don't believe me. My mission is to convince you that the Spectre clan is willing to serve you as our master. Mission? Lu Yin was curious. Who gave you this mission? The head inquisitor. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as the title, Head Inquisitor, was too misleading. He had almost thought that Tong Yu was referring to the head inquisitor's senior brother. The head inquisitor is the leader of the Spectre clan. Lu Yin asked. Tong Yu nodded. Yes, the head inquisitor asked me to come find Master and confirm that Master must believe in our sincerity. What if I don't? Lu Yin countered. Tong Yu stubbornly replied, Then I'll follow Master until he believes me. Lu Yin probed, You won't beat me, right? Tong Yu laughed. Master, you're so humorous. You're the king of the Spectre clan, so why would you be beaten? Hee hee. Then what if I tell you to beat someone else? I don't know how to fight, Tong Yu said naturally. Lu Yin was about to say something, but she continued, I only know how to kill. Lu Yin sighed. Alright, that's it for today. If I don't go up, the Hell Overlord will become suspicious. Then I'll kill him, Tong Yu said naturally. Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he stared at her. If I don't believe you, then you'll continue to follow me. Tong Yu nodded and then smiled. Master, don't worry, I won't be discovered. He didn't know if Tong Yu was telling the truth, but it would be troublesome if this woman really did follow him. He had many secrets that he couldn't afford to reveal. How strong are you? Tong Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile, and her golden eyes were very dignified. It's about the same as the Sixth Mainland's heavenly imprint. Lu Yin's expression changed. Only the Second Night King at his peak would have been able to resist such power, but with the Spectre tribe's strangeness, even the Second Night King might not be able to stop her. If he wanted to shake her off, he would either have to have a half-progenitor by his side or enter the burial garden. Could it be that he had to enter the burial garden? What is my lord thinking? Tong Yu was curious, and there was a smile in her eyes as she looked at Lu Yin. This person was no stranger to the entire universe, and she was no stranger to him as well. This was especially true during the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. That scene had left a huge impact on the Spectre race, so much so that they had forcefully suppressed their desire to approach Lu Yin as quickly as possible in order to numb the Eternals. She did not know what the head judge was thinking, but she was quite interested in this young man. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then looked at Tong Yu again. You want me to believe you? Fine, answer a few questions. Master, please speak. Tong Yu smiled. Between me and the Eternals, who will you choose? Lu Yin asked. Tong Yu was shocked. Master, your questions are so sharp and straightforward. Lu Yin stared at Tong Yu. Tong Yu thought for a moment. I personally choose you, Master. Since the head judge asked me to find you, I believe that he will choose you as well. However, there are many Spectre tribe members, and we may not be able to represent everyone's will. Just like how many humans are willing to side with the Eternals, the Spectre tribe is the same. This was a very honest answer. Lu Yin continued with his second question. Back then, the 7 sky gods wanted to kill me after the sovereign tournament. Were you aware of that? Tong Yu answered, yes. Is there no reaction? If I die, then the death god's inheritance that you all are speculating about might be gone as well. Lu Yin stared intently at Tong Yu. Tong Yu was helpless. So what? We don't have any powerhouses who can fight against the 7 sky gods. Master, you think too highly of the Spectre tribe. If we had a half-progenitor, then how could we have been defeated by the Shi family? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's what I'm curious about. How did the Shi family defeat the Spectre tribe? Tong Yu's expression darkened at the mention of this. It's not just the Shi family. The 7 courts and the Hall of Honor also interfered. Otherwise, how could the Shi family be a match for the Spectre tribe? This made sense. In the Cosmic Tree realm, the Shi family had already been destroyed by the Ghost Abyss, and the Ghost Abyss was also part of the Spectre tribe. Lu Yin was actually willing to believe that a portion of the Spectre tribe would acknowledge his position. Back in the Cosmic Tree realm, a powerhouse from the Ghost Abyss had sacrificed himself to help him escape. However, he did not believe that the dignified head judge and vice head judge would so easily acknowledge someone else as their master. These people had cultivated their entire lives and fought against the heavens. They had even joined the Neo-Human Alliance just to survive and improve themselves. How could they so easily hand over their futures to a stranger? What does my existence mean to the Spectre tribe? Don't talk to me about being a master or the Death God's inheritance. There's no proof that the Death God even exists, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Tong Yu smiled. If you're asking this question, then you should trust me a little. Alright, I can answer you. Her expression was solemn as she looked at Lu Yin seriously. The Death Chi will be exhausted one day. The swamp of earth is shrinking, and the Death Chi beneath the Eternal Kingdom is diminishing. If the day comes when the Death Chi no longer exists in the universe, what will happen to the Spectre tribe? Lu Yin was flabbergasted. The Death Chi would disappear. He had never considered that. If the day comes when the Death Chi no longer exists in the universe, then the Spectre tribe will no longer have any reason to exist. Regardless of whether it's to us or the Neo-Human Alliance, we will no longer have any value. Thus, the Death Chi cannot disappear. The Spectre tribe is only the user of Death Chi, and only you, my lord, are the creator. Your existence can guarantee that you will create the Death Chi in the future and continue the Spectre tribe. This is the purpose of my lord's existence, and it is extremely important as it concerns the survival of the Spectre tribe. Lu Yin clenched his fists. I don't know how to create Death Chi. But you are the person closest to creating Death Chi, Tong Yu said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Have you never thought of stealing my inheritance? As soon as he finished speaking, Tong Yu fell silent and lowered her head. Lu Yin took a few steps back, growing even more vigilant. He regretted asking such a sensitive question. What if this woman attacked him now? Although she was not a half-ancestor, she was not much weaker than one. To him, she was an unstoppable powerhouse. What a cheap mouth to ask such a question. Tong Yu lowered her head and laughed happily. Her entire body trembled, as if she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Lu Yin took a few more steps back and looked on warily. Tong Yu looked up with a radiant smile on her face. Her golden pupils had disappeared, and they had returned to normal. The Grim Reaper is a legendary existence. There's no evidence to prove its existence. Even the death aura can't prove that it was created by the Grim Reaper. Master, have you ever thought about it? If the Grim Reaper really exists, how could the traces of such a peerless expert be wiped clean? Back then, Ancestor Qin and the Talisman Ancestor left behind their legacies, and there are records of them in history. Nothing at all. Tong Yu's smile faded as she looked at Lu Yin. That is because the Death God's inheritance cannot be considered an inheritance. It is a choice made by fate, and only certain people can successfully cultivate it. In terms of understanding of the Death God, my Spectre clan has the most knowledge, so we are absolutely certain that your power cannot be stolen. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he listened quietly. If it could be stolen, then do you think that my lord would have been able to cultivate in peace all these years? Even if the Neo-Human Alliance did not act against you, my Spectre clan would have. I will not deny that. If my lord's power could be stolen, then we would have done so long ago. Why wait until today? Tong Yu continued, it is because your power cannot be stolen or passed down. Even if your son wanted to, he would not be able to cultivate it. Or rather, does my lord know how he managed to cultivate it? Did Lu Yin know? Of course he did not, and he did not know how he had cultivated it either. He had only guessed at the origin of the black and white fog in his chest. It was a combination of arcane samsara, day-night restoration technique, and death chi. But how could he teach someone else? Kill someone and then use arcane samsara. If that was possible, then someone would have succeeded a long time ago. My lord should have cultivated arcane samsara, Tong Yu suddenly said, her bright eyes fixed on Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. How do you know? Tong Yu's lips curled up. Because arcane samsara was released by my Spectre clan. Lu Yin was stunned. Arcane samsara is the only proof of the Death God's existence. This technique is an inheritance of my Spectre clan, and it was born from death chi. In the past, my Spectre clan ancestor died after absorbing death chi, but he had a brief moment of clarity before dying. It was during that time that he left behind the arcane samsara, but before he could say anything, he turned into a skeleton. Thus, only my Spectre clan knows that arcane samsara comes from death chi, an inheritance from the ancient Death God. It is the Death God's imprint, Tong Yu explained. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Obtained from death chi. He thought back to the figure he had seen when he had absorbed death chi. Perhaps that figure had been the Death God. Others might not believe this, but he did. The appearance of arcane samsara excited my Spectre clan, as we thought that we could finally obtain the Death God's inheritance. However, after countless years, not a single clansman has been able to successfully cultivate it. Not a single one. Arcane samsara requires one to be reborn from the dead, and to cultivate it, one must experience death. However, once you die, you truly die. Who can survive? Tong Yu's tone was sorrowful. Once upon a time, my Spectre clan was incomparably glorious, and even the lofty Dao Source sect had to pay attention to us during our peak. However, because of arcane samsara, our clansmen withered away and weakened. Countless years have passed, but no one has been able to successfully cultivate it. Left with no other choice, an ancestor suggested that we spread the arcane art of life and death so that everyone could cultivate it. No matter who it was, the goal was to find someone who could successfully cultivate it. If anyone could successfully cultivate it, we could bring them back to absorb their death chi and transform them into members of our infernal clan. We firmly believe that arcane samsara is the Death God's inheritance, and after successfully cultivating it, that person would definitely be able to absorb death chi and become a member of the Spectre clan. However, too many years have passed, and no one has been able to successfully cultivate it. This technique has spread far and wide, but not a single person has been able to cultivate it. Over time, even we ourselves have forgotten about this technique, and we no longer have any hope of succeeding. Tong Yu looked at Lu Yin with an excited expression. Master, you are the only person who has successfully cultivated it after countless years. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1849. Lu Yin finally understood. It was no wonder that so many people knew about the arcane art of life and death. The elder from Driftcharge Planet, Brother Hui, and even the people from the Cosmic Tree knew about it. It turned out that the Spectre clan had spread the news in order to find people who could successfully cultivate it. Lu Yin also understood why the Spectre clan had confirmed that his inheritance could not be stolen, as there was no need to do so. The arcane art of life and death itself was his inheritance. Do you believe us now, Master? We have no ill intentions towards you. You are the only person who has successfully cultivated it, and you will be able to create death chi in the future. You are the foundation for the continuation of our Spectre clan, Tong Yu said. This was the main reason why she had sought Lu Yin out. She wanted him to know where his inheritance had come from and that the Spectre clan was not his enemy. Although Lu Yin was still wary of Tong Yu, he was actually starting to believe her. The arcane art of life and death could not be faked, as his death transformation was based on the arcane art of life and death. It was also true that no one had successfully cultivated the arcane art of life and death, so they could not steal it even if they wanted to. Even so, he was still wary of the Spectre clan, and he would not trust them so easily. Since I'm so important to you, why didn't you help me when I was in danger? Tong Yu blinked. Because of the arcane art of life and death. Lu Yin was taken aback, as this made sense. He had almost died many times because of the arcane art of life and death, but he still felt that something was off. Tong Yu sighed. Master, you have to understand a Spectre clan. On one hand, we have joined the Neo-Human Alliance and have always been under the surveillance of others. On the other hand, there are times when we don't have the ability to save you. Powerhouses often appear around you, such as a half-ancestor. However, we have also helped you when we could. For example, there were several times when the Neo-Human Alliance ordered the Dark Arbiter to eliminate you, but we did not do anything. Right. Tong Yu clapped her hands. After the Autark tournament, we were even ordered by the Neo-Human Alliance to capture you on Xenu Star and Earth. If we could not capture you, we were to destroy those two places. We did not do anything. Lu Yin was shocked. Xenu Star and Earth. Tong Yu nodded. Those are the two places that you're more concerned about, and we didn't take any action. When the Great Eastern Alliance attacked the Day-Night clan, I sent Silver to inform you of a location with a large amount of death energy. This is a sign of the Spectre clan's sincerity. Although we can't openly help you, we've done many things for you within our capabilities. You must remember that. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. He didn't know if Tong Yu was telling the truth, but if it was, then he should rejoice. With the Dark Arbiter taking action, Earth and Xenu Star would have no chance of surviving. Tong Yu patted her chest. I've said everything that needs to be said. We know that Master is most worried about the inheritance being stolen by others, and our Spectre clan is the least likely to do so. Master, you should believe us now. Lu Yin's gaze towards Tong Yu was no longer as wary as it had been in the beginning. You came looking for me today because you wanted to tell me this, right? Tong Yu nodded, feeling a little troubled. If I had taken the initiative to bring it up, Master might not have believed me. Fortunately, Master took the initiative to ask. Let me think about it. There's no need for you to follow me anymore. I believe you, Lu Yin said. Tong Yu took a step forward and leaned close to Lu Yin until she was less than 10 centimeters away from him. They were very close, and a strange fragrance wafted over. It was very pleasant. Lu Yin wasn't used to it, and he wanted to back away. Tong Yu stared at him for a moment before nodding. You believe me this time. All right, since that's the case. She then waved a hand, causing a chessboard to appear on the ground. Let's play chess. Lu Yin was stunned. What do you mean? Tong Yu sat down cross-legged on the ground without a care for her image. She propped up her chin with her right hand and blinked. Let's play chess. It's not time yet. What time? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Tong Yu pursed her lips and smiled. It has nothing to do with Master. I still have something to say, but it'll have to wait until after the game. Just say what you want to say. Lu Yin's tone was low. Tong Yu gestured for him to go ahead and smiled at Lu Yin. Lu Yin sternly said, I've wasted too much time here. The Hell Overlord will notice. He won't. I made him fall asleep, Tong Yu said happily. I want to spend more time with Master. Lu Yin frowned. What are you trying to say? Tong Yu gestured for him to go ahead and blinked. She then put on a pitiful expression. Master, play chess with me. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He wanted to leave, but at some point, he had been surrounded by an aura of death that isolated him from the void. He knew that he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, so he helplessly sat down. I don't like being forced. You should know that. I know, but I don't dare to force Master. Master, you'll find out soon enough. Tong Yu giggled and excitedly placed down a piece. She then looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin looked at her deeply, raised his hand, and placed down a piece. Not long after Lu Yin and Tong Yu started their game, Hidden Weep, who was carrying a banner on her back, suddenly exploded into a streak of light in the cemetery. The gravekeeper's eyes went wide, and his expression changed. Not good. He stepped forward and arrived at the spot where Hidden Weep's body had exploded. When he saw the various source boxes taking shape, his eyes narrowed. A spatial transfer array. He didn't even think about it before pressing down with his hand. The next moment, a bronze hand appeared at the center of the source boxes and met the gravekeeper's palm. There was a loud boom, and the cemetery shook. Found it, gravekeeper. You can't protect her. A voice rang out from the spatial transfer array. It sounded like metal grinding against metal, and it was extremely unpleasant to the ears. However, it was also very deep and resounding, and it spread throughout the cemetery. Ancient God, it's you, the gravekeeper barked. Then, a strange laughter rang out. Keek keek, long time no see, gravekeeper. It was the sorcerer spirit god. The gravekeeper's expression changed. 2 of the 7 sky gods, no, 3 of them. Within the spatial transfer array, a bronze corpse king, a sorcerer spirit god, and a stooped figure with messy black hair that reached his feet side. We're going to fight again. This is so troublesome. I want to sleep. The gravekeeper's expression changed. Ancient God, sorcerer spirit god, undying god, you dare to enter the cemetery. You're courting death. The ancient god looked up. You're the one who will die today. As he spoke, the terrifying collision shook the burial garden. The darkness in the sky cracked open, like a black eye looking down. Everyone in the burial garden was shocked. The spatial transfer array did not disappear with the appearance of the 7 sky gods, and 2 more figures walked out. One of them became incomparably large the moment he stepped out, and the other was as beautiful as a flower with half of her face marked with progenitor Chen symbol. They were the corpse god and the forgotten ruins god. The cemetery was a combination of continents, and surrounding these continents was a yellow ocean that everyone called the Yellow Springs. Any corpse king that entered the cemetery would be swept away by the Yellow Spring Sea, leaving nothing behind. This was also the reason why the Neo-Human Alliance could not enter the cemetery. Now that the 7 sky gods had descended, the Yellow Spring Sea was similarly sweeping through the area, but it had been scattered by the ancient god. The sorcerer spirit god and the undying god attacked the gravekeeper at the same time. At this moment, a loud and clear melody rang out from the Yellow Spring Sea. A strange palanquin swayed in the Yellow Spring Sea, and pieces of paper fluttered about. There were scarecrows in front and behind the palanquin, and they followed the Yellow Spring Sea towards the 7 sky gods. The yellow spring swan of the palanquin carried by the dead life written on paper scarecrows protect ancestor tomb. The 4 leaders of the undead regiment are mere ants. The sorcerer spirit god laughed strangely. The forgotten ruins god frowned. Even though they are ants themselves, they have the strength to fight against you and me under the protection of the Yellow Spring Sea. They cannot be underestimated. That's you. The sorcerer spirit god laughed strangely. The shells you are using now are too weak, so leave them to me. He. The gravekeeper shouted angrily, "This is the cemetery, not a place where you monsters can be so presumptuous. You underestimate the Yellow Springs." As he spoke, he opened his arms, and the entire Yellow Spring Sea boiled. Pillars of water shot into the sky like yellow-horned dragons, heading towards the 7 sky gods. A pillar of water wrapped around the sorcerer spirit god and threw him towards a certain direction in the cemetery. Another pillar of water wrapped around the undying god and threw him towards a certain direction in the cemetery. Another pillar of water wrapped around the ancient god and threw him towards a certain direction in the cemetery. The 4th and 5th pillars of water wrapped around the corpse god and the forgotten ruins god. The corpse god's huge body was torn to pieces by the pillars of water, and the forgotten ruins god was the same. He couldn't even fight back. The sorcerer spirit god and the undying god also couldn't fight back and were thrown out by the pillars of water. Only the ancient god was able to break free. If I knew this would happen, I would have destroyed this cemetery. The ancient god shouted. You can't do it. The gravekeeper rushed towards the ancient god. In a corner of the cemetery, the sorcerer spirit god was smashed to the ground by the pillar of water. He snorted coldly. Is that all? He was about to rush back to where he had been when he suddenly realized that he was stuck in a place. His body was bound by the Yellow Spring Sea. He looked down. A cauldron. Why does it look so familiar? At this moment, a shadow loomed over him. The sorcerer spirit god looked up and saw a foot stomping down on him. It's you. The sorcerer spirit god cried out. In the next moment, his body was crushed. It was a man with an ordinary appearance. To be more precise, he was a wandering corpse. He didn't seem to see the sorcerer spirit god being crushed to death. He lowered his head and reformed the broken cauldron before continuing to stomp on it. In another corner, the undying god was similarly bound by the Yellow Spring Sea and smashed into the ground. This was a tea mountain. If Lu Yin had seen it, he would have recognized it as the same one that had planted people into tea leaves. The undying god had smashed into the center of the mountain and destroyed some of the tea leaves. The moment the undying god fell to the ground, the old wandering corpse on the mountain straightened his back and waved at him. The undying god's body was bound by the Yellow Spring Sea and flew towards the old wandering corpse. You look familiar. We've met before. The old wandering corpse didn't seem to know how to speak and only knew how to plant tea. The undying god was stabbed into the ground and his body began to change. I remember now, Eastern Mountain Tea King. Long time no see, old friend. You're here too. That's right, this is your tomb. What are you trying to do? Plant tea. You want to turn me into a tea tree. That won't be easy, but I'm bound by the Yellow Spring Sea and won't be able to resist for a while. Try your best. Isn't it difficult? My body has already started to change, and I'll definitely be turned into a tea tree in the end. Take it slow, I won't resist. Actually, I want to sleep more. I'm tired. Alright, I'll use this body as a tea tree. It'll be an interesting experience. Not long after, the undying god's body turned into a tea tree, just like the millions of ordinary tea trees that swayed with the wind. There was also a face that seemed to be asleep. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1850. The Neo-Human Alliance had attacked the burial grounds, and the shaman spirit god and the undying god had both died. The corpse god and the forgotten ruins god had been destroyed by the Yellow Spring Sea, and only the ancient god was able to fight the mausoleum keeper. However, this was the Yellow Spring Sea, and even if the ancient god was incredibly powerful, he could not defeat the mausoleum keeper while being suppressed by the Yellow Spring Sea. I've been waiting for you for a long time, the mausoleum keeper said hoarsely as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The Yellow Spring Sea surged into the sky. The ancient god was constantly pushed back by the Yellow Spring Sea, and his body began to crack. Even his inner world could not withstand the Yellow Spring Sea suppression. Waiting for us. Did you expect us to attack the burial grounds? The burial grounds have opened, and the ancient bloodlines have entered. How could you monsters endure this? But you underestimated the burial grounds too much. Today, the 7 gods will all fall. The mausoleum keeper's inner world expanded infinitely, and a bell appeared. It sounded like the Neo-Human Alliance's death knell. The sound of the bell enveloped the Yellow Spring Sea and shattered the ancient god's inner world. You will die today, ancient god. Is that so? You humans are too arrogant at times and think that you can scheme against us. The Hui ancestor was like this back then, and now, you people are still like this. The burial grounds will be destroyed today. The ancient god was wrapped up by the Yellow Spring Sea and pressed into the depths of the sea. The mausoleum keeper's eyes flickered. The ancient god could not have escaped, as this was the Yellow Spring Sea. Even if it only used a millionth of its power, it was still not something a half-ancestor could escape from. But why was the mausoleum keeper so sure that the burial grounds would be destroyed? Wait, where was Bai Wuxian? Could it be her? Just as the ancient god was being pressed into the depths of the Yellow Spring Sea, in the Innerverse, in the direction of the Starfall Sea, a disk suddenly appeared and headed towards the burial grounds. Following the disk's appearance, the Innerverse trembled, and the void began to crack. It was as if a black rain had fallen upon the Innerverse. The second Night King suddenly looked up, his face deathly pale. There was an intense fear in the depths of his eyes, and he unconsciously bent down as if he could feel the pressure of the heavens. Emperor Lu was the same. The stronger one was, the more they could feel the unparalleled pressure. It was as if a new sky had replaced the previous sky, and they were worshipping the new sky. In the Ross Empire's stronghold, Wei Rong and the others watched as countless cracks descended to the planets and spaceships suffered heavy losses. However, there was nothing they could do, the heavens had changed. The heavens, the Niverse, was trembling to shake. Niverse Elder Chan and the other half-martial ancestors looked in the direction of the Innerverse in shock. This was the power of a progenitor. The disk sliced through the air and landed in the cemetery. Everyone looked up to see the disc break through the gates of the cemetery. All of the wandering corpses stopped what they were doing. At that moment, cracks appeared on the gates of the cemetery. The gravekeeper's eyes flickered as he stared at the disc, his face pale. A progenitor. There's actually a progenitor's power. Who is it? My burial garden cannot be destroyed. My inheritance cannot be severed. Which ancestor is it? Who was it? Betraying humanity. The mausoleum guardian roared, and the underworld sea swept up in an attempt to stop the disc. However, facing the power of the ancestor realm, merely the Yellow Spring Sea was unable to withstand it. Outside the black hole, the martial ancestor and blood ancestor stared at secret ancestor in shock. What are you doing? Other man was the name of the secret ancestor. Mystery ancestor reached into the inner verse and looked back at the martial ancestor and the blood ancestor. The humans will be defeated sooner or later. Why don't we speed up the process? This is the general trend. The martial ancestor was furious. You betrayed humanity. The blood ancestor's gaze turned cold, and he immediately attacked without wasting any words. Other man, if you join the Eternals, you will become the ruler of humanity in the future. Nine Xiangs, Shui Huanzi, you should recognize the general trend. Since ancient times, continents have been destroyed one after another. Even the Grim Reaper, Wu Tian, and the others have fallen, let alone the likes of you. If you join the Eternals, you will become the ruler of humanity in the future. Nonsense. Hey Wushan, you will die here today. The blood ancestor retracted his hand and clawed at He Wushan. He Wushan sneered. You don't have a choice. The war between the 6th and 5th mainlands left you with a blood debt. The Hui ancestor schemed against the 6th mainland, causing the 6th mainland to be occupied by the Eternals. Your grudges with the 5th mainland are similar to ours. Why not join the Eternals and obtain true eternal life? Even if the person you worship doesn't have true eternal life, only the true God of our race can grant you eternal life. Scram, the martial ancestor barked. Stubborn. He Wushan sneered. It doesn't matter. We've already achieved our goal. Is the other man not done yet? The mystery ancestor's expression sank. The Yellow Spring Sea is obstructing us. The Yellow Spring Sea continued to churn in the cemetery, trying to stop the disc from entering. However, it was futile, and the disc continued to slowly advance. Once it completely entered the cemetery, the mystery ancestor would be able to replace the sky of the cemetery and destroy it. The gravekeeper roared with unwillingness, even if I die, I will shed my last drop of blood for this graveyard. With that, he leapt towards the disc like a moth to a flame. The 4 captains rushed out together, wrapping themselves around the Yellow Spring Sea as they vowed to push the disc out. To them, the disc was a blade of death. Even the gravekeeper, a half-martial ancestor, couldn't stop it. They just wanted to delay it, even if it was just for a second. Inside the cemetery, the World Mountains chief, Lan Si, and the Shengqing clan were all present, as well as the experts from the 5th and 6th mainlands. On the shore of the Yellow Springs, a pair of eyes opened. Next to him, the Yellow Spring Sea rolled in reverse, and a blade suddenly appeared. It was a very simple blade, and it instantly passed by the gravekeeper and slashed toward the disc. Thump! There was a loud noise, and the cemetery paused. Then, under countless incredulous gazes, the disc cracked open and was finally cut apart by the blade. The blade then tore through the cemetery and headed towards the Starfall Sea. At that moment, the blade shattered the sky that had been replaced by the mystery ancestor, becoming the center of the universe and the 5th mainland. It became the object of worship for countless people. When Elder Chan and the others saw the blade appear, they couldn't believe their eyes. The blade didn't break through the void, it was simply too fast. It instantly traversed the inner verse and arrived at the edge of the Starfall Sea, right outside the black hole, right in front of the mystery ancestor. The mystery ancestor's expression changed, and he stared blankly at the blade as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? It wasn't just him, the martial ancestor, the blood ancestor, and He Wuxian all stared at the blade in disbelief. Xia Shang's blade, the blood ancestor said in a low voice. The blade slashed towards the mystery ancestor, whose eyes narrowed. Xia Shang, you're not dead. As he spoke, his body was sent flying by the blade. The tip of the blade sank into his body, and he spat out a mouthful of blood that burned the void. He Wuxian gritted his teeth, and 3 pitch-black lines overlapped in his eyes to form a star-shaped image. He slammed his palm against the blade, causing it to crack. The mystery ancestor spat out another mouthful of blood, but He Wuxian grabbed him. Let's go. The martial ancestor wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by the blood ancestor. It's more important to guard this place. The martial ancestor was furious. You traitor, I'll kill you. No one knew what was happening. The sky of the inner verse continued to change, and as the blade shattered, everything returned to normal. However, the various gates of the burial gardens collapsed at the same time, not just those that had entered, but those that had exited as well. In other words, not even the gravekeeper himself could leave the burial gardens. The burial gardens were completely sealed off, and it wasn't just the people who belonged to the burial gardens, but also those who had entered, such as the Prime Clear, Lan Si, and the others. In Kuan-Zhe, Lu Yin was still staring blankly at the sky. He had first seen a disk fly past, and that pressure had almost caused him to kneel down. Then, a blade had slashed past, and that blade had been even more terrifying. Its unparalleled aura was unimaginable. When everything returned to normal, he lowered his head. Not even half of the game had been completed. The chess piece in Tong Yu's hand fell to the ground, and beads of sweat dripped down her forehead as she panted. The moment the disc had appeared, she had been in the same situation as the second Night King. That immense pressure had been difficult for her to resist, but she had fared better than the second Night King since she cultivated death energy. What's going on? Can you tell me now? Lu Yin asked, staring at Tong Yu. Tong Yu smiled bitterly and wiped away the sweat on her forehead. I don't know either. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. You forced me to play chess with you so that you could keep me here. What's your goal? Tong Yu pointed above. It's unexpected. Lu Yin did not understand. Tong Yu helplessly explained, I don't know what's going on in the burial gardens. Before this, the 7 sky gods of the Neo-Human Alliance decided to attack the burial gardens because too many ancient inheritances had appeared. They left you here because they were worried that you would mysteriously enter the burial gardens. Lu Yin suddenly stood up, and his expression changed. The 7 sky gods are attacking the burial gardens. Aren't the corpse god and the forgotten ruins god dead? How did they find their bodies so quickly? Tong Yu was astonished. Master knows a lot. You even know that they're using their bodies. Lu Yin's face twitched, as he knew that he had let the cat out of the bag. What's up with that disc? Tong Yu's expression turned solemn, and she said apprehensively, It should be the power of a progenitor, but I don't know either. The head judge only told me that the Neo-Human Alliance was going to attack the burial gardens and told me to keep an eye on you so that you wouldn't be affected. But how did a progenitor appear? Only the heavens know, and there's more than one progenitor. Of course, Lu Yin knew this, as that blade gave him an even more frightening feeling. If the disc was helping the Neo-Human Alliance attack the cemetery, then that blade was helping the cemetery. That blade. Lu Yin suddenly thought of progenitor Qin. Could it be him? He would never forget that he had seen Progenitor Chin at the seaside of the burial gardens. He did not know if it was a wandering corpse, but if it wasn't, then Progenitor Chin would definitely be in the burial gardens. Anyone who dared to attack the burial gardens would be asking for trouble. At that moment, his gadget beeped. Lu Yin glanced at it and saw that it was a message from Wei Rong. All of the burial gardens' gates within the Great Eastern Alliance have collapsed. Lu Yin frowned. The burial gardens' gates have collapsed. Tong Yu nodded. It looks like the Neo-Human Alliance succeeded. At that moment, another message came in, followed by a continuous stream of messages. Lu Yin read through the messages one by one, and his expression gradually turned ugly. So that was what had happened. That disc was the power of the Sixth Mainland's progenitor of secrets. He had betrayed the humans and joined the Eternals, attacking the burial gardens. Fortunately, that blade had appeared and resolved the burial gardens' crisis. Even so, the burial gardens had been completely sealed off, and no one could find them. Even the gravekeeper could not leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1851. Once news of secret progenitor's betrayal spread, the Sixth Mainland descended into chaos. The Daosaur sect thoroughly investigated the people from secret progenitor territory, and Bukong's betrayal was also exposed. The Fifth Mainland did not remain idle either, as they had to immediately respond to secret progenitor's betrayal. Secret progenitor did not only represent himself, but also the Sixth Mainland's experts who had followed the imprint progenitor. This was not just a matter for the Sixth Mainland, but also for the Fifth Mainland. The Board of Governors had to be convened immediately, and Lu Yin had been informed by Elder Chan to convene the Board of Governors to deal with this sudden incident. This matter involved secret progenitor, so they could not interfere. However, those who were loyal to secret progenitor in the Outerverse had to be strictly investigated. More importantly, the seven sky gods had failed to attack Burial Garden. Aside from Bai Wuxian, there were no other seven sky gods in the Neo-Human Alliance. Elder Chan had explicitly called for the Board of Governors to convene and call upon the entire Fifth Mainland to attack the Neo-Human Alliance. The Hall of Honor had long since taken control of many Neo-Human Alliance strongholds, and without the seven sky gods, Bai Wuxian alone would not be able to accomplish much. They needed to eliminate the Neo-Human Alliance as quickly as possible. There were many things that needed to be dealt with, and Lu Yin's gadget received countless messages. When he looked up, he saw that Tong Yu had disappeared. There was a lot of information, but he had been mentally prepared. From the moment he had learned that it was either Yang Kong or Bukong, Lu Yin had made many guesses. Although secret progenitor's betrayal was inconceivable, it was not unacceptable. Bukong had died, and secret progenitor's attack on the Eternal Kingdom had been nothing more than a show. Fortunately, Burial Garden had progenitor Chen's power, or else Burial Garden would have been finished, and the ancient inheritances would have been severed. Although Burial Garden had been completely sealed off, it was not impossible for it to reappear in the future. However, Lu Yin did not know which unlucky bastards were trapped in Burial Garden. He activated his gadget, and several screens appeared. They were the various Board of Governors. Elder Chan had requested for the Board of Governors to convene immediately to deal with this incident, and Lu Yin did not dare to slack off. This time, the Board of Governors did not have any conflicts, and they had all reached a consensus. They contacted the Sixth Mainland and sent people to participate in the defense of the horizontal black hole. At the same time, they announced the Neo-Human Alliance strongholds to be eliminated as soon as possible. The Board of Governors issued many orders as quickly as possible. At the same time, in the Outerverse, the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect also reacted quickly. The three progenitors who had been hidden within the Daosaur sect all moved out, and they ordered all cultivators from the secret progenitor territory to not act rashly. All cultivators from the secret imprint progenitor were to be investigated, and the entire fifth mainland was thrown into chaos. However, there was order amidst the chaos. In just a few short days, many of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds had been destroyed. These strongholds had originally been exposed to the Hall of Honor, but the Hall of Honor had not taken any action because they were worried about the seven sky gods' revenge. Now, however, they could act without restraint. In Kun Zi, Lu Yin and the Hell Overlord sat opposite each other. The Hell Overlord was incomparably huge, and even its head could not be seen. Only its toes could be seen. The jug of wine beside Lu Yin was also incomparably huge, almost as big as a house. There was a loud thud as the flagon fell to the ground. The prison overseer sighed. "So you're saying that the second Night King's escape wasn't planned by you?" Lu Yin replied, "Of course not. At most, I'll just take the fruits of your labor. Also, you can't blame me. I already told you that someone broke out of the prison." Just the mention of this prison master made him feel disgusted. Lu Yin had indeed told him that someone was about to break out of the prison, and he had even made it very clear who was going to break out of the prison. The prison master had no way of blaming Lu Yin, and he could only blame himself for not being able to watch over Lu Yin properly and for not being strong enough. The more he thought about it, the more depressed he became. The Hell Master lifted the wine jug and took a big gulp. The wine continued to drip down, and each drop was huge. To Lu Yin, a single drop was enough to drown him. He pursed his lips and removed the wine droplets with his domain. "Where's the green tea?" "He's not coming back." The Hell Master smashed the wine jug onto the ground. "The Spectre clan attacked Lu Yan because he told you the location of the Neo-Human Alliance's stronghold. Thanks to you, I was almost killed by that woman." Lu Yin coughed. "You can't blame me for that. It's my duty to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance." The Hell Master was still depressed, and he took another sip. Lu Yin was a little embarrassed. If the Hell Master knew that the Hell Master had been asleep for so long because of him, he might not be able to control himself. "Then what are you doing here? There shouldn't be anything in Kun Zi that you're interested in." "The green tea won't be coming back," the Hell Master said unhappily. Lu Yin replied, "I'm here to absorb the death energy." He did not hide anything. The Hell Master was speechless. Anyone else would have been arrested for saying such a thing, but since Lu Yin had said so, there was nothing he could do. Lu Yin's ability to absorb death energy had already been reported to the Interstellar Arbitration Center, and he had already gone through the procedures. If there's nothing else, then leave. Nothing good ever happens. The Hell Master was still very unhappy. Lu Yin exchanged a few more pleasantries with the Hell Master before leaving, as he did not have time to waste in Kun Zi. In the outside world, the Great Eastern Alliance still needed to contribute to the destruction of the Neo-Human Alliance. They had also traded with the people who had escaped from Burial Garden. In just a few short days, many of the Neo-Human Alliance's strongholds had been destroyed, and the fifth and sixth mainlands had acted without restraint. From Elder Chan's point of view, the seven sky gods only had Bai Wuxian, who had never shown himself before, and thus posed no threat to them. However, they had underestimated Bai Wuxian, as he was the only person in the seven sky gods who had the immortal list. In the Outerverse, because of Lu Yin's scheme, the fifth mainland had withdrawn from Iron Blood Weave, forcing the sixth mainland to send people to guard Iron Blood Weave and prevent the Outerverse from being invaded by the Astral Beast domain. But then, there had been another change, and Elder Autumnfrost had left. Fortunately, someone had replaced him, or else the Astral Beast domain would have invaded the Outerverse long ago. The person who had replaced Elder Autumn Frost was an imprinter named Chiu Bearded. Although he had not reached the level of a world imprinter, he was infinitely close. Chiu Bearded had relied on his fused bloodline and the imprinter's bloodline forefather, as well as the Sixth Mainland's original suppression of the Fifth Mainland. Chiu Bearded had forcefully blocked the attack of a celestial beast empire astral beast with a power level of over 800,000. Recently, the Corpse Keeper had come to Iron Blood Weave and had become one of the strongest forces stationed there. Chiu Bearded had joined forces with the Corpse Keeper to push the Astral Beast domain out of Iron Blood Weave. The Sixth Mainland was not the Fifth Mainland's human domain. They had more experts and more methods, and they also suppressed the Fifth Mainland's cultivators. This had caused the Astral Beast domain to be unable to retaliate, and they were about to push back into the Primal Zone. In outer space, countless astral beasts and the Sixth Mainland's cultivators engaged in a fierce battle. Blood dyed the dark stars red, and countless corpses floated about as strongholds were destroyed one after another. These strongholds were important barriers that the Fifth Mainland relied on to defend against the astral beasts, but they were nothing in the eyes of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. They wanted to invade the Primal Zone and become the invaders, not the other way around. The Corpse Keeper stood tall in outer space, his expression calm as he carried a corpse on his back. No one dared to approach him, as this was the battlefield of the world imprinters. The Corpse Keeper was fighting against a giant praying mantis that was like an enlarged version of Julian. It was incredibly fast, and this was where Chiu Bearded had been injured. If the Corpse Keeper had not been able to deal with this giant beast, Chiu Bearded would have died. With a bang, the corpse on his back was blocked to the right by the Corpse Keeper. An invisible force slashed at the corpse, and the shockwaves sliced through the void. Everything that came into contact with the shockwaves were sliced into pieces. This attack's power exceeded 800,000, and it was incredibly swift and fierce. However, it did not damage the corpse at all. The Corpse Keeper sent out an imprint, and corpses suddenly appeared. One of the corpses seemed to have been hit by something, and the Corpse Keeper instantly switched places with that corpse. The Corpse Keeper sent a palm strike forward, and a black palm strike distorted the void as it slammed into a giant beast. It was the giant praying mantis astral beast. The giant beast was forced back by the palm strike, and its wings cracked. Interesting. The Corpse Keeper's eyes widened, and he stepped forward again, continuously switching places with the corpses that littered the starry sky. The giant beast wanted to slice through the corpses, but it found it difficult to do so. The corpses were incredibly tough and could even be compared to power vessels. Not long after, the giant beast did not appear again, and the Corpse Keeper collected the corpses that littered the starry sky. They had won this battle yet again, and it would not be long before they invaded the Primal Zone. Behind him, Chiu Bearded appeared, his face pale. The Primal Zone isn't too far away. Let's charge in. The Corpse Keeper coldly said, the Celestial Beast Empire isn't easy to deal with. Otherwise, the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor would not have been so passive. The Fifth Mainland is far weaker than our Sixth Mainland, Chiu Bearded said disdainfully as he stood next to the Corpse Keeper. The Corpse Keeper frowned, as he was not used to having a living person next to him. Fortunately, they were still half a meter apart. Secret Progenitor has betrayed humanity. There's a Neo-Human Alliance stronghold not too far from Iron Blood Weave. Go and destroy it. Chiu Bearded replied, no problem. He then turned around and suddenly sent a palm strike towards the Corpse Keeper. The Corpse Keeper was shocked and instinctively raised his hand. Death's palm. Bang! A loud explosion shook the void, attracting the attention of many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators. Chiu Bearded was sent flying, and the black gas from the Death's palm entered his body, causing livor mortis to appear on his skin. The Corpse Keeper's gaze turned cold. What are you trying to do? Chiu Bearded spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, Corpse Keeper, you're finished. He then dragged his heavily injured body out of Iron Blood Weave. Just as the Corpse Keeper was about to give chase, his expression suddenly changed. Not good. He had been poisoned. His body was rapidly aging, and he hurriedly took out many corpses to guard his surroundings. He then reached into one of the corpses and connected the corpses together in an attempt to spread the poison throughout all of them. One of the corpses aged and decayed before finally turning into dust. Another corpse followed, and then another. The Corpse Keeper gritted his teeth. Everyone in the morgue, take out your corpse treasures. More and more corpses appeared in outer space. There were at least a few thousand of them, and they were still increasing. The more corpses were added, the more corpses turned into dust. At the same time, the people in the morgue continued to refine the corpses into corpse treasures. Although the process was slow, it was the only way to increase the number of corpse treasures they had. In the blink of an eye, thousands of corpse treasures had turned into dust. The Corpse Keeper's hair had turned white, and his eyes were filled with madness. What kind of poison could be so terrifying? Even I can't transfer it. The morgue was refining corpses, and the corpse treasures were like an extension of their bodies. It was common knowledge in the Sixth Mainland that no one should poison the people in the morgue, as it would be useless. No matter how terrifying the poison was, it would still be transferred out. The corpse treasures were their bodies, and they could easily transfer the poison away, not to mention the Corpse Keeper, an expert who was infinitely close to becoming a cosmic imprinter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1852. Even though the Corpse Keeper was proficient in detoxification, Curlybeard's poison was still very difficult for him to resist. Not only had he used up all of his corpse treasures, but he had also used up the corpse treasures of the cultivators in the morgue. These corpse treasures were equivalent to the battle techniques of the cultivators in the morgue, and without them, their strength rapidly declined. Finally, when all of his corpse treasures were used up, the Corpse Keeper barely managed to control the poison. He had to immediately return to the morgue and use the corpse treasures there to disperse the poison. He left Iron Blood Weave without hesitation, as even if he stayed, he would not be able to defend against the Astral Beast Domain's attack with his broken body. As he left, he contacted the Dowsource sect and requested for them to send more experts to defend Iron Blood Weave. He also reported the incident with Curly Beard. The Corpse Keeper's departure caused Iron Blood Weave's defenses to crumble, and the Mantis Beast easily slaughtered countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland. This caused countless astral beasts to rush out of Iron Blood Weave as if they had broken through a seal and were rushing towards the eastern weaves of the Outerverse. Lu Yin, who was heading towards the blazing mist flow zone, was the first to receive the news. What? Iron Blood Weave has been defeated. Lu Yin was shocked, and his expression turned ugly. Shui Chuanqiao's voice was low. According to the reports, Curly Beard, who was jointly guarding Iron Blood Weave with the Corpse Keeper, suddenly attacked the Corpse Keeper and poisoned him. The Corpse Keeper then fled to the morgue and abandoned Iron Blood Weave, resulting in the deaths of all the cultivators in Iron Blood Weave. Not a single one managed to escape. The astral beasts have already rushed out of Iron Blood Weave and entered the asteroid belt and Eastleigh Weave. Their next target will be North Castle Weave, Grand Top Weave, and Grand Woods Weave. Frostwave Weave was next, and Lu Yin's expression turned even uglier. Frostwave Weave was his bottom line, and he could not allow anything to happen to it. When he thought of this, he ended the call and immediately contacted the Celestial Beast Empire. Previously, he had only managed to evacuate Iron Blood Weave and notify the Celestial Beast Empire through the help of the board of directors. Only the board of directors had a way to directly contact the Celestial Beast Empire's upper echelons, and no one else could be contacted. But now, Lu Yin was a board member, so he could easily contact them. He had contacted a Void Thunder Beast named Su Qing, the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire. Its status was equivalent to Shui Chuanqiao's status in the human domain, but it was much more terrifying than Shui Chuanqiao's. After all, the astral beast domain respected the strong. According to the records of the Board of Governors, Su Qing's combat power was no less than 1,000,000. When Lu Yin had contacted Su Qing, he had merely sent him a message. Lu Yin had not spoken to him, and the one who had sent the message was the Board of Directors, not a single person. Now, Lu Yin was facing Su Qing. "Commander Void Qing, I am Lu Yin." Lu Yin looked at the man on the screen and spoke in a low voice. He was clearly a Void Thunder Beast, but he had always appeared in human form. He often said that he didn't understand humans. The Astral Beast domain had the Celestial Devourers list, which recorded all the humans they cared about and wanted to kill. The humans also had a similar list, and Su Qing was one of the top few. The man that Su Qing had transformed into had a dignified expression, and his gaze was deep. He gave off a similar feeling to Shui Chuanqiao, which made Lu Yin wonder if this guy had used Shui Chuanqiao as a template to transform. "So it's the Great Eastern Alliance's Alliance Master. I've heard a lot about you." "I've heard a lot about you as well, Commander Void Qing," Lu Yin said, but his tone was not too serious. Su Qing looked at Lu Yin with interest. "Actually, this isn't the first time we've dealt with each other. You were the one who relinquished Iron Blood Weave and told me about it back then, Alliance Master Lu. I can't hide anything from you, Commander Void Qing." "That's right, I was the one who relinquished Iron Blood Weave and told you about it." Lu Yin did not try to hide anything. Su Qing sneered. "What a brilliant scheme. You want my Astral Beast domain to go to war with the Sixth Mainland. Even if I announce your intentions to the entire Astral Beast domain, it would be useless. Conquering Iron Blood Weave has become the obsession of many Astral Beasts. You forcefully push my Astral Beast domain to the opposite side of the Sixth Mainland, making it the only battlefield in peacetime." Lu Yin shrugged. "You can't blame me for that. The Sixth Mainland has taken over the Outerverse, and Iron Blood Weave is also part of the Outerverse. Naturally, they'll have to give it to the Sixth Mainland. Do they expect my Fifth Mainland to defend them? Besides, the Sixth Mainland has always been the Fifth Mainland's enemy, and the Astral Beast domain is also part of the Fifth Mainland. Commander, you haven't forgotten about the war from more than a decade ago, right? The Sixth Mainland invaded the Astral Beast domain and caused you to suffer heavy losses." Su Qing nodded. "That's right. That's why withdrawing from Iron Blood Weave is a matter of official business. We don't owe you any favors, Alliance Master Lu." Lu Yin's expression changed slightly, as he had actually been tricked. As expected of the Astral Beast domain's commander, Su Qing must have guessed why Lu Yin had contacted him, which was why he had rejected Lu Yin's request in advance. Relinquishing Iron Blood Weave is indeed a matter of official business, but informing you in advance is not a matter of official business. Su Qing smiled. "You're just causing the Astral Beast domain and the Sixth Mainland to engage in a bloody war earlier. Because of that, we also promised Alliance Master Lu that we wouldn't attack the commoners, so we don't owe each other anything. It's the same now. Your Astral Beast domain has already fought its way out of Iron Blood Weave, so please continue to refrain from attacking the commoners," Lu Yin said. This was the main reason why he had contacted Su Qing. Now that Iron Blood Weave had been breached, countless astral beasts had entered the asteroid belt and Eastleigh Weave. Next, North Castle Weave, Grand Top Weave, Great Woods Weave, and even Frostwave Weave would not be able to escape. If the astral beast domain attacked the commoners, then the slaughter would be incomparably terrifying. Su Qing looked deeply at Lu Yin and then shook his head with a smile. Alliance Master Lu, I did promise you that we wouldn't attack the commoners, but so much time has passed. This time, breaking through Iron Blood Weave has nothing to do with you. We were the ones who defeated the Sixth Mainland and wiped them out. That's how we managed to break through Iron Blood Weave's defenses. You can't possibly think that this transaction will last forever, right? Lu Yin's face sank. If I hadn't notified you back then, not only would the Sixth Mainland have been able to defend Iron Blood Weave, but with Ancestor Autumn Frost and the Corpse Keeper's strength, they would have even slaughtered the entire Primal Zone. Your losses would have been even greater. Su Qing smiled. It doesn't matter. Since we've entered the Primal Zone, we should have been prepared to die. Wasn't Iron Blood Weave the same? Every cultivator in Iron Blood Weave was prepared to die. If they were afraid of dying, then they wouldn't have entered the battlefield. It looks like Alliance Master Lu doesn't understand the concept of a battle to the death. A battle to the death is a battle that starts with death. All of the participants consider themselves dead, not living. Lu Yin sternly retorted. I'm talking about losses, not the will to fight. The Primal Zone has been slaughtered, so what will your astral beast domain use to invade Iron Blood Weave? Su Qing did not seem to mind. Then we'll push forward step by step. I, the Imperial Tutor, and even the Yao Emperor will enter the battlefield and take back the Primal Zone step by step. That's what war is. If Alliance Master Lu is so worried about the safety of the commoners, then why didn't you make preparations earlier? Do you really think that my astral beast domain will never be able to break through the Primal Zone? At this point, Su Qing's expression turned cold. That's an insult to the entire astral beast domain. In our eyes, Iron Blood Weave and the surrounding weaves are all battlefields. You humans think too highly of yourselves. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and a cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Su Qing and Lu Yin stared at each other for a moment, and then he suddenly changed the topic and softened his tone. But it's not like I can't agree to your request, as long as you agree to one of my conditions. Lu Yin growled, Speak. Su Qing met Lu Yin's icy gaze and slowly said, I want the power that you used in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. The power of the Grim Reaper. Lu Yin raised his brows. There were quite a few people in the universe who had their eyes on him, and there were even some from the astral beast domain. However, this was to be expected. At the end of the Sovereign Tournament, the Prime Clear One's 3 young ancestral chi had been unsolvable, and he had tried to challenge everyone to break through. Even the martial ancestor had been forced out, but who would have thought that he would be defeated by Lu Yin's Grim Reaper transformation? Everyone coveted the power of the Grim Reaper transformation, regardless of whether they had heard of the Grim Reaper's inheritance or not. How about it, Alliance Leader Lu? Let's see if those commoners are worth more than a cultivation technique. Su Qing was pleased with himself, as if victory was already in his grasp. Lu Yin's fingers twitched. What if I say no? Su Qing sneered. Then I can't guarantee what will happen to your outerverse. Beasts have their instincts, and I hope that you'll be able to bear the consequences. He then hung up. From the moment that the corpse guards had left Iron Blood Weave, they had taken the initiative, and the humans had no choice but to compromise. Actually, the outerverse currently belonged to the Sixth Mainland, and Lu Yin could ignore it. However, that was where the Great Eastern Alliance had originated, and Frostwave Weave was there. Frostwave Weave still belonged to him, and it was not the Sixth Mainland. Frostwave Weave had Xenu Star and Earth. Once those astral beasts started slaughtering without restraint, Earth would be finished, and everyone would die. This was something that Lu Yin could not accept. Lu Yin did not care about the Sixth Mainland's reaction, as he only wanted to protect Frostwave Weave. Lu Yin immediately contacted Xian Jiao and the other directors and asked them to negotiate with the Sixth Mainland to see how they planned to repel the Astral Beast domain. However, the response he received was that they would not act for the time being. The Sixth Mainland did not care about the lives of the people in the eastern weaves of the Outerverse. To them, the secret progenitor territory and the Neo-Human Alliance were more important. Everything else could wait. At that moment, Lu Yin's gadget rang again. It was Elder Lohar. Lu Yin accepted the call, and Elder Lohar's haggard face appeared on his screen. Alliance Leader Lu, Iron Blood Weave has been breached. I know, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Elder Lohar's gaze was gloomy. I've already contacted Jie Shan, but... He paused. Jie Shan's answer is that the Outerverse belongs to the Sixth Mainland and has nothing to do with our Fifth Mainland. As for the Sixth Mainland, will they care? Will they care? Lu Yin was not surprised. Does the Outerverse really have nothing to do with us? Although Elder Lohar's voice was soft, he was howling with a crazed look in his eyes. So many people have protected Iron Blood Weave for generations. That is our obsession, our line of defense, and it has nothing to do with our standpoint. The name Iron Blood Weave has been branded into the memories of countless people for generations to come, and we do not wish for it to be breached. Alliance Leader Lu, can you understand how we feel? Iron Blood Weave is not a place to us. It is alive, and it is weeping. Countless ancestors are buried there, and their heroic spirits are weeping. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1853. Lu Yin's eyes trembled when he heard Elder Lohar's words, as he did not understand how the old man felt. To him, Iron Blood Weave was just a line of defense, which was why he could easily order Elder Lohar and the others to withdraw. The only reason he had negotiated with Su Qing was because he cared about Frostwave Weave, not Iron Blood Weave. Perhaps to Elder Lohar and the others, Iron Blood Weave was their home, and it was their final destination. Elder Lohar could not say these words to outsiders, as they would not be able to understand. A weave that belonged to the Sixth Mainland should have nothing to do with them. They had already withdrawn from the mortal arena, so why should they care? Even the Sixth Mainland could not understand. This was a belief that belonged to the people who had guarded Iron Blood Weave for generations, and it was a belief that was branded into their souls. Just as Elder Lohar had said, Iron Blood Weave was alive, and it was crying. What do you want me to do? Lu Yin asked. Elder Lohar looked at Lu Yin. You're a director. Lu Yin shook his head. It's useless. Something huge has happened in the Fifth Mainland, and the Hall of Honor and the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect are all focused on it. Compared to Iron Blood Weave, it's insignificant. Elder Lohar was stunned, but then he smiled bitterly. That's right, insignificant. Lu Yin was not only referring to Iron Blood Weave, but also to them. The most powerful person among them was only an enlighter, so what did they count for in this vast universe? They were just ants. In an instant, Elder Lohar aged 10 years. No one could understand them. Sorry to disturb you, Alliance Master Lu. Elder Lohar's tone was calm, but his heart was like dead ashes. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. It might be insignificant to them, but it's different to me. Regardless of whether it's Iron Blood Weave or the entire Outerverse, they used to belong to me, and they will belong to me in the future. Thus, I will not allow anyone to destroy them. Elder Lohar had originally planned to turn off his screen, but when he heard Lu Yin's words, he became excited. Alliance Master Lu, what did you say? Lu Yin replied, gather all of your people and gather in Frostwave Weave. Even if the Hall of Honor and the 6th Mainland's Daosor sect don't care, my Great Eastern Alliance will care. I'll take on this battle. Elder Lohar was excited, and his expression was one of ecstasy. Yes, Alliance Master. Lu Yin immediately ended the call and contacted Shui Chuanshao. Immediately mobilized the Giant Corps, Lu Xian's army, and the Heavenly Sin Corps to gather in the Outerverse Frostwave Weave. Immediately mobilized the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Allied armies to gather in Frostwave Weave and prepare for war against the Astral Beast domain. Shui Chuanxiao's eyes brightened. Yes, Alliance Master. This form of address contained an unprecedented amount of respect. Not just anyone would have the courage to make an enemy out of such a large astral domain. At this point, the Hall of Honor could not possibly manage the Outerverse, as that was the 6th Mainland's territory. The 6th Mainland would take care of the Outerverse, but it would not be so fast or so seriously. It was not realistic to rely on the Great Eastern Alliance to resist the Astral Beast domain, but Lu Yin had still done so. Shui Chuanshao had joined the Great Eastern Alliance to repay Lu Yin's kindness, but now, he realized that he had made the right choice. So what if the Outerverse was given to the 6th Mainland? Could the people of the Outerverse be ignored? If those people had a choice, they would not have been willing to accept the rule of the 6th Mainland. The 5th Mainland could not protect them, so they had been sent to the 6th Mainland. Now that they were in danger, and the 6th Mainland could not protect them, they had to protect them. These people were still their people. They were still alive. Their lives had nothing to do with value. Life was life, so what was the point of cultivation? Was it really for the sake of immortality? If he gave up on those people, it would be equivalent to giving up on his bottom line as a human. What was the point of immortality? He might as well join the Eternals. The moment Su Qing had rejected the deal, Lu Yin had already made up his mind. He could only accept this war. He could not give up the lives of countless people. The Hall of Honor did not care about those people, and neither did the 6th Mainland, but he did. After contacting Shui Chuanshao, Lu Yin contacted the Sea King, Lu Qianjue, and the others. Lu Qianjue and the others naturally did not want to get involved in the Outerverse affairs. It was fine as long as the Astral Beast domain did not invade the Innerverse. However, under Lu Yin's coercion, they had no choice but to head to the Outerverse and participate in the war against the Astral Beast domain. Even though Lu Yin was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, he could not force Lu Qianjue and the other emissaries to listen to him. He had also paid a considerable price for them to head to the Outerverse. His gadget continuously rang. There were calls from within the Great Eastern Alliance, from outside, and from strangers. Lu Yin did not want to answer most of the calls, but there were some that he had to answer. Alliance Master Lu, what is the Great Eastern Alliance planning? Xian Zhao asked. She was a director, so Lu Yin had to answer her calls. Lu Yin replied, prepare for war against the Astral Beast domain. He did not hide this fact. The Great Eastern Alliance had always been under surveillance, and anyone would know if they were mobilized. Besides, Lu Qianjue and the others' movements could not be hidden from the Hall of Honor. Xian Zhao asked, the Great Eastern Alliance wants to fight against the Astral Beast domain. Alliance Master Lu, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. The Outerverse belongs to the 6th Mainland, and the 6th Mainland will take care of itself. If the Great Eastern Alliance interferes, then this war might end up in your hands, and your losses will be great. Lu Yin understood this logic, but he did not dare to take the risk. The mystery progenitor had betrayed the humans, and the 6th Mainland was currently in the midst of a self-cleansing process. When would they react? By the time they did, what would become of those weaves? The corpse keeper had abandoned Iron Blood Weave without hesitation. He did not even dare to imagine the human weaves that had been massacred by the astral beasts. The sixth mainland does not care about those weaves. They will definitely defeat the astral beast domain in the end, but those weaves will also be crippled. Xian Jiao was helpless. This is war. Do you think that the Great Eastern Alliance can win by going all out against the astral beast domain? You're just sending yourselves to your deaths. The Celestial Beast Empire has been at war with the human domain for many years, and they're very powerful. They're not something that your Great Eastern Alliance can deal with. So we should give up on those people? Lu Yin countered. Xian Jiao could not refute this. There were some things that could be thought about, but could not be said out loud. She did not care about the fate of those people in the Outerverse. Many people in the Cosmic Sea and the Neoverse did not even know what the Outerverse contained. To them, the Outerverse was no different from the astral wilderness. She had advised Lu Yin because she wanted to ensure the stability of the current universe. She did not want the Great Eastern Alliance to be defeated because of this war, and she did not want Lu Yin to die because of this war. Even if Lu Yin's death had nothing to do with her on the surface, the board would definitely undergo a new round of reshuffling. Some people might even blame the board for Lu Yin's death, which was something that she could not accept. More importantly, a group of envoys from the Innerverse had been forced by Lu Yin to fight in the Outerverse. If they all died, then it would be a huge blow to the Innerverse, and it would be the same for the fifth mainland. The fifth mainland's human domain strength would be depleted, and how would they face the threat of the sixth mainland in the future? The Board of Governors was not an ordinary person. They could clearly see that the grudges between the sixth and fifth mainlands had never been settled, and there would definitely be a war in the future. This was also why the Board of Governors had agreed to Elder Lohar and the others evacuating Iron Blood Weave and had even been willing to contact the Celestial Beast Empire. They were willing to let the sixth mainland and the astral beast domain fight to the death and exhaust each other, but they were not willing to let the fifth mainland do the same. Lu Yin ended the call. He did not care about Xian Jiao, but he was more concerned about Elder Chan. If Elder Chan tried to stop the Great Eastern Alliance from going to the Outerverse, how would he respond? Just as he was thinking about Elder Chan, the old man contacted him. Do you really want to lead the Great Eastern Alliance to fight to the death with the astral beast domain? Elder Chan asked, though Lu Yin could not tell what his tone was. Lu Yin did not hesitate to answer, yes. Why? Elder Chan's tone became gloomier. Lu Yin thought about it. We've already given up on them once. We can't give up on them a second time. They're not your people. Elder Chan sighed. They cheered for me, bowed to me, and even called me Alliance Master. Those are lives, and they cannot be destroyed by the astral beasts, Lu Yin replied. The lives of countless experts in the Great Eastern Alliance might not even be worth it. Is it worth it? Elder Chan asked. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It's not, but it should be. Why? Elder Chan's tone became gloomier. Because I'm human. These were simple words that did not contain any grand reason, but they reflected Lu Yin's true thoughts. The call went silent for a moment. After a while, Elder Chan spoke again. The secret progenitor's betrayal has shaken the sixth mainland, and now, you have to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance's counterattack and destroy their stronghold. The Hall of Honor will not send any reinforcements, but I can guarantee that no half-progenitors will appear in the astral beast domain. If you want to protect those in the Outerverse, you can only rely on yourself. Lu Shaoxian, this is the path you've chosen. Don't regret it when you die. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. I won't regret it. Elder Chan ended the call and suddenly smiled. His ill feelings towards Lu Yin had disappeared. Who said that Lu Yin was not from the fifth mainland? He cared about the fifth mainland more than anyone else. He was Lu Shaoxian, but he was also Lu Yin, a child who had walked the path of cultivation from the fifth mainland and was willing to die for it. Since Lu Yin was willing to die for the fifth mainland would definitely not let him down. Lu Yin stared at his gadget in a daze. If he had not misheard, Elder Chan's last sentence had been filled with concern. He shook his head, as he did not have the time to think about such things. He opened his gadget again and looked at the words Yuan Qiong. He felt a little embarrassed. Should he trouble the serious sect? Who cares? Who asked him to be so stubborn? Not long after, Yuan Qiong's angry roar could be heard from the serious sect. It was not just the serious sect. Lu Yin's actions had caused the entire fifth mainland to boil over. In the astral beast domain, in the celestial beast empire, Su Qing stood in space and waved his hand, causing countless astral beasts to head towards the primal zone. He was in high spirits. From the moment we set foot in the outerverse of the human domain, that place will forever belong to us. Countless astral beasts roared, not doubting their commander's words at all. Su Qing had never thought that Lu Yin would agree to hand over the Reaper transformation to him, nor had he considered giving up on the outerverse. That had been the Celestial Beast Empire's long-cherished wish for countless years, to defeat the humans. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1854. The sixth mainland's secret ancestor had betrayed them, and more than half of the 7 sky gods had perished. Not only did the fifth mainland have to defend against the Eternals' invasion, but they also had to deal with the Neo-Human Alliance's counterattack. The sixth mainland also had to eliminate the threat left behind by Secret Ancestor. There was no better time to defeat the humans than now. This was a great undertaking, and Su Qing would not let it go. As for Lu Yin, he didn't care about him at all. No matter how high Lu Yin's status was, it was impossible for him to get the entire fifth mainland to support him. More importantly, Curlybeard, who had ambushed the Corpse Keeper, wasn't following the Astral Beast Domain's orders. This meant that they still had support, which was the Eternals. Although the Eternal race was also their enemy, it had not reached the point where they would fight to the death. They were willing to share the fifth mainland with the Eternal race. Outerverse Southern Weaves, Daosaur's sect. Iron Blood Weave has been breached, so we need to send people to defend it as soon as possible and chase those beasts out, someone said. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a scholarly temperament, and there was a halo of light behind him that was overflowing with brilliant colors, making him seem like a deity. He was 9 glories, and he was one of the sixth mainland's Daosaur sect's half-progenitor. He was known as the powerhouse closest to the progenitor realm, and he was the eldest son of the martial ancestor. After saying that, 9 brilliants looked in a certain direction. It was another space filled with lava, and a body was floating in the lava. It was impossible to tell whether the body was male or female, but it was not the body of an ordinary person. It was a layer of lava. There's no rush. Let's clean up the secret progenitor domain first. Wouldn't it be better if those beasts helped us clean up the domain? 9 brilliants frowned and looked in another direction, only to see a cherry blossom floating in the air. What do you think? After waiting for a long time, there was no response. The 9 luminaries' frowns deepened, each one more bizarre than the last. Let's clean up the secret progenitor realm first before driving those beasts away. Or, one of us can go to the astral beast domain and have a chat with them. With that, everything returned to normal. In the outerverse, the closest regions to Iron Blood Weave were the asteroid belt and Eastly Weave. As long as one crossed the asteroid belt, they would be able to enter North Castle Weave. 10 days had passed since Iron Blood Weave had been breached. Due to the Sixth Mainland's purge of the secret progenitor territory, they had yet to react to Iron Blood Weave. Some of the astral beasts had entered Eastleigh Weave, while others had crossed the asteroid belt and entered North Castle Weave. A weave was very large, and ordinary astral beasts would need at least half a month or even a month to travel from one weave to another. There were some astral beasts that weren't explorers and could still travel through space, but their speed was much slower. They would need at least 1 or 2 months to travel from one weave to another, and that was under the premise that they had wormholes. Anyone who could cross the meteorite belt and enter North Castle Weave in 10 days was at least an explorer. Following an excited roar, the three-colored flame burned the void and swept towards the spaceship in the distance. In an instant, the spaceship turned into ashes. No matter how many people were inside, they all disappeared in an instant. This was Flying Flame, a three-colored flame beast. It was ranked 10th on the Heavenly Beast list and was one of the most powerful races in the Astral Beast domain. Any giant beast that could enter the Heavenly Beast list was extremely powerful. Even the Sound Monster could only be ranked 11th. This flying flame had the strength of a hunter, and it roared at the sky, causing its tricolored flames to illuminate the universe. Not too far away, another giant beast charged out. It looked like a centipede, but it had wings. Soon after, more and more Explorer Realm beasts entered North Castle Weave. These beasts were too excited. Humans had the ambition to conquer the Astral Beast domain, but the Astral Beast domain also had the ambition to conquer the human domain. Their desire to conquer the human domain caused them to become unbridled. Destruction. Flying Flame landed on a planet in North Castle Weave. Its sharp claws pierced through the planet's core, causing the entire planet to crack open. The planet was still in the era of cold weapons, and the most powerful people could only cut through houses. They could not even be considered as cultivators, so they could not even put up a fight against a terrifying beast like Flying Flame. The entire planet was pulverized. Even further away, a fiery red light crashed into the centipede beast. This was a technological weapon that had come from a planet that was currently exploring the surrounding star systems. On that planet, this weapon was powerful enough to move mountains and fill seas, and it was a destructive weapon that was forbidden from being used in wars. The moment the centipede beast was discovered, the people on that planet immediately panicked. They did not hesitate to use their most terrifying weapons to attack, but it was useless. They could not even leave a scratch on the centipede beast. The centipede beast swept past and tore apart the planet. Countless people howled in agony as they were swallowed up by the magma and the black hole. They left behind a brief moment of light in the dark universe before vanishing. North Castle Weave was engulfed in the flames of war. Planet after planet was destroyed, and spacecraft after spacecraft exploded. In outer space, a pale-faced man looked at the various beasts that were recklessly destroying planets in the distance. Just as he was about to take action, his gadget beeped. He looked over, and his eyes lit up with joy. He then glared fiercely at the beasts in the distance before charging off in a certain direction. This person was a cruiser from North Castle Weave. There were many cultivators in the vast North Castle Weave, but there were not many who could explore space. The ruler of North Castle Weave, the Great Sword Dynasty, had gathered all of the cultivators in North Castle Weave to deal with this crisis. The Great Sword Imperial City had ruled North Castle Weave for countless years, but now that the beasts were invading, cultivators began to gather in the Imperial City. They looked up at the Imperial Palace and waited for the ruler of the Great Sword Dynasty to appear. They did not want to leave North Castle Weave, as this was their home. Their family and friends were here, and it was impossible to take them away in a short period of time. The Imperial City gates opened, and all of the cultivators looked expectantly at the Imperial Palace. They saw a man dressed in imperial robes with a haggard face. This was the ruler of the Great Sword Dynasty, the youth who had once been threatened and suppressed by Aegis. He had now grown up. The nation is in danger, and the people are in pain. Enemies are invading, but I will use the power of the nation to resist them without fear. I vow to defend North Castle Weave with my life. Many cultivators were excited. We vow to defend North Castle Weave with our lives. We vow to defend North Castle Weave with our lives. We vow to defend North Castle Weave with our lives. Ding Xing stood nearby with a complicated expression. Defend? How? This was an invasion from the astral beast domain, so how many people could North Castle Weave possibly have? The Great Eastern Alliance and the Sixth Mainland had reached an agreement, and the Sixth Mainland gave the Great Eastern Alliance 3 years to retreat. Many people from the Eastern Weaves had already left for the Innerverse, and it was the same for North Castle Weave. If North Castle Weave had 10,000 cultivators in the past, then there were now only 6,000 at most. 40% of the cultivators had left, and the remaining cultivators had not left because they did not want to, but because the Great Sword Dynasty had used various reasons to keep them. It was all because the Emperor did not want to leave. The Great Sword Dynasty had been in danger of being destroyed, but they had eventually been re-established with Liu Yin's help. However, the price they had paid for this was that the Great Sword Dynasty was no longer the Great Sword Dynasty. They had to listen to Liu Yin, and they would do whatever he said without any autonomy. It was not that the Great Sword Dynasty had not thought of rebelling, as they had at least wanted some autonomy, even if it was just a little. However, they did not dare to speak up against Liu Yin's increasingly powerful Great Eastern Alliance. Occupied by the Sixth Mainland to the Great Sword Dynasty, the Outerverse was an opportunity. Even though it was still under someone else's rule, they had already experienced the worst-case scenario, and it could not get any worse. The Sixth Mainland also needed their help in ruling the Outerverse. This was what the Great Sword Dynasty thought, which was why the imperial family had not left and had even used various methods to force many cultivators to stay. Liu Yin was aware of this situation, but he had not had the time to deal with it yet. Are we really doing the right thing? Ding Xing looked at the cultivators who were united and determined to fight it out with the astral beast domain. He sighed helplessly, as he had been out there before and knew how vast the universe was. He could only hope that these people would not die under the claws of the astral beasts. Just as he was thinking about this, a terrifyingly high temperature descended as tricolored flames burned the Great Sword Dynasty. Humans, enjoy the joy of death. Ding Xing was shocked. Your Majesty, run. One cultivator after another wailed. In a corner of the imperial city, a sword was unsheathed as a woman walked out of the void and faced flying flames. She raised her hand and slashed out. 10,000 swords as one. Flying Flame's body was injured by the sword, and fresh blood dripped down. Who is it? The woman's gaze was cold. The one who will kill you. She then stepped forward and slashed down with her sword. Ding Xing was excited. Your Majesty, it's Madame He. Legend has it that she cultivates at the Innerverse Myriad Sword's Peak. She returned some time ago, and many people wanted to take her as their master, but they could not find her. I never thought that she would still be in the Imperial City. That's great. With Madame He's help, this astral beast will definitely die. She's a hunter and has an illustrious reputation in the Innerverse, the Emperor of the Great Sword Dynasty said excitedly. The tricolored flames clashed with Madame He, and the Imperial City was destroyed in an instant. Flames filled the sky. Madame He panted heavily as half of her body burned, and her long sword was distorted. Humans did not have an advantage against astral beasts, let alone one of the top 10 beasts on the heavenly beast list. Die, human. Flying Flames slashed out with its claws, and the flames scorched the void as they swept towards Madame He. Madame He's gaze turned sinister. 10,000 swords as one. Her body followed her sword as it tore through the flames and stabbed into Flying Flame's body. The sword chi pierced through Flying Flame's body and exploded through the void. Many of the Great Sword Dynasty's cultivators were excited. They had won. Flying Flame's body was right in front of Madame He's eyes, and the high temperature had scorched her skin. She looked up just in time to see Flying Flame's large eyeballs drooping down. It opened its mouth and bit down on her. This was the day that the Great Sword Dynasty was destroyed, and it was North Castle Weave's most tragic day. On this day, countless North Castle Weave's cultivators had died tragically, and many more had become food for the astral beasts. The number of deaths was uncountable. More and more astral beasts surged into North Castle Weave and wreaked havoc, causing the entire weave to fall apart. Then, their gazes turned south, towards Frostwave Weave. Mournful screams rang out in all directions as a city was destroyed. A woman hugged her child as she screamed at the top of her lungs. A shadow shrouded the city as the astral beasts' enormous bodies crushed it. The entire city ceased to exist. This was the border between North Castle Weave and Frostwave Weave, and one of the astral beasts had already arrived. It was the first to appear, and it had already destroyed several planets. Its gaze was sinister and bloodthirsty as it looked towards Frostwave Weave and let out an excited roar. It then leapt up and charged towards the south. When it saw that there were planets and space stations in front of it, the astral beast became even more excited. It loved the despairing screams of humans before they died, and it loved to see rivers of blood flow. It made its blood flow faster and excited. The more it thought about it, the more excited it became. The astral beast sped up as it wanted to be the first to enter Frostwave Weave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1855. Suddenly, the void distorted as an arrow pierced through space and pierced the center of the beast's forehead before exploding. Half of the beast's body exploded, and it died instantly. However, its body continued to charge forward due to inertia. Far away, Gong Ku lowered his hand, his gaze cold. After that beast, many more tried to charge into Frostwave Weave, but they were all killed at the border at Gong Ku's hands. None of the beasts were able to take even half a step forward. Gradually, some of the powerful beasts that had been destroying North Castle Weave learned of this, and they all headed towards Frostwave Weave. Amethyst Beast, are you going to Frostwave Weave? A giant fish in North Castle Weave asked. It was Monster Loach, and it had stayed behind after assisting the Primal Zone in attacking Ironblood Weave. It had not returned even when the Astral Beast domain had been invaded by the Sixth Mainland. Now that Ironblood Weave had fallen, it had entered North Castle Weave as well. Monster Loach was asking about the Amethyst Beast, who had assisted the Primal Zone at the same time. You're not going? The beast asked. Monster Loach lazily replied, no. The beast snorted. If you want to obtain resources from the Empire, then you need to make contributions. Monster Loach, you're too cautious. I'll catch up to you sooner or later. It then leaped up and headed south. Monster Loach watched the beast's departing figure with disdain. Idiot, Frostwave Weave is different from North Castle Weave. That's the only Eastern Weave that has been confirmed to be reserved for the Great Eastern Alliance. Even the Sixth Mainland doesn't interfere. There are many experts there, and they're all direct descendants of the Great Eastern Alliance. Going there is suicide. Half a month had passed since the astral beasts had invaded the human domain. When Lu Yin arrived in the Outerverse, the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces continued to gather in Frostwave Weave. He was very anxious, as North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave, and Great Woods Weave were all facing unprecedented disasters. He wanted to chase the astral beasts away as soon as possible and save more people, but the time had yet to come. At the border between Frostwave Weave and North Castle Weave, the amethyst beast had appeared. It had tried to rely on its terrifying defenses to charge into Frostwave Weave, but what greeted it was an eternal illusion in ice. Although Day Night's cultivation was far inferior to the amethyst beasts, Night's End and Daybreak's terrifying abilities made up for the gap. Together with Sister Leng's ice crystal essence, they were able to instantly freeze the amethyst beast. In the end, the amethyst beast was killed by the old smoker's assassination attempt. When news of the amethyst beast's death spread, countless giant beasts were enraged, and they all headed for Frostwave Weave. The first to arrive was a giant beast that resembled a horse. It had 2 legs on its head and 4 arms, and all 4 of its hands were wielding giant hammers as it swung them towards Frostwave Weave. This giant beast had the battle prowess of an emissary, and was second only to the mantis giant beast in the primal zone. The praying mantis headed in the direction of Dongley Weave, while the giant beast headed for North Castle Weave. 4 hands raised the giant hammers high in the air and smashed them down, causing the entire Frostwave Weave to tremble. With the destructive power of an emissary, this attack was enough to pierce through the heavens and shatter Frostwave Weave. Suddenly, a spear shot out from Astral Source Universe and pierced through the giant beast without any resistance. The tremendous force not only pushed the giant beast out of Frostwave Weave but also into the depths of North Castle Weave. Along the way, many giant beasts were shattered by the aftershocks, including flying flames. The Sea King walked out of the void with a gloomy expression. He raised his hand, and the spear returned to his hand. Monster Loach looked at the corpse of the emissary beast in the distance. It had decided to return to the primal zone, as it was too dangerous there. If there was such an expert in Frostwave Weave, they might not necessarily defend Frostwave Weave to the death. Instead, they might shift the battlefield to North Castle Weave. If that was the case, then Frostwave Weave would be the front line. Monster Loach's power level was over 300,000, which was neither high nor low. It would easily attract the attention of the human powerhouses if it appeared on the battlefield, and no one would care if it was killed in passing. It wanted to preserve its own life. The Sea King had killed the emissary beast with a single spear strike, completely intimidating the giant beasts that had invaded the human domain. These giant beasts no longer dared to set their sights on Frostwave Weave, and Frostwave Weave was temporarily stabilized. In the east, within Grand Forest Weave, the praying mantis waved its blade, slicing through the void as it spread across the entire Grand Forest Weave. An uncountable number of planets were destroyed along the way. When it learned that an emissary beast had died at the border of Frostwave Weave, it was immediately enraged and waved its blade in a futile attempt to slice through the entire Grand Forest Weave. A willow leaf appeared in front of the praying mantis, blocking its path. The praying mantis's cold eyes swept forward, and it saw a man and a woman. "Humans, you're courting death." The person who had appeared in front of the praying mantis was Flying Willow. After they had been allowed to leave Luin, they had gone to the Realm Mountains. They had not stayed there for long, but they had inadvertently arrived at Grand Forest Weave and coincidentally encountered an invasion of astral beasts. Flying Willow alone was not a match for the praying mantis, but the 2 of them were adept at working together, which left the praying mantis helpless. Within the astral beast domain, Su Qing quickly received the news, and his face turned gloomy. There are experts in both Frostwave Weave and Grand Forest Weave. Stay where you are, and we'll be there soon. The astral beast domain did not use a gadget to communicate, but rather a specially cultivated Void Wanderer. As he watched the Void Wanderer leave, Su Qing's expression turned gloomy. This person had been able to block the attacks of the Primal Zone's astral beasts and even the Mantis Blade, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. How had the Sixth Mainland reacted so quickly? Or had the Human Domain's Hall of Honor made a move? He had heard that the Human Domain had a Yuan shirt with a power level of 1,000,000 who was stationed in the Outerverse all year round. Su Qing immediately contacted the Celestial Beast Empire and requested reinforcements. He had originally thought that he would not encounter much resistance when invading the Human Domain and that he would at most face a portion of the Great Eastern Alliance's strength. However, the Great Eastern Alliance alone could be easily destroyed. Now, it seemed like there were other powers involved. However, even if there were other powers involved, it did not matter. Requesting reinforcements was just a precaution. This time, he had brought along nearly half of the heavenly beast list species. Not only did he want to ravage the Human Domain, but he also wanted to conquer the entire Eastern Weave. The war between Iron Blood Weave and the Primal Zone had never stopped, so it did not attract much attention. Even when a portion of the Great Eastern Alliance's allied forces entered the Outerverse, it did not attract much attention. At present, the Sixth Mainland was busy purging the secret progenitor territory while the Fifth Mainland was searching for a Neo-Human Alliance stronghold. They had also sent people to guard the Starfall Sea, so they had no time to pay attention to the eastern weaves of the Outerverse. Amidst this seemingly peaceful situation, the Great Eastern Alliance's largest war since its establishment erupted in the eastern weaves of the Outerverse. In a short period of time, Frostwave Weave had gathered 3 allied forces of the Great Eastern Alliance. There were a total of 30 million Seekers, more than 1 million Sentinels, more than 10,000 Limeters, and more than 2 million space-exploring cultivators. There were also 150,000 ordinary spacecraft and 6,000 warships. And this was just the allied forces. The Great Eastern Alliance's 3 special armies had all arrived, the Giant's Bloodline, the Lu Xianjun Army, and the Heavenly Sin Army. There were also envoys. Frostwave Weave had never gathered such a terrifying army and experts. With a wave of Lu Yin's hand, the entire Great Eastern Alliance's army left Frostwave Weave and headed towards North Castle Weave. Within North Castle Weave, many astral beasts stared blankly at the endless fleet of warships in the distance. They then turned around to flee, but in the next moment, a sharp sword chi swept out, and none of the astral beasts that appeared in Lu Yin's line of sight were able to escape. Following a round of attacks from the warships, not even their corpses were left behind. Because there was not enough time, Lu Yin could not gather all of the Interverse forces. Otherwise, he would have gathered more than 100 Enlighters, not just the few dozen he currently had. The ones who had arrived were all Enlighters that he could directly command. In the Interverse, any small flow zone would have more than 1 Enlighter. If all of these Enlighters were recruited, Lu Yin was confident that he would be able to invade the Astral Beast domain and not just chase them away. There were many astral beasts in North Castle Weave, and there were even more coming from the asteroid belt that were heading towards North Castle Weave. With the appearance of the Great Eastern Alliance, they swept through North Castle Weave, and in less than 10 days, they had eliminated nearly half of the astral beasts that had invaded North Castle Weave. The Heavenly Sin Corps led the way and eradicated almost all of the invading astral beasts that they saw. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance's slow advance, they would have cleared out all of North Castle Weave long ago. Under such circumstances, the astral beasts that had yet to reach the Explorer realm in the asteroid belt quickly turned around and returned to Iron Blood Weave. Without an absolute powerhouse overseeing them, they could not harm the Great Eastern Alliance no matter how many of them there were. In Grand Forest Weave, the Praying Mantis and the Flying Willow Flowers had been fighting for a long time without a clear victor. It was too fast, and the Flying Willow Flowers could not do anything to it. However, the Praying Mantis could not break through the Flying Willow Flowers' defenses either. The astral beasts in the outside world had no way of transmitting information to the praying mantis, so they could only retreat to Ironblood Weave. Within North Castle Weave's spacecraft, Lu Yin's expression was solemn. Although the Great Eastern Alliance's advance was smooth, they were still facing the astral beasts from the Primal Zone. The astral beasts from the Celestial Beast Empire had yet to arrive. Su Qing was the commander, and he was leading a terrifying army from the Celestial Beast Empire. Lu Yin did not doubt that there would be many powerful beasts, but fortunately, his Great Eastern Alliance was not weak either. On the surface, it seemed as if the Great Eastern Alliance's mission would be completed as long as the astral beasts were driven back to the Primal Zone, and the Sixth Mainland would take over. However, if that was the case, then Lu Yin would be too aggrieved. The Sixth Mainland could ignore the fate of these weeds, but Lu Yin could not. This would cause the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain to wear each other out. Lu Yin did not believe that he was the type to suffer losses. There was always a chance in any desperate situation, and as long as he could find it, he would definitely find it. Beep 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 beep. Lu Yin's gadget beeped, and when he looked over, his eyes trembled. It was Su Qing. He accepted the call, and Su Qing's voice rang out. Alliance Master Lu, it looks like this is your decision. Aren't you afraid that you'll drag the entire Great Eastern Alliance down with you if you fight to the death with my Astral Beast Domain? Lu Yin replied, the Great Eastern Alliance was established to protect everyone within the alliance. You've threatened them, so I had no choice but to take action. Su Qing coldly replied, do you know what you're doing? Do you know how determined my Astral Beast Domain is to invade the Outerverse? Your puny Great Eastern Alliance won't be able to stop us at all. We have to stop you even if we can't. North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave, and Great Woods Weave have lost countless people in the past month. Lu Yin's tone was icy. I'll make you pay for this debt. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1856. Su Qing was disdainful. Are you crazy? Do you really think that you're a savior? That you can save those people? I can clearly tell you that once the war starts, the Great Eastern Alliance will be finished. How many people can you send to their deaths? It's just a futile effort. How much do you know about my Great Eastern Alliance? Lu Yin asked. Su Qing sternly replied, I don't need to know. My opponents have always been the entire human domain. No matter how powerful your Great Eastern Alliance is, can you unify the entire human domain? The Hall of Honor doesn't have time to care about you, so they just need to confirm this. Alliance Master Lu, there's still time. Give me your technique and retreat with the Great Eastern Alliance. I can order the astral beasts to try their best not to harm ordinary people. Try their best. That's already the limit of what I can do. I'm not lying to you. Beasts have their instincts, and you humans have massacred many planets in wars. The number of deaths is uncountable. This is an interstellar war, so think carefully. This is your last chance. I've already reached the Primal Zone, and the only reason I haven't moved out yet is to give you a chance. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Had he reached the Primal Zone? Then the war would begin in the asteroid belt. There's no need to give me a chance. From the moment you started massacring the human domain, you and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Then just wait to be crushed. Su Qing ended the call. Lu Yin lowered his hand. Lu Huang and the Second Night King were behind him. What do you guys think? Did I do the right thing? Lu Yin asked as he calmly looked out into space. The Second Night King's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. Lu Huang spoke up. The Great Eastern Alliance might be wiped out in this war. Have you thought this through? Lu Yin smiled. Of course. You don't seem like a ruler, the second Night King said in a strange tone. His understanding of Lu Yin had constantly changed. At first, he had thought that Lu Yin was despicable and shameless, but after seeing Lu Yin unify the inner verse, he had felt that Lu Yin was ruthless and decisive, and that he had many tricks up his sleeve. He had originally thought that Lu Yin was an ambitious person like the first Night King, but Lu Yin's decision to start a war with the astral beast domain made the second Night King realize that Lu Yin was not an ambitious person, but a fool. In a galactic war, countless people would die if they moved, so this was very normal. If it were him, he would not care about the lives of these people. There were too many people in the universe, and these people were just a drop in the ocean. It was not worth it to risk the Great Eastern Alliance that he had worked so hard to build for them. However, that was exactly what Lu Yin had done. When he'd found out about Lu Yin's decision, his first reaction had been disbelief. Who would be so stupid as to use their own resources to fight against the astral beast domain? If they won, all the benefits would go to the sixth mainland. If they lost, they would lose everything, and the sixth mainland would suffer no losses at all. This was an absolutely money-losing deal. Based on his understanding of Lu Yin, this person should not have allowed himself to be taken advantage of, but that was exactly what he had done. Yeah, I don't look like a ruler, I look like an idiot, ha. Emperor Lu let out a rare laugh. Respectable fool. Lu Yin suddenly turned back to look at the second Night King. The third Night King is still in the great realm of nothingness. Perhaps we can use this battle to release him. The second Night King calmly replied, there's no need to tempt me. The chances of winning this battle are extremely slim. Both you and I might die, so how can we save him? That might not be the case. Let's give it a try. Perhaps there'll be a turn for the better. Lu Yin's lips curled up, and his eyes lit up. No one knew Lu Yin's true thoughts. Although he seemed impulsive, he had his own plans. Regardless of whether he won or lost this battle, he had to experience it. Great Eastern Alliance. The various emissaries were scattered in all directions. Lu Qianjue quietly looked outside, as participating in the battle against the astral beast domain would not benefit him at all. He had only come because the Sword Sect had already joined the Great Eastern Alliance and had no choice but to participate. Another reason was Lu Hao. Lu Yin had promised that as long as Lu Qianjue participated, he would give Lu Hao to the Sword Sect once the battle was over. How could Lu Qianjue not care about the cosmic tree? He cared about the sword steel, and he had to obtain Lu Hao. This time, Lu Yin had gathered the strength of the Great Eastern Alliance, and even though they were facing off against the astral beast domain, Lu Qianjue did not think that they would definitely lose. It all depended on how much power the astral beast domain could bring out. If they lost, Lu Qianjue would at least try to protect himself and leave. It was impossible for him to fight to the death for Lu Yin. This was not just Lu Qianjue's opinion, but also Ling Qiu, the mountain god, and the others. They would not die for the outerverse commoners. A few days later, 150,000 large spacecraft from the Great Eastern Alliance entered the asteroid belt. At the same time, at the border between the asteroid belt and Iron Blood Weave, countless astral beasts roared as they rushed over. War was about to break out in the asteroid belt. As the name implied, the asteroid belt was filled with asteroids. Some were as small as spacecraft, while others were as large as planets. White smoke drifted through space and wrapped around a meteorite as it headed northeast. After the meteorite traveled a certain distance, the white smoke dissipated and wrapped around another meteorite before carrying it off into the distance. No one paid attention to the white smoke. They were slightly south of the center of the asteroid belt, and the smoke-wrapped meteorite continued to head northeast. Suddenly, it stopped moving and then shattered. Even further away, the old smoker's eyes widened. "I can't see anything. It's the Yin Guai. They're coming." He then quickly returned. The starry sky was distorted as invisible creatures stepped on the meteorites and spread out. Outside the northeast, countless astral beasts were heading toward the southwest. Among them were the Void Thunder Beast, the Sky Foothill Ice Phoenix, the Flying Flame, the Void Wanderer, and many other strange creatures that had never been recorded. These creatures did not make a sound as they swept across the starry sky. Their eyes were filled with excitement and killing intent. In the southwest, within the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, Lu Yin received a report from the old smoker that there were Yin Guai lurking in space. Yin Guai, void wanderers, and perhaps even more strange creatures. Pass down my orders. Launch a volley of attacks. Against the many strange creatures from the astral beast domain, Lu Yin would not play around with the lives of his cultivators. He planned to use the warships to clear the way and launch volley after volley of attacks. Following Lu Yin's orders, the large spacecraft moved aside, and the warships arranged themselves in an orderly manner according to Shui Chuanqiao's orders. They arranged themselves into a fixed formation and then launch. As soon as he finished speaking, the light beams lit up and shot toward the northeast. Boom! Boom! The entire region of space was illuminated, and countless meteorites were shattered. The beams of light started from the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and headed northeast. They covered a huge area and did not miss a single corner. Any astral beast that approached would definitely be struck by the beams of light. After a volley of attacks, an area of meteorites was cleared, and the fleet continued heading northeast. In the direction that the fleet was heading, which happened to be outside the range of the warship's beams, the void distorted to reveal a pair of eyes that were filled with lingering fear. This pair of eyes seemed to exist on its own without a body, and it headed northeast. The fleet continued heading northeast, and every time they traveled a certain distance, the warships would launch a volley of attacks. There were 6,000 warships, which was equivalent to 6,000 attacks that could threaten an explorer. Throughout the universe, there had never been so many warships in the history of the Outerverse. The consumption of energy was astronomical, but Lu Yin had done so. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and the Astral Beast domain's countless astral beasts drew closer and closer. Sometimes, humans could not compare to certain strange creatures when it came to scouting. For example, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet had been exposed to Su Qing's eyes, but the countless astral beasts had not been exposed. Lu Yin knew that those astral beasts were definitely in the northeast, but he did not know their exact location. The universe was too vast, and the direction that they were heading in was just one of the many routes. If they wanted to scout the entire asteroid belt in one direction, then the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet would have to scatter. The lack of information caused the battle to fall into a passive state. Su Qing ordered all the astral beasts to stop moving forward, as he did not plan on directly attacking the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet. "Commander Su Qing, is there a need to be afraid of a mere Great Eastern Alliance? Just a few of us are enough to slaughter the entire fleet," a flying flame spoke up. It had the power level of an envoy's, and the Celestial Beast Empire had attached great importance to this invasion of the Outerverse. Almost all of the flying flames were present, as well as the Yin Guai, the Sound Guai, and so on. Even Su Qing did not know the full power of the Outerverse invasion force, as there were still hidden reinforcements. This was also the source of his confidence. Lu Yin is not someone who will throw his life away. Although the Great Eastern Alliance is nothing to be afraid of, we still need to test them. What if this is a trap set up by the humans? A trap? How can you tell? Another voice came from the Celestial Ice Phoenix. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, but it also carried a hint of arrogance. Su Qing replied, "Just do as I say. The incident in Iron Blood we've had been too strange. The person who had poisoned the corpse keeper had not joined the astral beast domain, so why had that person poisoned the corpse keeper at that time? Personal grudges were impossible, and the Empire had also guessed that the culprit might have been from the Neo-Human Alliance, but they could not be sure." This was what Su Qing was most worried about. Liu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance's reinforcements had been too decisive, which had deepened Su Qing's misgivings. In Su Qing's opinion, Liu Yin was not an idiot, and it was impossible for him to be willing to destroy the Great Eastern Alliance that he had worked so hard to establish. If that was the case, then why had he taken the initiative to participate in this battle? Su Qing was afraid that this was a trap set up by the Hall of Honor and the Daosaur sect. Thus, the Empire had hidden a power level that Su Qing was not aware of, and he would do his best to minimize his losses. "Liu Yin, if you want to play, then I'll play with you. Let's see who can afford to play," Su Qing muttered to himself as his eyes turned cold and flashed with lightning. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet advanced in an orderly manner towards the northeast, firing volleys from time to time to ensure that there were no astral beast domain ambushes ahead. Liu Yin frowned. Based on the location where the old smoker had discovered the Yin Guai, they should have encountered the astral beasts, but there were still no signs of them. Had Su Qing stopped? Suddenly, an alarm sounded, and a screen appeared in front of Liu Yin. "Alliance Master, the rear of the fleet is under attack. It's a giant white skeleton." Another screen appeared. "Alliance Master, the right side of the fleet is under attack. Alliance Master, the left side of the fleet is under attack." Liu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Follow the plan and attack." He then punched the control panel. The battle had officially begun. At the rear of the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, a giant white skeleton smashed towards the fleet. The skeleton was covered in a type of self-destructing bug, and after the bug self-destructed, their blood would explode, creating a chain of explosions. Although the explosion was not very powerful, the white skeleton had long since been covered in poison. Once it exploded, the poison would quickly corrode the entire Great Eastern Alliance's fleet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1857. Normally, no one would be able to tell that there was poison on the skeleton as long as it did not explode. However, they did not know that there were people from the Divine Gu dynasty in the Great Eastern Alliance. Shui Chuanshao arranged the fleet, and no matter how the fleet's formation changed, there were some ships that remained the same. These ships just so happened to surround the entire fleet, and they were equipped with materials that the Divine Gu dynasty had specially developed to detect poisons. When the skeleton approached the rear of the fleet, the Jackal King walked out of the void and raised a hand, causing ripples to appear in the void. The skeleton suddenly exploded the moment it approached the rear of the fleet, and it continued to explode. The power of the explosion was not great. In the distance, several Yin Guai stared at the scene. The poison had probably erupted. However, after a while, nothing happened besides the skeleton exploding. How could this be? To the right of the fleet, several void thunder beasts spat out thunderbolts towards the fleet. At the same time, flying flames spat out tricolored flames. Just as the thunderbolts and tricolored flames descended upon the fleet, the void froze and extended outwards. The Ice Empress walked out and froze the thunderbolts and flames, as well as the void thunder beasts and flying flames. Dozens of Yin Guai charged over from the left side of the fleet. They had thought that they would be able to successfully attack the fleet, but they had underestimated Shui Chuanshao's understanding of the astral beast domain. The moment the Yin Guai appeared, they were immediately discovered. The mountain god's enormous body blocked the fleet as it viciously rammed into the Yin Guai. Su Qing tried to attack the fleet from all directions. Not only did he want to disrupt the fleet's formation, but he also wanted to force out the powerhouses of the Great Eastern Alliance. Seeing the Ice Empress and the mountain god attack, Su Qing waved his hand. "It's your turn." Countless beasts roared, and the sound waves shook the heavens. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw several incomparably large creatures charging towards the fleet. Fire! The warships fired a volley, but it was useless. The giant creatures hugged their legs and formed a sphere that rammed into the fleet. Their defenses were astonishing. Lu Qianjue walked out and sliced through the void with his sword, causing the void to distort. All of Lu Qianjue's attacks were blocked, and the giant creatures had the power to resist. Lu Qianjue was astonished and attacked again, but all of his attacks were devoured. In the distance, Su Qing sneered. How could he be killed so easily? "It's a Na Yuan beast," Shu Wei Chuanxiao said. "It's ranked 4th on the heavenly beast list and can divert attacks with a power level of less than 200,000. It can also divert Lu Qianjue's battle techniques." Lu Yin quickly relayed Shu Wei Chuanxiao's message to Lu Qianjue. Lu Qianjue gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. No wonder it looked so familiar. His attack had not been swallowed, but rather, it had been redirected. In front of them, those incomparably huge beast-shaped spheres were about to crash into them. Once they were hit, the entire fleet would be scattered. The Na Yuan beast had been shifting its attacks in front of the beast-shaped balls. Due to its small size, it could not be found yet. "Chen Huang!" Lu Yin barked. In the fleet, the giants straightened their backs and stepped forward, blocking the front of the fleet. They faced the beast-shaped spheres and battle aura imprints and roared. Su Qing was astonished. It really is a giant. The beast-shaped sphere was about to hit the fleet. Chen Huang was in front of it and grabbed it with one hand. His shoulder felt a sharp pain. It was the Na Yuan beast's attack. At that moment, Lu Qianjue slashed out with his sword. Facing Chen Huang and Lu Qianjue at the same time, even the Na Yuan beast could not do anything. It could only divert Lu Qianjue's attack. Chen Huang blocked the impact of the beast-shaped spheres, but his body was knocked back. Although the beast-shaped spheres were not at the level of an emissary, their defenses were frighteningly strong. The Celestial Beast Empire had specially nurtured them for this purpose. They charged into the human formation. This was the first time that Su Qing had taken action, and he had thought that he would be able to accomplish something. However, he had not expected that the Great Eastern Alliance would have an army of giants. If one giant could not handle the beast-shaped spheres, 2 more would come. Chen Huang blocked one of the beast-shaped spheres by himself, and he roared as he lifted it up and smashed it back the way it had come. Chen Ling, Chen Jian, Chen Ji, and the other giants were unable to smash it back, and the beast-shaped spheres were pushed aside. Su Qing's expression turned ugly. 4 emissaries have appeared. The Great Eastern Alliance is ruthless. He then waved his hand. All 4 of you. They're hiding 1 or 2 emissaries at most, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Keep an eye on Lu Yin. It's said that this kid can challenge an emissary by himself. He, leave him to me. A shadow distorted and then vanished. Following Su Qing's orders, countless astral beasts charged towards the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Fire. The warships shot out beams of light that filled space and bombarded the surface of the countless astral beasts. The beasts in front of them had power levels that surpassed explorers and were not something that the beams of light could deal with. Gradually, the beasts and the fleet collided. Boom! There was a loud explosion as the ships shook. Countless astral beasts died tragically from the very start of the battle. These astral beasts could fly through space not because they were explorers, but because their bodies were unique. The Great Eastern Alliance had more than 200 space-exploring cultivators and 3 special legions, so they were able to easily kill many of the astral beasts. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet did not fare well either, as the endless horde of astral beasts crashed into them and destroyed over 1,000 large spacecraft. Fortunately, Luin had already made all of the cultivators below the space-exploring realm wear universal armor, so they could survive and fight even if they left their spacecraft. A bird's eye view of the entire fleet appeared on the screen, and all that could be seen was red. Spacecraft after spacecraft had been destroyed, and an endless number of astral beast corpses were strewn across space. Luin clenched his fists. He had participated in 2 wars against the astral beast domain. The first time had been at erudite Flozone's border, but he had been a small fry there. Even though he had made some contributions, he had not been of much use. At that time, even enlighters rarely appeared, let alone emissaries. The second time had been at Iron Blood Weave's battlefield, where he had turned the situation around and experienced what cruelty was. This was the third time, and it was also the first time that he had faced off against the astral beast domain alone. This war would not last for too long, but it was far more tragic than anyone could imagine. Don't we need to act? Emperor Lu could not help but ask. Luin answered, no rush. The Great Eastern Alliance's fleet faced the onslaught of countless astral beasts. Flying Blaze, Void Thunderbeast, and Celestial Ice Phoenix all sent out emissaries. Ling Qiu, Able Phoenix, and the Elders all stepped out. Every time the astral beast domain sent out an emissary, the Great Eastern Alliance would send out an emissary as well. Su Qing was dumbfounded. How is this possible? How did the Great Eastern Alliance get so many emissaries? He had originally thought that the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet would be completely scattered after a single charge, but he had never imagined that the Great Eastern Alliance would send out so many emissaries. At this moment, a report came in, and Su Qing looked over with an ugly expression. Most of the emissaries that had appeared were the leaders of the Interverse's 8 great flow zones. It was rumored that Lu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance had unified the Innerverse and Outerverse, and it turned out that it was true. Lu Yin could actually mobilize so many emissaries. Su Qing ferociously stared into the distance. It was no wonder why they had dared to accept this battle. Did they really think that they could stop the astral beast domain with just these emissaries? Kill Lu Yin, Su Qing ordered. The eruption of the battle in the meteorite belt attracted the attention of the Hall of Honor and the 6th Mainland's Daosaur sect, especially the Daosaur sect. At first, they had not thought that the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to fight against the astral beast domain. They had expected that the astral beast domain would send out 3 or 4 emissaries at most, and that the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to send out 3 or 4 emissaries at most. The outcome of this battle would depend on the battle between those 7 or 8 emissaries. However, when the battle in the meteorite belt erupted, more than 10 emissaries had appeared, which caught the attention of the 6th Mainland. This was not only because of the astral beast domain, but also because of the Great Eastern Alliance. An enlighter that had only been established a dozen years ago had actually sent out so many emissaries to participate in this battle. This was something that the 6th Mainland had never expected. Many people in the Hall of Honor were similarly astonished, as this battle might not be as simple as they had thought. From the very beginning, this battle had not been simple. Everyone had underestimated the astral beast domain's desire to invade the human domain, and they had also underestimated Lu Yin's determination to participate in this battle. When Lu Yin learned that countless people from North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave, and Great Woods Weave had been massacred, the meaning of this battle changed. Now, it was not just to drive away foreign enemies, but also to take revenge. At the edge of the fleet in the meteorite belt, a giant beast claw appeared from the top of a warship and tore it apart. Inside the ship, two Lemmeters looked at each other and then attacked at the same time. Not long after, the beast that had torn apart the warship fell to the ground. However, the warship had also been scrapped. The people inside floated in space and looked into the distance as strong gales blew them away. Many people crashed into the meteorites and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Some were even killed. Battles were happening all around the meteorites, and it was a battle between astral beasts and humans. In this small region, tens of millions of human cultivators and even more astral beasts were gathered. Void wanderers were everywhere, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Lu Yin stared at his screen. The red color was expanding, which meant that the fleet's losses were increasing. A guest has arrived. The second Night King looked up. Lu Yin waved a hand, and the second Night King and Lu Huang retreated. The astral beast domain was still unfamiliar to Lu Yin, and no one knew what methods they had up their sleeves. If the two of them attacked here, even if they killed the astral beasts that had come here, Su Qing might learn of their existence. It wasn't worth it. War was a battle of resources, but it was also a battle of trump cards. The second Night King and Lu Huang were Lu Yin's trump cards, and whoever used their trump card first would be at a disadvantage. Everyone left the command center. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. There were rune lines everywhere. The shadow on the wall twisted, but it didn't make a single sound as it slowly approached Lu Yin. Lu Yin still didn't sense anything as he focused on the sky. The shadow suddenly condensed and turned into a sharp spike that shot towards Lu Yin. The spike successfully pierced Lu Yin, but aside from his clothes being torn, not a single drop of blood was left behind. The shadow changed again and turned into a curtain that covered Lu Yin. I've read many records about the astral beast domain. If I'm not wrong, you're called the Shadow Beast, Lu Yin said calmly, allowing the curtain to cover him. This attack was similar to the Black Coffin secret technique, but the Black Coffin was a secret technique. If not for the Shadow Beast being at the level of an emissary, this attack wouldn't even have been able to touch Lu Yin. Only the Shadow Beast knew what had happened behind the curtain. As the shadow faded, Lu Yin was still completely unharmed. This was the cognizance realm of the cognizance realm. Lu Yin negated the damage that the Shadow Beast could cause to the ground beneath his feet. As long as he didn't damage the ground, he was one with the ground and wouldn't be harmed. This was the mystical cognizance realm of the cognizance realm. Only those who had experienced that civilization would be able to understand it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1858. The beast was shocked. Impossible. You. Lu Yin frowned. A mere 500,000 power level. You must have just broken through to become an emissary. You're courting death. He didn't seem to do anything, but the Shadow Beast was distorted by an invisible palm, and its shadows were scattered. Suddenly, Lu Yin felt a sense of danger, and he subconsciously moved away from his original position. However, at some point in time, his body had been immobilized by the Shadow Beast's scattered shadows. He couldn't move, and the star energy in his body quickly dissipated. Alliance Master Lu, the commander wants me to pass on a message. You can't afford to play this game. A black shadow then descended from above Lu Yin's head and stabbed towards his forehead. This shadow was the Shadow Beast's true body, and it was a shadow that could split up and recombine. Its true strength was over 800,000, and while the scattered shadows were not as strong, they still had a power level of 500,000. Others would not be able to distinguish between them. This was the reason why Su Qing had sent the shadow beast to ambush Lu Yin. A creature with a power level of 800,000 had ambushed Lu Yin, and while the shadow beast's strength could not compare to the mantis, its assassination abilities were far superior. Its main advantage was that its methods were strange. Just as the shadow was about to stab Lu Yin's forehead, a sword appeared from the void and blocked the shadow's attack 3 inches above his head. The sword vibrated, and the shadow distorted, unable to control itself. The shadow beast was shocked. An absolute powerhouse. It immediately fled without a second thought. However, since Emperor Lu had already appeared, he would not allow it to leave. Currently, Emperor Lu's battle power had already recovered to over 1,000,000. Under the edge of his sword, the screen beast was directly cut into countless pieces. Every piece of shadow could possibly be the screen beast, and every piece of shadow fled in all directions. Lu Yin's expression sank. The astral beast domain's assassination methods were extremely strange, and there were definitely more than one creature like the shadow beast. If even a black hole could form, then any other strange creature could appear. He had to be more careful. Not long after, Lu Huang returned with an unsightly expression. "You didn't deal with it?" Lu Yin asked. "I don't know. The shadows that appeared in my perception were all wiped out, but I feel like it won't be that easy to deal with. Don't overthink it. I've already been exposed. Should I make a move?" Lu Yin looked into the distance. "Make a move and eliminate those powerful astral beasts as quickly as possible." Lu Huang's body vanished. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Emperor Lu walked out of the void and slowly raised his long sword. In an instant, the starry sky suddenly froze, and countless people felt an indescribable sharpness descend, causing their bodies to feel a chill. In the distance, Su Qing's expression changed. Not good. He turned into thunder and vanished. Emperor Lu raised his sword and slashed out. In an instant, 5 slashes were sent towards the 5 giant beasts that were stronger than emissaries. The Na Yuan beast was the first to be killed. It tried to divert Emperor Lu's attack, but Emperor Lu was far more powerful than Lu Qinjue. How could it divert over 1,000,000 battle power? It was killed by a single sword strike. The second one was Flying Flames, who was fighting with the Ice Empress. It had melted the frozen Void Thunder Beast and Flying Flames tribe members. Facing Emperor Lu's sword strike, it was killed without any resistance. The third, fourth, and fifth strikes were all neutralized by the lightning. Void Qing transformed into a Void Thunder Beast and rushed towards Emperor Lu. "You're courting death." Emperor Lu's gaze turned cold. There was actually an expert with a combat power of over 1,000,000. He immediately walked out of the void and faced the Void Thunder Beast. As the two powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000 clashed, Lu Yin immediately ordered the fleet to retreat. The countless giant beasts were also frightened by Emperor Lu and simultaneously retreated. The appearance of a powerhouse with a power level of over 10,000 caused this battle to undergo a qualitative change, and it completely attracted the attention of the 6th Mainland's Daosaur sect. They had not expected that the Great Eastern Alliance would have powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000. Su Qing and Emperor Lu's battle ended in a draw. Emperor Lu gave Su Qing his 14th sword strike, which caused Su Qing to spit out blood. Su Qing also used his lightning to leave an eternal mark on Emperor Lu's body. The battle temporarily stopped, and the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet retreated southwest while countless giant beasts retreated northeast, resulting in a stalemate. Su Qing had not expected the Great Eastern Alliance led by Lu Yin to be so powerful, which had caused him to suffer heavy losses. His biggest miscalculation had been that the enemy had powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000. When he thought of this, he immediately ordered for information on the Great Eastern Alliance to be collected. In the past, he had not cared too much about the Great Eastern Alliance, but now, he needed to have a clear understanding of it. Liu Yin's fleet had also suffered heavy losses, but fortunately, he had not lost any emissaries. Even so, Liu Qinjue and the others were terrified, especially the mountain god, who immediately sought out Ling Qiu. "You want to retreat?" Ling Qiu was astonished. The mountain god solemnly replied, "You saw it yourself." Emperor Liu instantly killed 2 emissaries. What if that void thunder beast had attacked first instead of Emperor Liu? Which one of us would have survived? Ling Qiu fell into deep thought. The mountain god continued, "This war should not have been fought by us in the first place. If the astral beast domain had invaded the Interverse, we could have joined in, and at worst, we would have died. But it would not have been worth it to die now. The astral beast domain was able to fight against the human domain for so many years because they have more than just these powerhouses. Otherwise, the behemoths in the Neoverse would have destroyed them long ago. You don't want to die for no reason, right?" Ling Qiu looked at the mountain god. "When you agreed to join Liu Yin, what conditions did he give you?" The mountain god hesitated for a moment before answering, "A strange item and a defensive power vessel that can withstand an attack from a powerhouse with a power level of 700,000. Ling Qiu's eyes flashed. "It seems like everyone's the same." "It's not the same," the mountain god replied. "The sword sect's conditions are different from ours." At this point, he suddenly recalled the Lingling clan's ancestor Ling Taizu. "Your conditions are different from mine as well." Ling Qiu did not answer. Instead, she said, "If you withdraw now, let's not talk about whether or not you'll be able to. Even if you do, how will you face Liu Yin in the future? Do you think that he'll definitely die in this battle? Don't forget that the second Night King has yet to make a move, and there's still Master Yuan in the Outerverse. Also, no one knows what kind of background Liu Yin has in the Neoverse, but there's at least one person we can be sure of." She paused. The Interstellar Court's head inquisitor. With each person that Ling Qiu mentioned, the mountain god's heart sank. When the words head inquisitor appeared, he immediately turned to leave. Withdrawing from the war. That was temporarily impossible unless they were all facing a life or death crisis. For now, they still had the upper hand. The mountain god's discussion with Ling Qiu quickly reached Liu Yin's ears, but he did not care. These people had not been willing to fight in the first place, so it was normal for them to want to leave. It also depended on whether or not they had the courage to do so. Shui Chuanshao appeared on the screen with a solemn expression. "We've suffered heavy losses in this battle. 1. 22 million cultivators below the explorer realm have died, 263 explorers have died, 99 cruisers have died, 35 hunters have died, and 18 enlighters have died. This includes the 3 special armies, especially those above the explorer realm. The 3 special armies have suffered the most casualties, and the Lu Xuanjuan's Explorer Realm androids have suffered relatively large losses. We've also lost 12,000 ordinary large spacecraft, and 725 warships." Liu Yin quietly listened to Shui Chuanxiao's report, and he had a rough idea of the situation. He compared it to the battle at Iron Blood Weave, and there was no comparison at all. Back then, Iron Blood Weave had not suffered many enlighters, as there had not been many enlighters in each stronghold. At that time, enlighters had already been considered the peak of power, but for this battle, the Great Eastern Alliance had sent over 100 enlighters. What did it mean to have over 100 enlighters? That was enough to sweep through the Innerverse and Outerverse. If they had suffered such heavy losses, then the Astral Beast Domain's losses would only be greater. They had lost 2 envoy-level astral beasts, and if the shadow beast died as well, that would be 3. This loss far exceeded the Great Eastern Alliance's. This was war, not child's play, and the average person could not afford to participate in it. Lu Yin's calculations had been correct. Su Qing's face was ashen, and the losses of astral beasts could be ignored. Some astral beasts reproduce much faster than humans, such as the Void Wanderers. In this battle alone, they had lost over 10 million Void Wanderers. Su Qing did not care about that, but the most important thing was that they had lost 2 envoy-level astral beasts. It's a good thing that you came back. If we lost you as well, then I wouldn't know how to explain it to the Emperor, Su Qing said in a low voice as he looked at the shadow on the ground. The shadow beast's voice was weak. I almost couldn't make it back. Su Qing, you made the biggest mistake in this battle. You didn't understand the Great Eastern Alliance's intelligence and started a war without permission. I will definitely explain this to the Emperor. Su Qing fell silent, and a complicated expression appeared on his face as he looked towards the southwest. I've experienced too many wars in my life, and even the war with the 6th mainland wasn't as humiliating as this. The 6th mainland can crush us with their strength, but they can't scheme against us. The Great Eastern Alliance has indeed underestimated them. Don't worry, once we win this war and return to the Empire, I'm willing to accept any punishment. The shadow beast disappeared and did not speak again. Su Qing calmly stood atop an asteroid, not in a hurry to start the war. He had already suffered once, and this time, he wanted to thoroughly understand the Great Eastern Alliance's intelligence. He wanted to know just how powerful their enemy was. Su Qing was not in a hurry to start the war, but Lu Yin did. He knew that Su Qing was definitely gathering intelligence on the Great Eastern Alliance, so he had to take advantage of this opportunity to obtain as much information as possible and eliminate as many astral beasts as possible. The warship's beam swept across the area, signaling the start of the war. Countless astral beasts roared in anger. Lu Qianjue, Ling Qiu, the mountain god, Chen Huang, the Ice Empress, and the other emissaries walked out and charged towards the northeast under Emperor Lu's lead. The emissaries' power levels caused the asteroid belt to seethe. Su Qing looked up with a ferocious expression as he leaped up. A total of 3 void thunder beasts appeared. Su Qing faced Emperor Lu while the other 2 barely surpassed 500,000 power levels, and they faced the mountain god and Chen Huang respectively. The celestial ice phoenix faced Ling Qiu, the yin guai attacked the ice empress, and the shadow beast attacked Lu Qianjue. Su Qing had purposely delayed the battle between the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet and the countless astral beasts so that the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet could not directly clash with the astral beasts. Lu Yin frowned. The spirit ancestor, the elders, and Abel Phoenix all appeared and crossed the astral source universe to enter the horde of astral beasts and slaughter them. Su Qing was furious, as he had not expected the Great Eastern Alliance to have 3 more emissaries. How could there be so many of them? He had believed that the 7 emissaries he had brought with him were enough to invade the human domain. Unless the 6th mainland sent out 2 cosmic imprints, they would not be able to resist. He had not expected that the Great Eastern Alliance would be able to stop them and even be at a disadvantage. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1859. The battle between the emissaries caused the asteroid belt to collapse, and the shock waves from the battle between Emperor Lu and Su Qing spread out, causing the stars in the nearby Yishli Weave and North Castle Weave to change. If nothing unexpected happened, the 3 emissaries would be able to kill countless astral beasts. Lu Yin had been waiting for this moment. If the Great Eastern Alliance wanted to win, they would have to rely on their superior numbers and catch them off guard. However, their advantage did not last long. An unpleasant shriek filled the heavens and shattered the asteroids. Everyone who was fighting stopped and covered their ears. Emperor Lu was no exception. Ripples appeared in outer space as the sound waves surged like a tsunami. Everyone felt like they were hallucinating as they saw a giant heavenly demon crushing down on them. It had become their master and was about to brand itself into their souls. Even Lu Qinjue, Emperor Lu, and Emperor Lu found it difficult to withstand this terrifying spiritual force. Lu Yin gripped the console tightly and recited the primogenitor scripture, but it was like a stubborn rock that was holding on. His face was deathly pale, and even with the scripture, it was difficult for him to face this spiritual force head-on. Most of the people in the fleet had already fainted, and if they continued to endure it, they might become the living dead. Heavenly demons were born as hunters and fed on spiritual force. They looked like humans with bat wings and were royalty of the celestial demon empire. Throughout the history of the human domain and the astral beast domain's wars, the celestial demons were the most feared on the battlefield. Their unparalleled spiritual force made them the most powerful killers in human history. The second Night King walked out with a cold gaze. He released his spiritual force and stared into the distance. The two spiritual forces collided, causing a physical explosion that was like thunder, a tsunami, and a collapse of the stars. Spacecraft shattered one after another as cultivators fainted one after another. Even the astral beasts wailed as they fainted. This spiritual force collision lasted for 10 breaths of time before ending with the heavenly demon's defeat. Even though the heavenly demon had been defeated, the second Night King did not have it easy either. The Day-Night clan specialized in spiritual force, but they had no advantage over the heavenly demons who fed on spiritual force. If not for the second Night King's power level surpassing the heavenly demons, the outcome would have been uncertain. Retreat immediately. Lu Yin barked, and the fleet hurriedly retreated southwest. Lu Qinjue and the rest immediately returned, but Emperor Lu, Phoenix, and Elder Lu were unable to retreat. They had charged into the astral beasts and slaughtered them before finally being captured. Su Qing had miscalculated Lu Yin, and Lu Yin had miscalculated the celestial Fei Empire. He had never expected that the heavenly Yao would be able to endure Lu Huang's ambush and allow the two envoy-level astral beasts to be killed without making a move. He had guessed that the astral beast domain must have hidden powerhouses, which was why he had specifically asked Ling Taizu to make a move. He wanted to use Ling Taizu's strength to force out the hidden powerhouses so that the second Night King could provide support. Even if the astral beast domain had a power level of 1,000,000, he would not be afraid. However, no matter how much he calculated, he did not expect that the other party was actually hiding a heaven demon that was skilled in essence, energy, and spirit. Spirit Taizu and the other two did not even have time to resist before they were knocked unconscious by the essence, energy, and spirit. The fleet had retreated, but the fall of Spirit Taizu and the other two could be considered a great defeat. If these three emissaries died, the Great Eastern Alliance's losses would surpass the astral beast domains. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, and Ling Qiu immediately rushed over. Lu Yin, what about my great-grandfather? Lu Yin fell silent. Ling Qiu angrily shouted, I'm asking you a question, Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up and replied in a low voice, he was only captured. He's not dead yet. Into the hands of those beasts. Immediately start the battle and save him. Ling Qiu anxiously said as she glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin met her gaze. Even if we start the battle, we won't be able to save them. I'm even more anxious than you are. Ling Qiu gritted her teeth, and her eyes were filled with fury. We joined the battle because of you. If my great-grandfather dies, then my Lingling clan will not let this matter rest. Lu Yin turned to look towards the northeast. It wasn't just Spirit Taizu, Abel Phoenix, who represented the Phoenix clan, and the elders from the Sea King's Dome were all very important. This battle was getting more and more urgent. Lu Yin had thought that with the second Night King overseeing things, there would be nothing to worry about. He had even allowed Spirit Taizu and the others to charge into the enemy's formation. Shui Chuanqiao's screen appeared. Alliance Master, quickly weigh the pros and cons. The other party will contact you soon, and they will use the 3 fallen emissaries as a condition. Think clearly about the bottom line that you can accept. When Ling Qiu heard this, she angrily retorted, "What bottom line? There's no bottom line. We must get my great-grandfather back." Shui Chuanqiao's voice was calm. "It's not suitable for this woman to appear." Ling Qiu was furious. "What did you say?" Lu Yin frowned and stared at Ling Qiu. "I'm in charge here. You didn't join the battle to protect the Outerverse, but purely because the benefits I offered were great enough. Since you joined the battle, there will be casualties. Do you think this is child's play?" Ling Qiu panted heavily and clenched her fists, her gaze growing colder. Lu Yin stared at Ling Qiu for a while, and then waved his hand. "Let's go back first. I'll handle this. I promise you that I'll do my best to save them." Ling Qiu took a deep breath, snorted, and then turned to leave. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he looked at Shui Chuanqiao. "What do you think they'll ask for?" Shui Chuanqiao replied, "Based on my understanding of Su Qing, he'll not only ask for conditions, but he'll also use them as a weapon to suppress us." "What do you mean?" Lu Yin did not understand. Shui Chuanqiao explained, "The reason why Su Qing is the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire is because he's always on the battlefield, but he's also a rare beast that excels at scheming. Just like your subordinate Wei Rong, he's adept at using every factor to defeat his opponent, whether it's on or off the battlefield. His methods are hard for ordinary people to think of, and they're very difficult to deal with." "What do you think he'll do?" Lu Yin frowned. Shui Chuanqiao thought about it. "You should ask Wei Rong that question." Lu Yin ended the call and contacted Wei Rong. Wei Rong was currently on Xenu Star, and since the Great Eastern Alliance was gathering, he had naturally come as well. "Alliance leader, you were looking for me." Lu Yin recounted everything that had happened, and then he asked, "If you're Su Qing, how do you plan on using these 3 to negotiate with me? And how do you plan on dealing with me?" Wei Rong was astonished. "Me?" Lu Yin solemnly said, "Commander Shui said that Su Qing is just like you and is adept at scheming. So, if you're Su Qing, what do you plan on doing?" Wei Rong muttered to himself for a moment, and then he looked up with a serene gaze. "I'll place these 3 envoys in my army and kill one of them who is of no importance. Then, I'll slowly kill the other 2. I'll use my bloodthirst to motivate my own troops and also bait them into coming to my rescue. Cutting flesh with a blunt knife." These words appeared in Lu Yin's mind. It's not a great move, and it's very common. Many people would use such a method. Wei Rong smiled. "Yes, it's very common. So, I'll send the video of Ancestor Ling's torture to the human domain's inner verse and send it to the Lingling clan. Then, I'll send it to many people and create false information that the Great Eastern Alliance will not save them. This will incite the Lingling clan's dissatisfaction with the Great Eastern Alliance, and I'll also spread the word that this is the Great Eastern Alliance's method of eliminating internal instability. Think about it. The Great Eastern Alliance has unified the Interverse, but the envoys from the 8 Great Flow Zones far outnumber the Great Eastern Alliance itself. This is an unstable factor, so why would the Great Eastern Alliance be so anxious to participate in the war against the Astral Beast domain? Is it because they want to use this opportunity to exhaust the 8 great flow zones' power? What does the astral beast domain's invasion of the outerverse have to do with the Great Eastern Alliance? Why would the innerverse go out to fight? Why would they sacrifice their own ancestor? Most cultivators are ruthless and always think about themselves. To put it bluntly, they are selfish. Who would believe that the Great Eastern Alliance would take the initiative to participate in this war for the sake of the commoners in the Eastern Weaves? Lu Yin's frown deepened, as this was indeed a psychological attack. The Great Eastern Alliance had come from the innerverse, and many people felt that it was unreasonable for them to fight against the astral beast domain. Even the Board of Governors and Elder Chan had asked about this, and the Sixth Mainland definitely could not figure it out either. If they really did as Wei Rong said, then Lu Yin did not know what the outcome of this battle would be. However, the innerverse would definitely be thrown into chaos, and the Lingling clan would be the first to fall into chaos, which would then affect the Hall of Honor. Lu Yin would be in a very passive position in this battle, as the mountain god and the others had already thought of retreating. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Is there any way to deal with this? Wei Rong's gaze hardened. We either have to think of a way to save them, or we have to think of a way to destroy them. In any case, we can't let Su Qing use them to make a fuss. Otherwise, we'll definitely lose this war, and our Great Eastern Alliance will lose the innerverse and fall to rock bottom. There was something that Wei Rong did not say. He had never been optimistic about the Great Eastern Alliance's chances against the astral beast domain, as it would be too easy for them to make a fuss about it. The Sixth Mainland was not in a hurry to take over the outerverse, but the Great Eastern Alliance was in a hurry to take over. If Lu Yin was the Great Eastern Alliance's enemy, then the Great Eastern Alliance's rear lines would have been thrown into chaos long ago. Now that the astral beast domain had captured Ling Taizu and the other two, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as Su Qing was not stupid, then they would win this war easily. Lu Yin fell into deep thought. Saving or destroying them would not be easy. Alliance Master, there's actually another way, but it's a little risky, Wei Rong spoke up. Lu Yin looked at him. What is it? Wei Rong calmly explained, the leaders of the 8 great flow zones are currently in the asteroid belt. Capture, imprison, and kill some of the 8 great flow zones in the innerverse. As for the asteroid belt, seal off the news. Once the war is over, who knows how many of them will survive. As long as we cut off the innerverse influence on the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, then it doesn't matter what the astral beast domain does. Lu Yin ended the call. Wei Rong's move was too ruthless, and it was the same as forcing the Great Eastern Alliance into a dead end. If Ling Qiu and the others died, then the innerverse would be his, and a single word from him could determine the direction of the entire innerverse. However, would he be willing to send Ling Qiu, Lu Qianjue, and the others to their deaths? Impossible, as the astral beast domain was a great enemy of the human race, and the everlasting race was also a great enemy. Furthermore, Wei Rong had other goals for this war. We've really been forced into a passive position, Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked towards the northeast. What would Su Qing do? Lu Yin thought about it and then smiled bitterly. No matter what he did, Wei Rong had already come up with the most ruthless and decisive move. Lu Yin also had a plan, and now, he just had to wait for Su Qing to contact him. Lu Yin did not have to wait for long before his gadget beeped. It was Su Qing. Lu Yin accepted the call, and his expression was calm. Su Qing appeared on his screen and looked at Lu Yin with interest. He was currently in a very good mood, and he was no longer vexed over his defeat. He even had the leisure to tease Lu Yin. Alliance Master Lu, you don't look too well. What's troubling you? Tell me. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1860. When he saw Su Qing's relaxed expression, Lu Yin teased, "Commander Su Qing, you probably don't know about the appearance of the celestial beast bloodline. It seems like the celestial beast empire doesn't trust you that much." Lu Yin decided to make things difficult for Su Qing. Su Qing was taken aback, but then he laughed. "Alliance Master Lu, you're really interesting. You're still in the mood to play mind games in this situation. I might as well tell you that before we set out, the Beast Emperor already said that there would be experts following us in secret. I really didn't expect them to be from the celestial beast bloodline, but this is a pleasant surprise, isn't it?" Lu Yin calmly replied, "If you say so, then so be it. So, what does Commander Su Qing want from me?" Su Qing casually replied, "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you still want those 3 emissaries. I have quite a few subordinates who like to eat meat, and they especially like emissaries." "Of course. State your conditions," Lu Yin said directly. Su Qing was astonished. Alliance Master Lu is very direct. "All right, I'll state my conditions, but not like this. I want you to come to me, and I'll state them in person." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "What do you mean?" Su Qing's lips curled up. "I want Alliance Master Lu to come to me alone, and I'll state my conditions." "Alliance Master Lu, do you dare?" "Don't worry, I'll guarantee your safety. When 2 armies fight, the emissaries are not to be killed. I'll strictly abide by this rule." Lu Yin stared at Su Qing as Shui Chuanqiao's words surfaced in his mind. Su Qing was adept at scheming, and whether it was on or off the battlefield, he was even more adept at suppressing his enemies. This condition was clearly meant to suppress Lu Yin. Wei Rong had used the most vicious method, but Su Qing was even more vicious. He didn't even forget to suppress Lu Yin with his conditions. It all depended on whether Lu Yin dared to go or not. If Lu Yin didn't dare, then he would be suppressed by Su Qing in future battles. Su Qing had taken the initiative with Spirit Taizu and the others, and now, he wanted to take the initiative even more. Lu Yin was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance master, so if he was suppressed, what would he do? Su Qing was even more ruthless than Wei Rong, who was still too young. Lu Yin met Su Qing's gaze, and he said, "All right, I'll go." Su Qing's eyes widened, and he praised Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, you're truly heroic. I'll wait for you." He then ended the call. Behind him, the second Night King was astonished. "You're going?" "I can't not go." The second Night King's eyes flickered. "You'll be facing those beasts. They're not humans, and they don't follow the rules. Are you sure you want to go?" Lu Yin looked into the distance. "If I don't go, then my position as Alliance Master will end. No one will trust someone who doesn't even dare to listen to their conditions." He then looked at the second Night King and smiled. "Actually, I'd rather you go in my place." The second Night King did not mind. "It doesn't matter. I can kill my way out of there. Even if that heavenly demon is there?" Lu Yin asked. The second Night King confidently replied, "That heavenly demon won't be able to stop me." "All right, that's what I've been waiting for." The second Night King did not understand. Lu Yin stared at him. "If I die this time, you'll die as well." The second Night King's pupils shrank, and an intense killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. "You want me to die with you?" The only way to break out of this situation is to save Ling Taizu and the others. I need you to help, but I'm afraid that you won't do your best. You said it yourself that the heavenly demon won't be able to stop you, so you're the only one who can help me return safely. Come, if I can't get out, then it means that you don't want me to return. In that case, I'll drag you down with me. The second Night King's face twitched. Lu Yin was actually waiting for him here. What do you want to do? Lu Yin looked towards the northeast. I'll risk it all. Lu Yin had told Ling Qiu that war was not child's play. Even though he had a deep understanding of war, he had never imagined that there would be a day when he would be alone in the midst of billions of beasts. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in the face of these ferocious beasts. Within the fleet, Ling Qiu had a complicated expression. She had not expected Lu Yin to be willing to do such a thing. Not everyone had the courage to enter enemy territory. Regardless of whether or not Ling Taizu could be saved, she would not hold a grudge against Lu Yin. She had seen Lu Yin's back, and it was resolute and bleak. Lu Yin stepped through the void alone and headed towards the countless beasts in the northeast. Behind him, the members of the Great Eastern Alliance looked at him with complicated gazes. Regardless of why he had joined the Great Eastern Alliance in the past, Lu Yin had now gained everyone's respect. The distance between the first beast and Su Qing was very far. Lu Yin did not know if Su Qing had done this on purpose, but the beasts blocking Lu Yin's path were all enormous beasts. Some of them even had their limbs spread apart, and if Lu Yin wanted to pass through, he would have to pass under them. This was an insult. Lu Yin looked up, feeling a sense of familiarity. This was not his first time passing through enemy territory. In the technocracy, he had entered the Lost Voyager army and encountered many hostile forces, but so what? He had still managed to make it here. In front of him, a beast roared and let out a threatening roar. It stomped on the ground and crushed a meteorite. Human, pass through. All around him, countless beasts roared, pass through, human. Pass through. Lu Yin calmly looked at the beasts in front of him. They were merely enlighters, but he still approached them step by step. With each step, his domain and spiritual force grew stronger, and each step landed on the hearts of the beasts. In particular, the beast in front of him gradually revealed a look of shock before its body was pressed down by an invisible force. A hurricane howled and swept out in all directions. The surrounding beasts were pushed aside by the invisible force, and only the two void thunder beasts remained. They blocked Lu Yin's path and stared at him. Lu Yin stepped on the beast's body and slowly approached the two void thunder beasts. He did not notice that in the distance, Yao Gu was also staring at Lu Yin in shock. This little bug that he had once not even bothered to look at was now able to directly face the tribe leader. His growth was inconceivable. Lu Yin stepped on the meteorite as he approached the two void thunder beasts. The two void thunder beasts' eyes were filled with murderous intent. If possible, they really wanted to slaughter this human. However, they could only dream about it. The more powerful an astral beast tribe was, the more rules they had. Sometimes, their rules were even stricter than those of humans. They considered themselves superior to humans and had their own dignity, so they disdained to act in such a situation. Lu Yin approached them step by step, and when he saw the murderous intent in the two void thunder beasts' eyes, he raised a brow. Scram! One of the void thunder beasts stepped forward, lightning crackling. What did you say? Human. Lu Yin was disdainful, and he continued forward as if he did not see this void thunder beast. The void thunder beast blocked Lu Yin's path. Lightning crackled and distorted the void. Its figure was faintly discernible as it shuttled between the real universe and the astral source universe. Lu Yin walked in front of the void thunder beast and did not stop. Instead, he directly crashed into it. Lightning exploded, and the void thunder beast was forcefully pushed back by Lu Yin. A strong gale shattered the meteorite and caused it to explode in outer space, pressing down on the group of astral beasts. A furious roar shook the heavens and even reached the distant fleet. Countless people heard it, and their expressions changed. They did not know what Lu Yin was up against. The Void Thunder Beast that had been pushed aside was unwilling to accept this outcome. Its eyes widened, and lightning crackled around it as it stepped forward again, wanting to resist Lu Yin. Lu Yin sneered. Trash. His footsteps did not change as he continued forward. There was a crack as space exploded. The Void Thunder Beast had used all of its strength to collide with Lu Yin's lightning. There was a loud boom as the meteorite was completely shattered. Lu Yin's hair danced in the wind as his entire body was bathed in lightning. However, he was not afraid and continued to steadily push the Void Thunder Beast away. With every step he took, the Void Thunder Beast was forced back a step, which was a great humiliation for it. The other Void Thunder Beast wanted to help, but it forcibly restrained itself. It could not do anything, as two Envoy-level Void Thunder Beasts were fighting against an Enlighter. Regardless of whether they won or lost, it would still be embarrassing, and if news of this spread, the Void Thunder Beast race would become a laughingstock. The Astral Beast domain was not a monolithic entity, and there were internal conflicts as well. The competition for the Celestial Beast list was just as bloody. Even further away, Su Qing stood at the peak of an asteroid and looked into the distance. Beside him was an incomparably handsome youth and a middle-aged woman with a noble aura. The youth was from the Celestial Beast race, and he had the spiritual force to contend with the Second Night King. He was a powerhouse whose power level exceeded 1,000,000. The woman was from the Celestial Ice Phoenix race. The Celestial Ice Phoenixes were ranked 7th on the Celestial Beast list, and they possessed extreme cold and tricolored light that could melt everything. If that was all they had, then they would not be qualified to stand alongside Su Qing and the Celestial Beast Imperial family. Only a few astral beasts knew that the Celestial Ice Phoenixes had received special treatment from progenitor Wushang, and it was said that he had left behind some sort of mission. This had given the Celestial Ice Phoenixes an extremely high status in the Astral Beast domain, and even the Skymender Imperial Tutor would often meet them. This had also nurtured the Celestial Ice Phoenixes' arrogant personalities. This Lu Yin is indeed quite outstanding. Yao Xian can't compare to him, the Celestial Beast Imperial family man praised, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. On the other side, the Celestial Ice Phoenix woman coldly said, "If nothing unexpected happens, then this kid will become a great enemy of the Celestial Beast Empire once he becomes an envoy. If possible, it's best to kill him." Su Qing shook his head. Envoys are not killed in a battle between two armies unless he takes the initiative to attack. The Celestial Beast Imperial family man sneered. He's not an idiot, so why would he take the initiative to attack? Once he does, even a half-ancestor from the Hall of Honor might not be able to save his life, let alone those people from the Great Eastern Alliance. Su Qing glanced at the man, who was too arrogant. A half-ancestor's strength was unfathomable, and his words fully demonstrated the man's ignorance. However, the Celestial Beast Imperial family was still a Celestial Beast Imperial family. Even someone like this could cultivate to such a realm. How's your investigation of the Great Eastern Alliance coming along? The Celestial Beast Imperial family man suddenly asked. Su Qing calmly replied, "I've already received information that the Great Eastern Alliance has unified the Innerverse and Outerverse. This time, most of the powerhouses from the Innerverse's 8 Great Flow Zones are participating in the battle, including the genius from the Sword Sect, Emperor Lu, who should have died a long time ago. There's also..." He paused, and his expression turned serious. "The Second Night King." The Second Night King. The Celestial Beast Imperial family man and the Celestial Ice Phoenix woman cried out in surprise. The Day-Night clan was famous throughout the universe, so they knew what the Second Night King's name signified. The celestial beast imperial family man sneered. No wonder he was able to block my spiritual force. So it's the second Night King. That old thing isn't dead yet. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1861. Not only did he not die, but he's also much stronger than before. The second Night King definitely wouldn't have been a match for us, Su Qing said. The celestial beast frowned. This battlefield will be his burial ground. In the distance, the lightning dissipated. The Void Thunder Beast had not been able to stop Lu Yin in the end, and it had not even been able to slow him down. It had been forced back by Lu Yin, and Lu Yin's gaze crossed the distance to meet Su Qing's. Do you two plan on staying behind to chat with this young man? Su Qing asked. The Celestial Beast Emperor disdainfully replied, since you're already here, don't expect to leave this battlefield alive. There's nothing to talk about. He then left. The Celestial Ice Phoenix did not leave. Su Qing did not chase them away either, and he quietly stood at the peak of Meteorite Mountain, waiting for Lu Yin to arrive. After passing by the two Void Thunder Beasts, there were no longer any giant beasts blocking his path. Lu Yin lightly tapped his foot and instantly crossed the void, appearing at the foot of Meteorite Mountain. He looked up and saw Su Qing looking down at him. At that moment, the Meteorite Mountain cracked open and then shattered. Su Qing and the Celestial Ice Phoenix descended, stepping on the shattered rocks as they faced Lu Yin. Commander Su Qing, we finally meet. Lu Yin smiled. It was impossible to tell that he was in enemy territory and had come with a goal in mind. Su Qing sized Lu Yin up and sighed. You're definitely worthy of being called a paragon among the younger generation. Times change too quickly, and old folks like us were overtaken before we could even react. Commander, you're too polite. No matter how quickly times change, powerhouses will never be eliminated, let alone someone like you. Lu Yin was unusually humble. The Celestial Ice Phoenix kept looking at Lu Yin with bright eyes, but no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Yin looked at her. And this is... Su Qing introduced, this is Feng Lin of the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan. Alliance leader Lu, I've heard a lot about you, Feng Lin calmly said. Lu Yin and Feng Lin looked at each other. He remembered that she was the one who had blocked Ling Qiu during the previous battle. She was very strong to be able to fight against Ling Qiu. So you're a senior from the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan. Greetings. Feng Lin's eyes lit up. Alliance Master Lu, this isn't the first time you've come into contact with my Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, right? Lu Yin smiled and nodded. During the Tournament of the Strongest, I battled against Feng Jiu in the Sovereign Battle. I've seen Feng Lu's heroism, and I have to say that the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan is filled with geniuses. There are no weaklings among them. Feng Lin raised his head. I agree. Lu Yin's smile did not change. The Celestial Foothill Ice Phoenix clan was famous for their arrogance, so he would not be surprised by any of her answers. But compared to you, Alliance Master Lu, I'm still far inferior, Feng Lin suddenly said. Lu Yin had wanted to be polite, but Feng Lin's next words surprised him. Can you let the monkey out? I want to talk to it. Su Qing frowned. This was a battlefield, and it was also his home ground to suppress Lu Yin. This was not a place for Feng Lin to chat. He wanted to interrupt, but when he saw Feng Lin's expression, he decided against it. Perhaps this matter was very important to the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan. Su Qing's guess was correct, as the monkey was indeed very important to the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan. They had not paid much attention to the monkey at first, as it was just a mere academy master of the spiritual academy. Aside from Feng Jiu, who was familiar with the monkey, the rest of the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan had nothing to do with it. However, after the monkey had been captured, Imperial Tutor Butian had found them and told them some secrets. Only then had they realized that the monkey had an inexplicable relationship with them that involved progenitor Wushang. Even though they did not know the details, since it was related to progenitor Wushang, they could not ignore it. The Sovereign Battle. Imperial Tutor Butian had instructed Yao Xian and the other participants to capture the monkey, but they had failed. This time, Feng Lin had participated in this battle with the intention of capturing the monkey. They still did not know that the monkey had been taken away by the witch spirit, and Lu Yin had not mentioned it. The monkey. What do you want to talk to it about? Lu Yin was curious. Feng Lin's expression did not change. Feng Jiu and the monkey were classmates, and she asked me to ask it some questions. Lu Yin was amused. Feng Jiu was indeed familiar with the monkey, so this reason made sense. The monkey is treacherous. If Senior has any questions, just ask me directly, and I'll ask the monkey instead. Feng Lin frowned. Alliance Master Lu, I hope that you can give me some face and chat with the monkey. Don't worry, in a war between two armies, I won't act against you unless I kill the envoys. Lu Yin shrugged. I'm sorry, Senior, but the monkey isn't with me. Feng Lin was stunned. Not with you. Lu Yin seriously explained, I locked it up in a place that no one else knows about except for me. That guy is like an old pedant, and he's always been able to learn something from it. I have a feeling that it's hiding a very deep secret, so I don't tell anyone. Every once in a while, I'll torture it and ask it some questions. Only an idiot would believe him. Su Qing looked at Feng Lin, who was filled with anger. She obviously did not believe him either. The only reason the Celestial Ice Phoenixes cared about the monkey was because Imperial Tutor Butian had mentioned progenitor Wushang. How could Lu Yin care about the monkey? The monkey was not stupid, and it would not tell Lu Yin about progenitor Wushang. Aside from progenitor Wushang, the monkey had not even been an explorer when he had been captured. What did he have to attract Lu Yin's interest? He was clearly lying through his teeth. It seems like Alliance Master Lu doesn't care about my Celestial Ice Phoenix clan's reputation at all. Feng Lin's tone turned cold. Lu Yin blinked. Senior, are you planning to attack me? He then looked at Su Qing. Commander, we haven't talked yet. Su Qing said, Alliance Master Lu, just treat Feng Lin's words as a condition. As long as you allow the monkey to chat with her, I won't torture the other three for now. How about it? Feng Lin suddenly said, as long as you give the monkey to me, you can choose one of the three. Su Qing was furious, and he glared at Feng Lin. What nonsense are you spouting? Feng Lin looked at Su Qing calmly. My Celestial Ice Phoenix clan will give you an explanation for this matter. Promise me. Su Qing frowned. This is related to war, and it's no small matter. I know. Promise me, and I promise to give you an explanation that you'll be satisfied with, Feng Lin said seriously. Su Qing's eyes narrowed, but he still did not agree. Lu Yin did not believe that Su Qing would agree so easily. If Su Qing really was the same type of person as Wei Rong, then not only would he be able to win the war with the three emissaries as a restriction, but he would also be able to do much more. He would be able to throw the Interverse into chaos, and the results of the war were too important to the astral beast domain. How could he give up on the monkey? However, Lu Yin had still underestimated the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan's status in the astral beast domain. Perhaps Feng Lin had secretly told Su Qing something, but Su Qing's expression changed, and he finally gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Yin. "Give the monkey to Feng Lin, and I'll give you one of the 2 emissaries aside from Ancestor Ling." Lu Yin was astonished, but then he smiled. "All 3. Su Qing was furious. "You're joking." Feng Lin frowned and stared at Lu Yin. "Alliance Master Lu, this is the bottom line that we can accept. You've made a huge profit by exchanging a worthless monkey for an emissary. I can tell you that the reason I'm exchanging the monkey is because Feng Zhou misses him. He can be considered Feng Zhou's lover, and without him, Feng Zhou's cultivation will stagnate. Our Celestial Ice Phoenix clan doesn't have many clansmen, and we don't want anything to happen to Feng Zhou. However, don't think that you can use this to randomly quote a price. Otherwise, let alone a monkey, even Feng Zhou herself will be sacrificed here." Lu Yin looked at Feng Lin in admiration, as she was able to lie through her teeth. This woman was even better than him, and she had even said that he was Feng Zhou's lover. She had even made up a love story to trick him. If it weren't for the fact that Skymender Imperial Tutor valued the monkey and that he knew about the monkey's relationship with Feng Zhou, Lu Yin might have actually believed her. He hadn't expected that this woman would be so similar to Kuei Luo, and she was even spouting nonsense with a straight face. Feng Lin's expression was very serious, and she spoke as if she were telling the truth. Lu Yin felt helpless. "Someone else's love has nothing to do with me. In any case, you can either give me all 3 or forget about it. What's the point of bringing one back? Won't the other 2 clans cause a ruckus?" Su Qing's gaze turned cold, as this was his goal as well. He had agreed to Feng Lin's request not only because he wanted to give face to the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, but also because he wanted to use this opportunity to incite Lu Yin. These 3 emissaries all had powers backing them, and if he took one away, the other 2 would definitely hate Lu Yin. Combined with his next move, he would be able to topple the Great Eastern Alliance, but this brat hadn't taken the bait. Feng Lin also reacted, and she glanced at Su Qing. Indeed, she had thought that this guy would give face to the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan, but she hadn't expected him to turn around and dig a hole for Lu Yin. These people were too scheming. "Alliance Master Lu, this is a matter of war, and I don't have the authority to make any decisions. You can raise any conditions you want as long as my Celestial Ice Phoenix clan can fulfill them. I just hope that you can hand the monkey over to me so that I can hand him over to that poor girl, Feng Zhou." Feng Lin's tone softened as she spoke helplessly. Lu Yin pursed his lips, as this woman knew how to act. "I don't have any other requests. I just want to take the 3 emissaries with me." Feng Lin was furious, and he wouldn't listen to her no matter what she said. She wanted to say something else, but Su Qing raised a hand. "Leave first. I want to speak with Alliance Master Lu alone." Feng Lin looked at Su Qing. Su Qing's tone brooked no argument. "Leave first." He could give the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan some face by allowing Feng Lin to negotiate with Lu Yin for so long. He could even use the captives as a condition to obtain something for the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan. However, he had already given the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan face, and if Feng Lin could not reach an agreement, then it would be his turn next. Feng Lin was helpless, and she gave Lu Yin an unwilling look before leaving. Only Su Qing and Lu Yin were left behind. Lu Yin was much more solemn when facing Su Qing, as they were the actual opponents on the battlefield. At this moment, the stench of blood in his nose became much thicker. "Actually, I never thought that Alliance Master Lu would dare to come before me alone," Su Qing praised. Lu Yin shrugged. "There's nothing I can do about it. My people are in your hands, and they're in a passive position." Su Qing smiled. "Then what price does Alliance Master Lu plan to pay in exchange for them?" Lu Yin replied, I don't know. It all depends on what price Commander Su Qing wants. Su Qing's lips curled up. Alliance Master Lu, do you know how valuable they are in my hands? Lu Yin shook his head. Only by understanding their value can the price be paid. I can tell you this, Alliance Master Lu. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. I'll use these 3 emissaries as bait. Not only will I lure your Great Eastern Alliance to rescue them, but I'll also spread the news of their capture to the entire Fifth Mainland, especially the Interverse. I wonder how Alliance Master Lu will explain this to the Interverse. Why did you come to the Outerverse to participate in the war against the Astral Beast domain? This was originally the Sixth Mainland's matter, so why were the emissaries of the Lingling clan and the Phoenix family captured instead of the others? Why do you still want to go to war? Do you not care about their lives? How do you plan to explain these questions? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1862. When he heard Su Qing's words, Lu Yin realized that it was just as Wei Rong had said. He pretended to be shocked, but his eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth. Commander Su Qing, I respect you as a senior, but you are always open and aboveboard on the battlefield. How can you use such despicable methods? Su Qing shook his head and smiled. There are no methods or rules in war. Winning is the most important rule, isn't it? Lu Yin clenched his fists and stared at Su Qing, his face pale. Despicable. Su Qing laughed. I heard that Shui Chuanshao is in the Great Eastern Alliance. Did he tell you anything about me? Lu Yin lowered his voice. Yes, Commander Shui said that you're capable and resourceful, whether it's on or off the battlefield. I never thought that you would be so despicable. I thought that you were the same type of person as Commander Shui. Su Qing sneered. We are the same type of person. Don't tell me that you don't know how the human domains network is connected. Shui Chuanshao is more ruthless than I am, and he gave up half of the endless weaves in exchange for the entire human domains network. If not for that, we would have already occupied half of the Outerverse when the Sixth Mainland invaded. In the end, Shui Chuanshao is more ruthless than I am. I can't do such a thing. But you're more despicable than he is. Su Qing clasped his hands behind his back. Kid, let me teach you a lesson. War is war, and there's nothing despicable about it. If you win, you'll be a great commander for all eternity, but if you lose, you'll go down in history in infamy. My burden is no less than yours. Now, do you understand the value of those 3 emissaries in my hands? Lu Yin struggled, not knowing what to do. Su Qing said, It seems that you understand. Then, you should know the consequences of my actions. Tell me, what price do you plan on paying in exchange for those 3? You're willing to let me take them? Lu Yin stared at Su Qing. He was no longer as calm as he had been when he had first arrived. Su Qing nodded calmly. Why else would I have asked you to come here? What price do you want? Lu Yin asked anxiously. Su Qing believed that he had the initiative, so he said, First, hand Ghost Monkey over to Feng Lin. Lu Yin did not object. Second, hand over the inheritance of your unparalleled technique from the Sovereign Tournament. Lu Yin did not object. Su Qing continued. Third, you have to leave the Outerverse. I can allow you to do so, but those are the only 3 conditions. Lu Yin stared at Su Qing unwillingly. You think you can force me to submit just because you've captured 3 of my emissaries? Su Qing sneered. You don't have to agree. Go back and have a chat with Shui Chuanshao. See if you can handle the consequences of my actions. Once I do that, at the very least, your Great Eastern Alliance will be disbanded, and you will definitely lose this war. Lu Yin knew the consequences of his actions. He had known this from the moment Wei Rong had mentioned it, but he had also believed that it would not be that serious. As long as the Hall of Honor was suppressing the situation, the Innerverse would not fall into chaos the moment he appeared before Su Qing alone. I don't understand. You should know that the power I used in the last battle of the sovereign competition was death energy. Why do you still want it? Could it be that the astral beast domain has death chi? Su Qing's eyes flashed. So it's death aura. Then it's not that valuable. Lu Yin continued to stare at Su Qing's eyes. But it doesn't matter. My main goal is for you to leave the Outerverse. That inheritance is just a gift, Su Qing said casually. Lu Yin could not tell if Su Qing was lying or if the astral beast domain was truly dead. Qi. He could not be sure, as Su Qing was the commander of the astral beast domain. How could Lu Yin easily see through his expression? I want to see the three of them, Lu Yin said weakly. Su Qing calmly asked, you agree? Lu Yin clenched his fists. My technique is very difficult to pass on. No matter how difficult it is, I still want it. After all, you're invincible and defeated the three young ancestral Qi. Perhaps you can also get the Hall of Honor to hand over the three young ancestral Qi's cultivation method. I'll agree to it all the same, Su Qing said confidently with a hint of anticipation. Lu Yin felt bitter. You think too highly of me. I'll agree to all three of your conditions, but you have to let me see the spirit ancestor and the others first. How do I know if they're dead? I don't trust you guys since you're astral beasts. Su Qing's tone was cold. You humans are also beasts. You have rules, and so do we. There's no need to be so despicable if there are rules, Lu Yin retorted. Su Qing snorted. Naive. Ripples appeared in the void nearby, but nothing could be seen. Bring Alliance Master Lu to see the three captives, Su Qing said. Lu Yin looked at him in surprise. You're asking Yin Guai to bring me there? Su Qing replied, if I remember correctly, Alliance Master Lu also cultivates the symbol progenitor's power. Yin Guai, you can see for yourself. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. All right. Su Qing had asked Yin Guai to bring him there so that he could keep an eye on him. There was nothing better than Yin Guai to keep an eye on him. Before they could get far, Lu Yin suddenly asked, is the astral beast that tried to assassinate me dead? Su Qing answered, no. Lu Yin was disappointed and left with Yin Guai. After Lu Yin left, Feng Lin arrived and hurriedly asked, what did he say? Su Qing replied confidently, he's waiting to receive Ghost Monkey. Feng Lin was delighted. He agreed. Su Qing grunted and then looked at Feng Lin. He scolded, you were too anxious. Why didn't you tell me in advance? You didn't take the initiative in front of him, and you even showed him how important Ghost Monkey is to you. If I hadn't taken him down this time, you would never have been able to obtain Ghost Monkey. Feng Lin also knew that she had been too anxious. I'm sorry, Senior. I was too anxious. Su Qing was puzzled. Is a mere Ghost Monkey that important to you? Feng Lin seriously replied, this involves Imperial Tutor Skymender, so forgive me for not being able to say anything. My Celestial Ice Phoenix clan will definitely give Senior an explanation. This was exactly what Su Qing had been waiting for. 2 emissaries had died in battle, and he was under a lot of pressure. If the Celestial Ice Phoenix clan stood on his side, then he would have nothing to worry about in the Celestial Beast Empire. Otherwise, he might have to face questioning, and while it wouldn't cause him any harm, he would lose face. Elsewhere, Lu Yin met with the spirit ancestor, Abel Phoenix, and Elder He. Although the three were still alive, their injuries were not light. Standing in front of them were two void thunder beasts that had blocked Lu Yin's path. Lu Yin was furious, and he glared at the void thunder beasts. "You dare to attack someone who can't even resist?" One of the void thunder beasts sneered. "They're emissaries, after all. If they want to escape, it'll be difficult to catch them. It'll be fine as long as you don't kill them. Hurry up and find their astral origin cyclones. We'll talk after we cripple them," the other void thunder beast said nonchalantly. Lu Yin was furious, and he took a step forward to stand between the two void thunder beasts. He raised his palms. He tried to push them away with his palms, but suddenly, he felt a sense of danger, and he subconsciously took a step back. A majestic force rippled in front of him. It was the emissary Yin Guai. "Human, you dare attack?" the void thunder beast sneered as it clawed at the spirit ancestor. The spirit ancestor was already heavily injured, and if this claw connected, even if he did not die, his astral origin cyclones would be crippled. Lu Yin shouted, "Stop!" His spiritual force erupted and swept out in all directions. Suddenly, an even more terrifying spiritual force swept out like a tsunami, suppressing the spirit ancestor's own. Lu Yin was forced back dozens of steps, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he fainted. The handsome youth from the celestial demon imperial family walked out and looked at Lu Yin coldly. "Brat, who gave you the guts to be so impudent?" Lu Yin looked up, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at the void thunder beast that was about to attack. He hoarsely said, "If the three of them suffer any more injuries, I guarantee that this deal with Su Qing will immediately end." The youth from the celestial demon imperial family sneered, not caring at all. However, the void thunder beast that had been about to attack suddenly stopped and let out a few taunts. Su Qing was the leader of the void thunder beasts, so they did not dare to break the deal. The spirit ancestor and the other two looked at Lu Yin, and Elder He said hoarsely, "Alliance leader Lu, don't make the deal. This is war, so what if we die?" Lu Yin sighed. "This is my war, not yours. I shouldn't let you die." Elder He's voice was hoarse. "This is a war for the entire human race. Alliance leader Lu, don't make the deal." Lu Yin looked at the spirit ancestor and then at Abel Phoenix. These two definitely did not want to die. "It was my mistake that caused you to be captured. If not for that, your astral beast domain would not have been able to win." Lu Yin turned to look at the celestial beast domain. The celestial demon imperial family disdainfully replied, "Brat, you think too highly of yourself. Our opponents are the Sixth Mainland and the Human Domain's Hall of Honor, not you." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. A dignified celestial demon imperial family only knows how to launch sneak attacks. Rumor has it that the celestial demons control the astral beast domain, but is this how they do it? They start with sneak attacks. The celestial demon imperial family frowned and glared at Lu Yin. "Are you provoking me?" Lu Yin didn't back down and met his gaze. "You saved Yao Xian's life, so I won't bicker with you. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today." He turned around and left. Lu Yin watched as the celestial demon vanished into the void. He then quickly retrieved Mount Supreme from his cosmic ring and smashed it down. At that moment, Yin Guai, which Lu Yin had been keeping an eye on all this time, made its move. If Lu Yin made any sudden movements, it would definitely interfere, so it didn't hesitate to punch Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression didn't change, and his eyes turned into runes as he activated the domain of knowing and unknowing. The Yin Guai smashed its fist into Lu Yin's body, but to no avail. At this moment, the second Night King, Emperor Lu, walked out. Under the shocked gazes of the Yin Guai and the other beasts, Emperor Lu slashed out in all directions. This was the 14th strike. In the distance, Su Qing, who had been waiting for Lu Yin, narrowed his eyes. Not good. He then leaped up and transformed into a void thunder beast, vanishing with a flash of lightning. Emperor Lu's sword had wounded the Yin Guai and the two emissary-level void thunder beasts, especially the Yin Guai, which had been beheaded by a single sword strike, thoroughly killing it. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and released Spirit Taizu and the others. Enter Mount Supreme. The three of them charged into Mount Supreme without hesitation. At this time, Su Qing, the heavenly demon imperial family man, and Feng Lin appeared and attacked Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1863. You're courting death, Lu Yin. Su Qing roared. The celestial demon's expression turned ugly. He had been watching over the three, but Lu Yin had forced him to leave with a few words. Now, it seemed that Lu Yin had done it on purpose. Of course, Lu Yin had done it on purpose. With the reaction speed of a powerhouse whose power level was in the million, he might not have been able to pull out Mount Supreme in time. He had to force the celestial demon to leave. He had prepared a lot of excuses, but he hadn't expected the guy to leave so easily. The second Night King smiled savagely as his spiritual force erupted, stirring up the clouds. A giant figure appeared behind him and viciously slashed at Su Qing, the celestial demon, and Feng Lin, using the Night King heaven-splitting technique. The spiritual force whizzed past, and Feng Lin spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. The celestial demon opened his mouth and let out an unpleasant shriek as spiritual force exploded in front of him. Divine explosion. Boom! The meteor shattered, and the countless beasts around it were reduced to fragments. Lu Yin felt dizzy, but he quickly recited the primogenitor's scripture and put away Mount Supreme. Retreat. The clash between the second Night King and the heavenly demon's spiritual force prevented Su Qing and the others from getting close, and the beasts around them were similarly unable to get close. The Lu Emperor grabbed Lu Yin and charged southwest, slaughtering countless beasts along the way. Not a single one of them could withstand the Lu Emperor's sword. Su Qing was furious, and he activated his natal lightning to pierce through the void. He ignored the spiritual force interference and chased after the Lu Emperor, slashing down with a claw. The Lu Emperor's gaze hardened, and he turned around to counterattack. The sword collided with the claw, and the sharp shockwaves pierced Lu Yin. Lu Yin's miniature armor had been shattered by Xiao's halberd in the Neoverse, and the sharp shockwaves entered his body through the cracks. His body was torn apart, and the intense pain caused him to spit out blood. Su Qing's gaze turned savage as lightning exploded. Brat, you're courting death. The Lu Emperor's sword spun and left crisscrossing sword scars on Su Qing's body. Scram! Su Qing raised his claw, and Lu Yin suddenly looked up and stared at him. He used the Yin evolution scripture to its maximum power and weakened the Lu Emperor's attack. Su Qing had calculated everything perfectly, and he had been able to attack Lu Yin ahead of time. Lu Huang would not give up on Lu Yin, and Su Qing had used this opportunity to force Lu Huang to change directions. At the same time, Su Qing had also been able to heavily injure or even kill Lu Yin with the aftershocks. How could the aftershocks of an attack with a power level of 1,000,000 be something that this brat could withstand? However, Lu Yin had cultivated the Aeon evolution true scripture to the knower realm, which had weakened Su Qing's attacks to a certain extent. This weakening was not obvious, and it could still easily kill Lu Yin. However, it had reduced the speed of Su Qing's attacks. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it would still be fatal in a battle against someone on the same level. Emperor Lu's sword was faster than Su Qing's. Under Su Qing's incredulous gaze, the sword pierced through the sharp claws and stabbed towards Su Qing's head. Su Qing had no choice but to retreat. The sword qi within his body was wreaking havoc, and he had no choice but to suppress it. He could only watch as Emperor Lu fled with Lu Yin. Just as Lu Yin was about to heave a sigh of relief, boundless rune lines suddenly appeared at the corner of his eyes. They came from the astral source universe, and he shouted, "Be careful." Emperor Lu turned around and slashed out with his sword, causing terrifying flames to descend and envelop the two of them. The temperature was definitely above 700,000, but it posed no threat to Emperor Lu. His sword rotated, and with a whoosh, the flames were torn apart. Just as Emperor Lu slashed out, a palm-sized golden rat appeared in another direction. Its green eyes were fixed on Lu Yin as it traveled through the astral source universe and opened its mouth to bite at him. Although the golden rat was fast, it could not hide from Emperor Lu. The difference between them was too great, and Emperor Lu easily parried the attack with his sword. He had thought that he would be able to force the golden rat back, but he had not expected the golden rat to attack him. Emperor Lu was stunned when the rat bit down on his sword, as he had never seen such a battle style before. Lu Yin recognized the golden rat. Huaishou, it's said to be able to devour all things. He had recognized it because the spiritual academy, which had represented the astral beast domain in the tournament of the strongest, had a principal who was Huaishou. It was rumored that Huaishou had once devoured a member of the Phoenix family and was their mortal enemy. Emperor Lu's gaze turned cold, and the sword that had clearly been bitten once again exerted force, tearing apart half of Huaishou's body. In another direction, flames enveloped the area once more, and Emperor Lu heavily injured Huaishou. He then slashed out with his sword, causing a sharp slash that tore through space and slashing out a flame mink that was about the same size as Huaishou. These two beasts had attacked, and although they did not pose any threat to Emperor Lu, they had managed to delay him, allowing Su Qing to catch up. Su Qing had originally given up, but he had not expected that there would be another hidden beast. It had most likely followed the celestial beast emperor here. But there was no time to think. Lightning covered his body as he clawed at Emperor Lu. At that moment, the second Night King rushed over, scaring Su Qing into retreating. He did not have the courage to face both Emperor Lu and the second Night King at the same time. The second Night King blocked Emperor Lu's back and faced the northeast. He then used the Night King heaven-splitting technique again before leading Emperor Lu and Lu Yin to the southwest. Su Qing's eyes widened, and he roared in rage. His great opportunity had been ruined, and he had thought that victory was within his grasp. The three emissaries had taken the initiative, but they had been rescued right under his nose. Even though he was the commander and had experienced many battles, he still could not help but roar in rage. This was a disgrace that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The celestial beast emperor's face turned ugly, as he was largely responsible for this failure. If he had not left on his own accord, then Lu Yin might not have been able to rescue Huaishou so easily. This human was despicable. Feng Lin felt that it was a pity that she had been rescued. Who would have thought that this human would be able to hide a living person in a cosmic ring? This defied common sense. Otherwise, Feng Lin would not have been able to rescue Huaishou. The monkey was so close, and she did not know when he would succeed. In contrast to the astral beast domain's furious roars, the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet was cheering. Lu Qianjue and the rest watched in admiration as Lu Yin returned. He had actually succeeded. The humans had fought with the astral beast domain for countless years, and there had been many victories and defeats. However, there had been very few instances of someone rescuing an enemy, especially in such a grand battle. In this current battle, there were 4 powerhouses with power levels over 1,000,000, and there were more than 20 emissaries. This was an unimaginably grand battle that surpassed any battle at the border. Even when the Sixth Mainland had joined forces with the technocracy to invade the endless weeds, there had not been so many powerhouses involved. If not for the outside world being busy dealing with the Neo-Human Alliance, then this battle would definitely have attracted the attention of the entire world. Even now, it had attracted the attention of countless people, and they were all waiting for the results. Lu Yin took out Mount Supreme and released Spirit Taizu and the others. He then ordered them to be on guard against the Astral Beast Domain's crazy counterattack and brought Abel Phoenix into the spacecraft. Everyone was curious, as Abel Phoenix had not interacted much with Lu Yin. Why was Lu Yin meeting him alone? Shouldn't Lu Yin be recuperating right now? Abel Phoenix was at a loss, and he followed Lu Yin into the cabin. He watched as Lu Yin took out a red stone and said something that made him doubt his life. "Come, breathe fire at it." Seeing Lu Yin's expectant gaze, Abel Phoenix's face twitched. "What do you mean, Alliance leader?" Lu Yin replied, "This is a skyfire stone that can absorb fire. I need a high temperature, the more the better." Abel Phoenix understood, but he was speechless. "Can't you be more specific? Breathe fire." He wasn't a beast, and the mere thought of that made him unhappy. "How about a fire battle technique?" Lu Yin grew impatient. "Do whatever you want. Fill it up, and the higher the temperature, the better. It needs to be at least 700,000 power levels." Abel Phoenix was shocked. "Alliance leader, I only have a power level of 500,000. How can I use flames with a high temperature that surpasses 700,000? Lu Yin was taken aback. "You're that weak." Abel Phoenix was aggrieved, and he wanted to attack Lu Yin, but after some thought, he realized that he couldn't beat Lu Yin. "Sorry to disappoint you, Alliance leader." Lu Yin frowned and looked towards the northeast. He had forgotten that Abel Phoenix's strength was only average. If he had remembered earlier, he would have captured that fire-breathing mink. That fellow's flames definitely exceeded 700,000 power levels. What a pity. Does your Phoenix family have extreme heat? The kind that even you can't handle? Lu Yin asked. Abel Phoenix replied, "Yes, we do. The reason why our family stays in the day-night flow zone is because our ancestral land has limitless heat. We don't know exactly how high the temperature is, or else we would have left long ago. After all, the day-night clan was too tyrannical back then." Lu Yin dismissed Abel Phoenix and took out some pills to heal his injuries. Fortunately, the cracks in his armor weren't too large, and even though the shock waves had torn his body apart, they were only superficial wounds that quickly healed. He had originally planned on using Abel Phoenix's flames to cultivate, but it seemed that he had miscalculated. The heavens trembled as countless beasts attacked, and the first to bear the brunt of the attack was the Skyfiend's spiritual energy battle technique, Divine Explosion. The second Night King faced the Skyfiend. "You dare to come again? Loser." The Skyfiend growled, "Despicable humans will become our food." He then unleashed his spiritual energy once more. Countless beasts attacked and clashed with the Great Eastern Alliance. The envoys had their own battles, while the fleets had their own battles. Su Qing was still facing off against Emperor Lu. When Lu Yin walked out of the cabin, he was greeted by the sight of an endless slaughter. The Great Eastern Alliance's envoys had originally outnumbered the beasts, but with the addition of the Shadow Beast, the Flaming Mink, and Huaishou, the gap was even. These 3 beasts each had a power level of around 800,000, especially the Shadow Beast. It had been able to survive Emperor Lu's attack, and with Spirit Taizu and the other two being heavily injured, the Great Eastern Alliance's chances were not looking good. This was also why Su Qing had dared to launch such a crazy counterattack. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the heavens and fixed in one direction. There, flames filled the sky and occasionally fell from Astral Source Universe to burn the fleets. That was the Flaming Mink's battlefield, and its opponent was Ling Qiu. Lu Yin stepped into Astral Source Universe, and sword chi swept past him from Lu Qianjue as he faced off against the Shadow Beast. When Su Qing saw Lu Yin appear, he was the most surprised. He clearly remembered that Lu Yin had been hit by the shockwaves, and that had been the shockwaves of a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000. How could he be fine? Even the slightest contact should have left him severely injured. Emperor Lu glanced at Lu Yin but did not pay him any mind. Lu Yin had too many secrets, and in truth, even if he had been hit by a half-ancestor, Emperor Lu still doubted that Lu Yin would have died. This guy's background was unfathomable. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he moved to where Ling Qiu and the Flaming Mink were fighting. He then used a clear void palm on the Flaming Mink. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1864. The flame sable had not expected Lu Yin to attack it. Its flames transformed into a curtain that covered the entire area, but it was too late. The void palm viciously struck the flame sable's body, sending its palm-sized body flying. The flame sable was enraged, and it let out a sharp shriek at Lu Yin. Its beady eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the flames on its body surged wildly. It was only the size of a palm, but in the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a flaming mountain. It raised its claws, one aimed at Lu Yin and the other at Ling Qiu. In terms of battle prowess, Ling Qiu was no match for the Flame Marten. However, as a member of the Lingling clan, her innate battle skills were unparalleled. The Lingling clan had the ability to split into 3 clones, each of which had the strength of the original body. Unless one was absolutely crushed, it would not be easy to defeat a member of the Lingling clan. Back then, Spirit Great Ancestor had been absolutely crushed by Emperor Lu's battle prowess. One was over 1,000,000, while the other was around 800,000. Back then, Spirit Great Ancestor had also been bombarded by the Sky Demon Imperial Family Man's essence, energy, and soul force, unable to resist at all. However, no one would underestimate the Lingling clan because of this. The Lingling clan was almost invincible when fighting against people of the same cultivation level. The Flame Sable's battle prowess clearly surpassed Ling Qiu's, but they were still in a stalemate. This was also the reason why Ling Qiu had the confidence to deal with the Flame Sable. Ling Qiu, who had split her spirit, was enough to stall the Flame Sable. Ling Qiu evaded the Flame Mink's flaming claws and stared at Lu Yin. "I don't need your help. I'm enough to deal with it. It's just a beast." Lu Yin did not intend to help. He wanted to capture the Flame Mink alive, but that seemed to be a little difficult. Ling Qiu's words infuriated the Flame Marten. No matter how it hurt it, it sounded like she was scolding someone. As it thought about it, flames spread out in all directions. Ling Qiu's spirit clone was caught off guard and was burned to ashes by the flames. Ling Qiu's attacks became even more ferocious. Leaves began to fall from the sky. This was Ling Qiu's innate gift. The most frightening thing about the Lingling clan was their innate talent. Their 10 innate talents combined into one was incomparably mysterious. Ling Qiu's innate skill was autumn intent. Just like her name, fallen leaves drifted down, overflowing with autumn intent. They were clearly fallen leaves, but the Flame Marten's high-temperature flames were actually unable to burn them. It was like the rain of leaves, inconceivably extinguishing the flame marten's mountain-like flames. The flame sable raised its head, its sharp whistle filled with anger as it glared at Ling Qiu. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet once more. He moved directly to the top of the flame marten's head. Then, under Ling Qiu's shocked gaze, he visualized the immovable heavenly king elephant and lowered his palm. Emptiness palm. The flame mink did not pay any attention to Lu Yin at first, and it had been staring at Ling Qiu. It had felt a sense of danger, especially when Ling Qiu's innate gift had appeared. However, Lu Yin's clear sky palm had landed squarely on its head, stunning it. The power of this palm was too great, and even though it had a power level of over 700,000, it could not withstand it and was sent flying out of the astral source universe. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin barked, "Attack!" As he spoke, he struck out with his palm, not giving the sable any chance to retaliate. Ling Qiu had not expected Lu Yin's palm to be so powerful. What was that behind him? An elephant. Without much time to think, Autumn Spirit Star Origin transformed into a spear, stabbing towards the flame sable from both sides. The flame sable's body was pierced by the spear, causing blood to spurt out. The intense pain woke it up, but Lu Yin's palm struck again. This time, the emptiness palm not only contained a huge amount of overlaying stacks, but also a domain and spiritual force. The flame sable might be able to withstand overlaying stacks and a domain, but its spiritual force was its weakness. The emptiness palm's unbridled attacks left it unable to retaliate. In the distance, Feng Lin transformed into a celestial ice phoenix, her tricolored light sweeping over. Lu Yin grabbed the flame sable and used it as a shield, but the tricolored light ruthlessly swept over and forced both Lu Yin and the flame sable back. Feng Lin's power level was only around 600,000, so she could not break through Lu Yin's defenses. However, the tricolored light melted the flame sable's fur. Despicable! Feng Lin angrily rebuked. Opposite her, the Ice Emperor raised a hand, causing the 5-ringed plum blossom to scatter. Let's see if you can melt this move. Feng Lin stared at the Ice Empress. My clan's tricolored light can melt everything. You have no chance of winning against me. With that, her tricolored light swept out. The flame sable was frantically attacked by Lu Yin and Ling Qiu, and it was suppressed to the point where it could not even retaliate. A shadow suddenly appeared and wrapped around the flame sable, trying to drag it away. It was the shadow beast. Lu Yin was immediately enraged. Intercept. The star energy in his hand transformed into a sword, and he slashed out, but he was unable to tear apart the shadow beast's shadow. In the distance, Lu Qinjue's sword slashed down, directly severing the shadow beast's control over the shadow. Ling Qiu's spear pierced through the shadow, nailing it to the void. The shadow beast's interference had successfully allowed the flame sable to catch its breath, allowing it to break free from Lu Yin's clear void palm suppression. The flame sable's surging flames crazily spread across its body and swept towards Lu Yin. At this point, its hatred for Lu Yin far exceeded Ling Qiu's. Even though Ling Qiu's fallen leaves drifted away once more, they were unable to suppress the flames. Lu Yin was not in too much danger against the flame sable's surging flames, as his microarmor was able to withstand them. Even though there were cracks in the armor, the temperature of the flames that could penetrate the cracks and reach his body would not be too high. Lu Yin had always relied on high temperatures for his cultivation, so his resistance to high temperatures was much higher than the average person's. However, defense was one thing, what he wanted was to capture the flame sable alive. Otherwise, there would be no point in participating in this battle, and it would be better for Ling Qiu to fight alone. As he thought about this, a black and white fog enveloped his chest, forming a giant cocoon that wrapped around him. Ling Qiu appeared in front of him and swept away the flames. She stared at the black and white cocoon in shock. What is this? At this moment, countless people looked over, including Feng Lin, the Ice Emperor, Lu Qianjue, the Shadow Beast, and even the Lu Emperor, Su Qin, the Celestial Demon, the Second Night King, and the others. The moment the black and white fog appeared, a strange feeling pervaded the air. It was like an ancient desolation that caused everyone to unconsciously look over. The flamed sable stared at the black and white cocoon with fear in the depths of its eyes. It was not afraid of Lu Yin, but rather of that power. Even though that power might not exceed its power level, it did not know why, but when it saw the black and white energy, it felt a fear that came from the bottom of its heart. It was as if the two species were mutually exclusive. The flame sable wasn't the only one who felt this, the other beasts felt the same way. The battlefield actually paused for a moment. This was something that even Lu Yin had not expected. As he grew stronger, the aura of the Reaper transformation also grew stronger. He was becoming more and more like the Grim Reaper, an invincible soul that was branded in the depths of all species. Be it humans, beasts, or even Eternals, all of them had faced the Grim Reaper before. This fear was like an inheritance that would become more apparent the further one progressed. The black and white cocoon broke apart, and Lu Yin walked out. His hair fell to his waist, and black and white gas coiled around him. This was the Reaper transformation. When he looked up, his eyes were pure black and filled with boundless fear. At this moment, Lu Yin felt like a stranger. Lu Yin clenched his fists and felt that he had become even stronger. Every time he grew stronger and absorbed death chi, the Reaper transformation seemed to grow stronger. This time, it was unprecedentedly strong, and it had forcibly increased his power. Get out of my way, Lu Yin growled as he glanced at Ling Qiu. He lightly tapped his feet and raised his hand, sending a giant gold yen slashing at the flame sable. The flame sable seemed to be frozen in place as it watched the giant gold yen slash at it. It did not resist at all, and half of its body was torn apart, its blood spilling out into space. Lu Yin was flabbergasted. Was this guy stupid? Why wasn't it resisting? In the distance, the shadow beast's shadow distorted as it tried to drag the flame sable away again. However, Lu Yin was prepared, and the gold yen slashed at the shadow beast. This time, Lu Yin actually managed to block the shadow. There was clearly a huge difference between their power levels, but Lu Yin was still able to block the shadow. The shadow beast was stunned. Impossible. Based on his power level alone, this brat definitely could not block the shadow. There was something strange about that gold yen, or rather, there was something strange about this brat's power. It actually terrified the shadow beast, and it did not dare to look directly into those eyes. The flame sable finally reacted, and it endured its heavy injuries as it tried to flee. The chains around Lu Yin's body pierced through the astral source universe and bound the flame sable. He then charged towards the fleet. Stop them. From the moment Lu Yin entered the Reaper transformation to when he caught the flame sable, the entire process had only taken a few seconds. However, the shock it brought was especially intense. Regardless of whether it was the flame sable's fear or the shadow beast's inability to block the shadow, the entire astral beast domain was deeply shaken. The celestial beast domain was proud, and they devoured spiritual force. They considered themselves the rulers of the astral beast domain and disdained humans. However, when the celestial beast domain saw Lu Yin's Reaper transformation, he could not help but feel fear. It was not towards Lu Yin, but towards that power. What kind of power was this? Was it able to surpass the difference in power level and bring fear to the depths of one's soul? Su Qing stared at Lu Yin's back with a burning gaze. This was the power that suppressed those of the same generation. This was the power that Su Qing wanted, and he had to obtain it. When Lu Yin completely disappeared, the countless astral beasts finally reacted. The flame sable had been captured. Su Qing angrily shouted, "Lu Yin, release the flame sable." He then tried to charge towards the fleet, but he was stopped by Lu Huang. When he turned around, he saw that the countless astral beasts no longer had any fighting spirit in their eyes. Su Qing's heart sank, as even they felt fear, let alone the other astral beasts. When he thought of this, he immediately decided to retreat. If they continued to fight, they would only be at a disadvantage, and they would also have one less power level. As the countless astral beasts retreated, victory naturally belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance. Actually, to the participants of the Great Eastern Alliance, not retreating meant that they had won. However, Lu Huang and the others all had strange expressions. Victory was victory, but why had Lu Yin captured the flame sable and fled? No one could figure out what Lu Yin was trying to do, and only Abel Phoenix could vaguely guess. At the center of the Great Eastern Alliance's fleet, Lu Yin broke through the astral source universe and walked out. The flame sable that was bound by the chain struggled frantically, but it had been attacked by the Hollow Palm and Ling Qiu, and then heavily injured by the Reaper transformation, Go Lian. At this point, the flame sable could only display a power level that was comparable to Elder He's, which was around 500,000. This was not enough to escape from Lu Yin, let alone when he was in the Reaper transformation state. Lu Yin took out a heaven fire stone and placed it next to the flame sable's mouth. Spit fire. The flame sable's small eyes stared sharply at Lu Yin with killing intent, but there was also an indescribable fear in the depths of its eyes. "I said, spit fire." Lu Yin barked. "Human, are you trying to humiliate me?" The flame sable spoke for the first time, and its voice was as sharp as its gaze. Lu Yin calmly replied, "If you don't spit fire, you'll die." The flame sable angrily replied, "Those 3 human envoys were captured, but we didn't kill them. We just didn't kill them for now. Su Qing intends to use them to break down my Great Eastern Alliance's will to fight, which is even more despicable than killing them. Furthermore, for their sake, I walked up to Su Qing alone. Do you think that Su Qing would have the guts to do such a thing for you?" Lu Yin mocked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1865. The Sable was furious. "That's because you can bring those 2 experts over. Even if I can't bring them over, I'll still walk over to Su Qing," Lu Yin said confidently. The sable snorted. "Human, I won't believe anything you say. You're too despicable. I've heard of you, Lu Yin. Greedy, power-hungry, despicable, and shameless. Who told you that?" Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and slapped the sable's head. "Who told you that?" He was furious. Was this his image in the astral beast domain? Someone must have deliberately sabotaged his image. How was he supposed to conquer the astral beast domain in the future? The sable's ferocious eyes flashed coldly. "The entire celestial beast empire knows. Let me tell you, I didn't need to participate in this battle, but because you contacted Su Qing, the emperor sent us to secretly support you. He said that you're despicable and that you must have made preparations to take on this battle. He even told us to kill you if possible." Lu Yin was astonished. No wonder even Su Qing didn't know who was secretly supporting him. It seemed like the emperor knew him very well. The emperor is right. The emperor is despicable. The Yao emperor is right. You really are despicable. If it weren't for us, Su Qing would have been defeated in the second battle. Let alone the asteroid belt, he'd be lucky if he could even defend the primal zone. Let me tell you, the situation here is constantly being reported to the Yao Emperor. He lost 2 battles in a row, and you even saved those 3 emissaries. The Yao Emperor won't let this matter rest. If you're smart, quickly withdraw from the battle, or else you're finished. Lu Yin laughed. Your mouth is small, but your words are big. I'd like to see just who your celestial beast empire can send. The sable gritted its teeth and glared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's pure black eyes suddenly focused on the sable. Death energy surged, and the Go Lian lifted up high. The sable was startled, and that indescribable fear appeared once more. The brand from the depths of its soul continuously eroded its will to resist, and for a moment, this creature that was almost as strong as the Tsang Zhou actually became as scared as a small animal. Lu Yin's figure grew taller. The sable trembled. What kind of power is this? It's definitely not your power. It's not human. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. His Grim Reaper transformation seemed to be quite useful against these beasts. He recalled the scene when he had absorbed the death energy in the Qi sect. It seemed that the Grim Reaper had left an indelible shadow on these beasts in ancient times. The Second Night King and Lu Huang arrived outside the spacecraft. Second Night King, come in, Lu Yin said. The Second Night King entered the spacecraft and looked at Lu Yin's Grim Reaper transformation. His eyes were similarly filled with shock and passion, as if he was trying to verify the legends. The Grim Reaper was a legend to everyone, and most people did not believe in it. In fact, the Day-Night clan did not believe in it either. However, they had not followed the Bai family to the Astral Tree realm because the Bai family wanted the Day-Night clan to remain on the Fifth Mainland and collect fates and other information related to fate. Since fate existed, then so did the Grim Reaper. The Day-Night clan did not believe him, but they believed him because of the Bai family's conviction. Back then, Mr. Feng had also mentioned that Lu Yin had the power of the Grim Reaper, which was why the Second Night King had not been in a hurry to act. The Second Night King had always wanted to see Lu Yin's Reaper transformation. Lu Yin's pure black eyes looked at the Second Night King. The deathly aura around his body retracted, and the Reaper's transformation faded away. Just as the Grim Reaper transformation faded away, the flame sable suddenly charged outside. However, just as its body started moving, it felt dizzy and fell to the ground like a rock. Lu Yin found it hilarious, and he stepped on the sable's body. The sable was only the size of a palm, so he could easily crush it with a single step. Guy said, "Where do you think this is? You want to run?" The flame sable's eyes were cloudy, and it took a while for it to clear its head. It looked at the Second Night King fearfully, and then back at Lu Yin. "Human, what do you want?" Lu Yin placed the Heaven Fire Stone in front of its mouth again. "Spit fire." The sable was furious. "Human, I'm an emissary, not your pet. If you want to use this method to humiliate me and the Celestial Beast Empire, then stop dreaming." Lu Yin was speechless. "You're overthinking things. You alone can't affect the Celestial Beast Empire. Hurry up and spit fire." The sable shrieked and cursed, but it did not spit fire. Lu Yin had no other choice. It was an emissary after all, and for it to cultivate to such a level, it was not something that could be resolved with mere threats. The Second Night King was puzzled. "Why do you want it to spit fire?" Lu Yin helplessly replied, "This Heaven Fire Stone needs a high temperature to be filled. The higher the temperature, the better." The Second Night King's eyes flashed. "I have an idea." He then wrapped his spiritual force around the sable. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "That's right, why didn't I think of that?" He could have used an illusion, but he could not do it himself. The sable's realm far exceeded his own, and even with Day-Night's tribute, he could only control it for a short while. He could not make it fill up the heaven fire stone. Not long after, the sable opened its mouth in a daze and spat fire at the heaven fire stone. The more it spat, the more excited it became. It did not even care that Go Lian's attack had caused its wound to bleed, as if it was burning its enemy. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped the second Night King and fed the sable a pill to heal its injuries. With the sable's current strength, the temperature of the flames did not affect it at all. In the northeast, Su Qing's retreat had dealt a huge blow to the many astral beasts. Whether they won or lost this battle, Su Qing had expected it, but he had not expected Lu Yin's death transformation to affect them so greatly. We've already contacted the Emperor. More reinforcements will be arriving, the celestial beast said to Su Qing with a gloomy expression. Su Qing asked, the capital is in chaos, isn't it? The celestial beast hesitated for a moment before nodding. They all thought that they would definitely win this battle and that the Great Eastern Alliance would be easily destroyed. However, not only did they not win, but they also lost several emissaries and even captured one. The battlefront has been pushed back again and again, and they even asked for reinforcements from the Empire. Many people are denouncing you. Su Qing sneered. Letting them come will only make things worse. The Celestial Beast Emperor did not deny it, as the strength that the Great Eastern Alliance had displayed had completely exceeded their expectations. Before they had fully investigated the Great Eastern Alliance, they had all believed that the Hall of Honor had used the Great Eastern Alliance as a cover to attack them. Otherwise, how could an organization that had been established by an enlighter for more than a decade resist the Astral Beast Domain's army? However, after their investigation, they finally realized how powerful the Great Eastern Alliance was. The Innerverse and Outerverse belonged to the Great Eastern Alliance, and they had not exposed all of their emissaries. The people in the capital did not know about this, and if they had not participated in this battle, they would not have known about it either. Su Qing was not wrong. They had been cautious enough when facing the Great Eastern Alliance, but the situation had changed too quickly, and that human Lu Yin had concealed himself too deeply. How do we save the flame mink? Hua Yishou came over. He was clearly the size of a palm, but when he transformed into a human, he was actually a woman. Her appearance was ordinary, and she even looked a little ugly. Su Qing frowned. I'll think of something. Contact the human, Hua Yishou said anxiously, as he had an extremely good relationship with the flame mink. Su Qing replied, this is my problem. Your mission is to guard the perimeter and not let anyone else enter. They'll ambush us. The war just ended, and the humans need to recover. They won't fight again, so I hope that you can bring the flame mink back as soon as possible, Hua Yishou said anxiously. The Celestial Beast Emperor barked, back down. This has nothing to do with you. Hua Yishou wanted to say something else, but he did not dare to act impudently under the pressure of Su Qing and the Celestial Beast Emperor. His strength was much weaker than these two. In the end, Hua Yishou left. Su Qing became even more irritated. Reversing the situation and saving the flame mink were things that he had to do, but it was very difficult. After a few interactions, he had a good understanding of Lu Yin. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yin would have directly killed the flame mink on the battlefield. Since he had captured the mink, he definitely had some use for it. There was no point in contacting him now, and he would be forced into a passive position. Fortunately, the flame mink did not have many friends in the Celestial Beast Empire aside from Hua Yishou. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. After all, it was a powerful envoy that could directly communicate with the Beast Emperor. Neoverse, Realm Mountain, and the Adjudicator world were practically empty. Everyone had gone out to destroy the Neo-Human Alliance. Many cultivators from the Realm Guard had been transferred to the Starfall Sea to prevent the Eternals from invading once the Starfall Sea was breached. The Neoverse was constantly recruiting soldiers to defend the Starfall Sea, and the Sixth Mainland was doing the same. More than 100 million cultivators had already gathered at the Starfall Sea, and they were worried that the Martial Progenitor and the Blood Progenitor would not be able to defend it. If that happened, the entire Fifth Mainland would be in dire straits. On one hand, they had to destroy the Neo-Human Alliance, and on the other, they had to make preparations for the Starfall Sea. These were the two most important tasks at the moment. At Realm Mountain, Zijing met with Elder Chan. "What's the situation on the net?" Elder Chan asked, his back facing Zijing as he looked into the distance. Zijing respectfully replied, "There are mixed opinions. The Outerverse is praising the Great Eastern Alliance, but the Innerverse, Cosmic Sea, and Neoverse are all slandering them. They're saying that the Great Eastern Alliance is secretly colluding with the Sixth Mainland, and that Liu Yin has already sided with the Sixth Mainland and is acting as their lackey." Elder Chan's expression did not change. From the moment the Great Eastern Alliance had decided to head to the Outerverse to fight, there had already been people saying such things. The Sixth Mainland was full of praise for the Great Eastern Alliance, as if the Great Eastern Alliance had really sided with them. The more the Sixth Mainland acted this way, the angrier those who were cursing the Great Eastern Alliance became. Very few people could see the situation clearly. Expose the massacre in North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave, and Great Woods Weave. These people need to wake up, Elder Chan said. Zijing respectfully acknowledged the order. After Zijing left, Elder Chan's body vanished and reappeared outside Cryptic World. He then stepped in and arrived in front of Xiaoming. Xiaoming frowned. "Even if Realm Mountain is yours, you shouldn't be so rude. You're scaring people." Elder Chan looked at Xiaoming. "The lockbreakers should take action. Liu Yin might not be able to hold on." Xiaoming was helpless. "If I could, I would have done so long ago." Elder Chan did not understand. Xiaoming's expression turned serious. "That place has gone out of control." Elder Chan's expression changed. "Out of control? Didn't you say that it wouldn't?" Xiaoming was helpless. "Logically speaking, it shouldn't have gone out of control. Someone has already taken action. You should be able to guess." "By Wuxin." Elder Chan's tone was gloomy. Xiaoming and Elder Chan exchanged glances. "I've always felt that Bai Wuxin was the greatest threat in the Seven Gods' heavens. When that item was lost, we were nervous for a long time, and the Neo-Human Alliance did not do anything. It was only after the Burial Garden incident at the Hall of Honor and the Daosaur sect cleaned up the Neo-Human Alliance that Bai Wuxin took action. Iron Blood Weave should also have been one of her methods." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1866. Elder Chan frowned deeply. Iron Blood Weave should be one of her schemes, and she's trying to lessen the pressure on the Neo-Human Alliance. If the place you're guarding really goes out of control, then who knows what the situation will be like. It might even be worse than the Astral Beast Domain's invasion. I'm going as well. I'll try my best not to lose control. You should also find Bai Wuxin as soon as possible, Xiaoming said. Elder Chan nodded and left with a heavy heart. He had thought that the Burial Garden incident would be a turning point in the Fifth Mainland's war against the Eternals, but who would have thought that even if 6 of the 7 sky gods were gone, the remaining Bai Wuxin would still be a huge threat. She had been hiding her methods for so many years, waiting for this moment to explode. No one knew who Bai Wuxin was, but her methods were something that the entire Fifth Mainland could not bear. Fortunately, Liu Yin's Great Eastern Alliance had helped them shoulder much of the burden. Without the Great Eastern Alliance, the Innerverse and Outerverse would have been in a state of disunity, and they would not have been able to withstand the Astral Beast Domain's invasion. Elder Chan looked at the battle report from the asteroid belt again. How long could the Great Eastern Alliance last? In the Outerverse, in Tyrannical Weave, the Corpse Keeper exited seclusion. He had been poisoned in Iron Blood Weave, and not only had he used up the corpse treasures of all the cultivators who had participated in the war, but he had also used up the corpse treasures of all the cultivators in the morgue upon his return. Only then had he barely managed to control the poison. The Corpse Keeper had never experienced such a terrifying poison before. It could be said that the entire morgue's power level had dropped by 70% because of this poison, and all the disciples had to refine their corpse treasures from scratch. The Corpse Keeper walked out of seclusion and bowed respectfully. "Master." The Corpse Keeper asked, "How's Iron Blood Weave?" The Corpse Keeper coldly replied, "Everyone who participated in the defense of Iron Blood Weave died, and not a single one survived." The Corpse Keeper did not care, even if those people had died because of him. "Has the Astral Beast Domain invaded the Outerverse?" The Corpse Keeper replied, "Yes. The Astral Beast Domain is currently occupying the asteroid belt, and some astral beasts have also entered Eastleigh Weave and Great Woods Weave." He then explained the current situation in the Eastern Weaves to the Corpse Keeper. The Corpse Keeper listened quietly, and after a while, he said, "It seems that I've underestimated the Great Eastern Alliance. They were actually able to stop the Astral Beast Domain's invasion. The Tao Source sect is quite ruthless to have completely given up on the Eastern Weaves. If not for the Great Eastern Alliance, who knows how many people from those weaves would have died." Then, his eyes lit up, as this was a good place to refine corpse treasures. "Master, what should we do?" the Corpse Collector asked. The Corpse Keeper calmly replied, "Don't worry about it. Let the Great Eastern Alliance fight it out with the Astral Beast Domain. Once the secret progenitor region is thoroughly investigated, someone will naturally take care of it." "Yes, Master," the Corpse Picker replied respectfully. The Corpse Keeper looked towards the east. He had originally thought that Lu Yin was someone important, but it was a pity that he was still too soft-hearted. So what if the Great Eastern Alliance managed to defeat the Astral Beast Domain in the end? Those territories would still belong to them, and they would end up exhausting the Great Eastern Alliance's strength instead. Some people admired Lu Yin while others mocked him. However, Lu Yin didn't care about what the outside world thought as he stared at the flame mink. "Your recovery speed is quite fast." The second Night King explained, "Astral beasts recover faster than humans. Some astral beasts pay attention to their own recovery and don't use medicines. The first time they use medicine, they'll recover much faster." Lu Yin stared at the flame mink for 3 days, and when he saw that its injuries had mostly healed, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The flame sable woke up and was at a loss. Looking around, he only heard a single word, "It's done." Then, he was immersed in the illusion, unable to extricate himself. The second Night King walked out of the spacecraft and grabbed the flame mink while he was at it. Lu Yin announced that he was going into seclusion. Normally, no one would go into seclusion on the battlefield, but Lu Yin had done so because he relied on his Dai's enhance. 1 year in seclusion was equivalent to 1 second in the outside world. After making sure that no one was watching, Lu Yin raised his hand, and his Dai appeared. He tapped it and looked at it expectantly. On his first try, it was 6. Lu Yin's vision darkened for a moment before returning to normal. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had left his cosmic ring nearby, or else he would have entered that strange space. Again. On his second try, it was 3 pips. He was very lucky, but unfortunately, there was nothing that he wanted to upgrade. With his current cultivation, he could actually upgrade his formcast model. Perhaps he would be able to use it when he broke through to become an envoy, but after some calculations, he realized that upgrading his formcast model for the 6th time would give him 8,000 star essence. The 7th time would give him 100 million, and the 8th time would probably cost him 1 trillion. He didn't have that much money, so he could only set it aside. There was nothing else that he needed to upgrade. After thinking about it, he realized that he lacked a powerful weapon, but the weapons in his cosmic ring had already been upgraded to the max, so they were useless. Helpless, he continued to roll his die. At 4 pips, Liu Yin entered the time-stop space. He picked up his cosmic ring, and the scene before him changed. He exhaled and took out the Heaven Fire Stone. It was time to reach the peak of the Enlighter realm. The high temperature caused the star essence to evaporate, and the stars to revolve around his body as he recited the primogenitor scripture. Liu Yin absorbed the star energy at a speed that surpassed the common person's 3 views. Liu Yin stayed in the time-stop space for almost a year, and only came out when the flames within the Heaven Fire Stone had disappeared. The flame mink's high temperature exceeded 700,000, which was just enough for Liu Yin to use. He had increased it to 46 cycles. After resting for a few days and suppressing his aura, Liu Yin called the Second Night King over. The Second Night King looked at Liu Yin strangely. Wasn't he in seclusion? How many days had it been? Liu Yin took out the Heaven Fire Stone and placed it in front of the flame mink's mouth. Come on, let it continue to spit fire. The Second Night King was confused, but he could only do as he was told. After the Second Night King left, Liu Yin continued to roll his die. This time, it was very successful, and he immediately obtained 4 pips. He then came out again and had the Second Night King control the flame mink to spit fire. Liu Yin spent 10 days rolling the die. After a little more than a month, Liu Yin reached 49 cycles and consumed more than 2 billion star essence, which was a very exaggerated number. Correspondingly, the flame mink's high-temperature flames were no longer of much use to him. He had reached the peak of the Enlighter realm, which was enough to fight against powerhouses with power levels of 700,000. The flame mink's flames were not enough to help him absorb star energy, but he did not need it either. After breaking through to the emissary realm, he would directly absorb astral sources and not star energy. This method was about to come to an end. Liu Yin felt that it was a pity, and he looked at the Heaven Fire Stone in his hand. Once he became an emissary, this thing would probably be useless. When the time came, he would see if a fire dragon or something like that would appear. During this month, there was no war between the 2 sides, and both sides were restraining themselves. However, Shui Chuanshao could not wait any longer, as he was certain that the astral beast domain was waiting for reinforcements from the celestial beast empire. He had requested to see Liu Yin several times, wanting to start a war. He was extremely dissatisfied with Liu Yin. He was the commander, so he should have the right to make decisions. If there were 2 commanders in an army, the result would be defeat. This was a taboo for commanders, and Liu Yin naturally knew that. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely let Shui Chuanshao command and not interfere. However, the current situation was special, and there were too many emissaries on the battlefield. Most of the Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries were not willing to participate in the battle, so it was difficult for Shui Chuanshao to take command. Moreover, both sides were evenly matched and had absolute powerhouses. No matter how talented Shui Chuanshao was, he would not be able to change the overall situation. Su Qing was a famous commander like Shui Chuanshao, but he had been defeated several times in a row. This was because of his absolute strength and not because of his tactics. While Su Qing was waiting for reinforcements from the Celestial Beast Empire, Liu Yin was also waiting for the 5th mainland to stabilize. As long as the human alliance's strongholds were cleared and the sixth mainland cleared out the secret progenitor realm, reinforcements would arrive. At that time, even if the Great Eastern Alliance retreated, it would be fine. This led to the stability of the battle. When Lu Yin came out of seclusion, Shui Chuanshao immediately sought him out. We can't wait any longer. Once the Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements arrive, they'll attack first, and our chances of victory will be very small. Lu Yin could sense Shui Chuanshao's dissatisfaction, and he gently replied, changing commanders at the last minute is a taboo, and it's also a taboo to have two commanders in an army. I know that, but this situation is special. Even if we start fighting, we'll only be wasting each other's strength. Then we'll just wait for the enemy to send reinforcements and then annihilate us. Shui Chuanshao was not polite at all. Lu Yin did not get angry. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, the Celestial Beast Empire has reinforcements, and I'm not that bad either. Commander Shui, don't forget that you're the commander of the Great Eastern Alliance. Consider the Great Eastern Alliance's interests first. The true goal of this war is to protect the Eastern Weaves and prevent the Astral Beast Domain from wantonly slaughtering. If the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain wear each other down, then the sixth mainland will benefit, not the people who are hostile to us. Shui Chuanshao sighed, as his perspective was different from Lu Yin's. He was focused on the battlefield and only wanted to win this war. He was also looking at the situation from the perspective of the humans. He could sacrifice a region for the greater good, and he could even sacrifice himself. On the other hand, although Lu Yin was also looking at the perspective of the humans, he was still the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader and had to consider his own interests. If they immediately went to war, then they might win, but the Great Eastern Alliance would also suffer great losses. This was not what Lu Yin wanted. What he wanted was to protect the humans and repel the Astral Beast Domain. Now was not the time to start a war with the Astral Beast Domain. Back then, I promised the people of Iron Blood Weave that I would one day lead them in a counterattack against the Astral Beast Domain and invade the Primal Zone. The blood debt that the Astral Beast Domain has caused in North Castle Weave, Eastleigh Weave, and Great Woods Weave will be repaid by me. I will never forget this grudge, but now is not the time, Lu Yin slowly said. I can ignore the mockery that the sixth mainland has directed at me, but do you think that I don't know how the outside world is cursing me? They say that I'm a lackey of the sixth mainland. I can ignore them and only care about protecting the people of the Outerverse, but that doesn't mean that I can sacrifice the entire Great Eastern Alliance. Do you understand? Shui Chuanshao met Lu Yin's gaze, and his tone softened. I was too impatient. It's already rare for the Alliance leader to lead the Great Eastern Alliance to hold back the Astral Beast Domain. Lu Yin knew what Shui Chuanshao was thinking, and he seriously said, I'll say it again today. One day, we will invade the Primal Zone and take our revenge, but now is not the time. Right now, what I need is stability. I need to hold back the Astral Beast Domain and wait for reinforcements. That's all. Shui Chuanshao nodded. I understand. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, as the commander of the Great Eastern Alliance, I need to understand all of the powers involved. Otherwise, I won't be able to make reasonable arrangements. Not long after, Shui Chuanshao left with his usual solemn expression. No one could tell what he was thinking. The second Night King returned with the flame mink in tow. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1867. He no longer needed the sable, but it was still a powerhouse with a power level of over 700,000. Is it possible to subdue it? The second Night King shook his head. They're very tenacious. Unless they're constantly controlled by illusions, they'll find a way to escape. Keep it under control first, Lu Yin said. After dismissing the second Night King, Lu Yin activated his gadget and contacted Su Qing. During this period, Su Qing had contacted him twice. Commander Su Qing, are you looking for me? Lu Yin asked in a relaxed tone. Su Qing asked calmly, Alliance Master Lu, how are your injuries? Lu Yin had gone into seclusion, but he announced that he was recuperating from his injuries. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Commander. Also, thank you for not being so heavy-handed. You won't be so lucky next time, said Su Qing coldly. Lu Yin frowned. Is that all you wanted to ask me? Su Qing fell silent for a moment. Cut the crap. Give me the monkey and the flame mink, and I'll withdraw from East Lily Weave and Grand Forest Weave. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. A deal? You can say that. You can also see it as a threat, said Su Qing. What if I don't agree? Lu Yin's tone sank. Su Qing laughed coldly. You wouldn't. Didn't the Great Eastern Alliance mobilize all of its forces to save the people of the Eastern Weaves? Dongli Weave and Dazhong Forest Weave are also within the scope of your rescue. If you don't agree, then the slaughter will continue. You can't afford to pay such a price. Lu Yin's expression turned completely cold. Ever since the start of the battle, he had been avoiding talking about the Eastern Weaves with Su Qing. The moment the topic was brought up, he would be at a disadvantage. He also wanted to send people to chase away the astral beasts from the other weaves, but that was not practical. He could only attack Su Qing's forces head-on in an attempt to gain a tactical advantage so that the other astral beasts would come to his aid. However, after several battles, they did not have any advantage. There were victories and defeats, and it was very difficult for them to force Su Qing to call back all of the giant beasts to resist. Fortunately, there was not much killing in those two weaves, especially in the Great Forest Weave. The flying willow leaves had appeared out of nowhere to stop that mantis beast, so he was not in such a hurry. He had not expected Su Qing to use those two weaves as a threat. Once the behemoth started killing again, the casualties would be great. You're the commander of the Celestial Beast Empire, yet you're threatening me with the lives of ordinary people. Is this how you, Su Qing, fight? Lu Yin suppressed his anger. Su Qing sneered. That's right. A war shouldn't involve ordinary people, but who told us to invade? Don't forget that this is an invasion, not a war. We're two different species. I can abide by the basic rules, but I won't be pedantic and waste time with you. This is my war, and Shui Chuanshao hasn't taught you enough. Lu Yin raised his head, his eyes filled with coldness. Su Qing retracted his gaze and calmly replied, using this to threaten the Great Eastern Alliance into retreating is obviously impossible, so I won't infringe upon the Great Eastern Alliance's interests. If it's just the ghost monkey and the flame mink, I can still make concessions. You can even destroy the flame mink's astral origin cyclone and turn it into a piece of trash. It won't cause any harm to you. So you only want the monkey? Lu Yin asked in a low voice. Su Qing nodded. That's right. The Celestial Ice Phoenix clan specifically asked for the monkey. As long as you give him to me, I'll immediately retreat to Dongli Weave and the Great Forest Weave. All of the astral beasts in Dongli Weave will not invade unless we win this war. This condition was not excessive. If Lu Yin had the monkey, and he did not know how important the monkey was to Skymender Imperial Tutor. Under the premise that he knew the monkey, Lu Yin could hand it over, and it would not affect him at all. However, he did not do so. The monkey had already been taken by the witch spirit, and even if he told Su Qing about this, Su Qing would not believe him. Your request is not excessive, Lu Yin said with a sigh. Su Qing's gaze trembled. You agree? Lu Yin shook his head. I refuse. Su Qing frowned. Alliance Master Lu, are you willing to sacrifice countless lives for a monkey? Then what's the point of you participating in this war? Lu Yin was helpless. I don't care if you believe me or not, but the monkey is not with me. What did you say? The monkey is not with you. Feng Lin's voice rang out, as she had been by Su Qing's side this entire time. Su Qing asked, the monkey is not with you? Lu Yin replied, if it was, I could give it to you. It has no value to me, and I would have been happy to help it in Fengzhou. Unfortunately, it was taken from me. Impossible. The monkey is your tamed beast, and it's branded on your arm. We know that very well. How could it have been taken from you? Feng Lin retorted. Lu Yin replied, I was captured by the Neo-Human Alliance once, and it was during that time that the monkey was taken from me. Who? Feng Lin asked, not believing him at all. The witch spirit god of the 7 sky gods, Lu Yin said. His gadget fell silent. Su Qing's voice rang out. The witch spirit god. Did the witch spirit god make a move against you at that time? Lu Yin calmly replied, the Hall of Honor knows about this. The Neo-Human Alliance wanted to turn me into a corpse king, but they failed. However, the witch spirit god took away the monkey, and I don't know what happened to it. You should ask the Neo-Human Alliance for it. Do you think we'll believe you? Su Qing asked. Lu Yin shrugged. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. I've already made preparations to open up a second battlefield. You should have investigated my Great Eastern Alliance, right? After unifying the Innerverse and Outerverse, none of the emissaries have appeared. Since you want to start a massacre in Dongli Weave, I can only send them over. Since this is a war, there will definitely be casualties. Although I don't want ordinary people to be implicated, I can only do my best. Su Qing was not trying to scare Lu Yin. He really would start a massacre in order to force Lu Yin. In the eyes of these astral beasts, human lives were nothing to them. Currently, the Great Eastern Alliance's emissaries were the Luo Emperor, the Sea King, Madame Yu, and Elder Lianxin. There were also hidden powerhouses in the Outerverse that Lu Yin could not mobilize, such as Master Yuan and the Yu family's elders. Lu Yin sent the Luo Emperor and Elder Lianxin to Dongli Weave, but Elder Lianxin was unwilling to obey his orders. Thus, she was happy to be sent further away. The Sea King and Madame Yu stood guard in North Castle Weave. A few days later, war descended once more. The Great Eastern Alliance was the first to launch an attack, and Lu Yin had no choice since he had been forced to do so. Su Qing's subordinates continued to send astral beasts to the east, and they did not hide their intentions. They openly threatened Lu Yin, and Lu Yin could only start a war to suppress the astral beast domain. Once the war started, the asteroid belt was torn apart. Almost half of the asteroids had been cleared away and turned into fragments that floated in outer space. Without a light beam to open a path, the fleet would not be able to move. This war lasted for half a month, and both sides understood each other too well. Without outside help, it was difficult to determine a victor. Su Qing was especially concerned about Lu Yin. He was not afraid of absolute powerhouses like the Lu Emperor or the Second Night King, but he was afraid of Lu Yin. Lu Yin was someone who did not play by the rules. Thus, every time Lu Yin entered a battlefield, Su Qing would personally interfere, scaring Lu Yin into retreating. Dongli Weave had unsurprisingly become the second battlefield. Although the Luo Emperor and Elder Lianxin were not strong enough, they were more than enough to deal with the second battlefield. In the grand forest weave, the mantis and the flying willow flowers were still in a stalemate, which had been going on for 2 months. Lu Yin had not expected the flying willow flowers to be willing to fight for so long. After all, they were not from the fifth mainland, and they did not care about the lives of ordinary people. The only possibility that Lu Yin could think of was that the Hall of Honor was pressuring them, or that they had been promised something when they had been allowed to leave the Realm Mountain. Another half a month passed, and during this time, the war had not stopped, which was contrary to Lu Yin's original intentions. However, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue fighting. On his screen, nearly half of the fleet had turned red, which meant that about 70,000 large spacecraft and 3,000 warships had been destroyed. The death toll was something that Lu Yin did not dare to face. More and more people in the Interverse were dissatisfied with him, especially those from the 8 great flow zones. Fortunately, every flow zone had an allied army to suppress them. Lu Yin had contacted the 6th mainland several times as a director, hoping that they would take over the battlefield. They had not refused, but they had not taken any action either. It was obvious that they wanted the Great Eastern Alliance to hold the fort. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had never been used like this. Being used as a tool without being able to resist was not his style. Beep, beep, beep. His gadget beeped. It was Wei Rong. "How's it going?" Lu Yin asked. Wei Rong tiredly replied, "It's not going well. I still need to hold on for a while. No rush." "Don't let the 6th mainland know," Lu Yin said. Wei Rong acknowledged and then ended the call. Lu Yin punched the command console, and his gaze turned cold. The 6th mainland wanted to use him, so they could not blame him for being impolite. Let's see who would be the one using who in the end. The battle in the asteroid belt had lasted for nearly 3 months, and the Great Eastern Alliance had lost its first emissary, Luo Huang. When Lu Yin received the battle report, his expression turned ugly. Luo Huang and Elder Lianxin had been fighting in Eastly Weave since the beginning, and Luo Huang had died at the hands of the Mantis Beast. The Mantis Beast should have been in a deadlock with Lu Yehua in Grand Forest Weave, but it had suddenly left to meet up with Su Qing and kill Luo Huang along the way. Luo Huang had not even been able to retaliate and had been cut to pieces. Lu Yin sighed. Deaths were inevitable in war, but he had never expected that Luo Huang would be the first to die. What a pity. A rumble came from outer space, and in the distance, Chen Huang's giant body was sent flying. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he hurried over. In the distance, Chen Huang coughed up blood. His battle force had been torn apart, and even his flesh had been torn apart. He was in an extremely miserable state. Even further away, a giant mantis-like beast brandished its sickles and charged at Chen Huang. Chen Huang's eyes narrowed, as it was impossible to block this attack. Lu Yin grew anxious, and his eyes transformed into runes in an attempt to weaken the mantis beast's speed. However, the difference in power between the two was too great, and even a slight weakening would not affect the mantis beast at all. Soles of my feet. Lu Yin grew anxious, as Chen Huang was about to die. The entire battlefield suddenly shook, and countless stars began to revolve. Everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing. The mantis beast had slashed at Chen Huang with its scimitars, but it was forced back by the exploding stars. It quickly fled, having sensed danger. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1868. Su Qing's expression changed. Serious art. This was a war between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Astral Beast Domain, and no one had expected such a terrifying Sirius art to appear. This was the symbol of the Sirius sect. In outer space, Elder Joshin walked out with an ugly expression and glared at Lu Yin. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Yin relaxed, as Chen Huang had almost been finished off. That praying mantis had been too fast, and its murderous aura had been quite threatening. Lu Yin hurriedly said, "Elder, please take care of that praying mantis. That thing is a threat." Elder Joshin angrily replied, "I'm not your hired thug." Lu Yin smiled. "Sorry to trouble you, Elder." Elder Joshin snorted. His face was very young, but Su Qing looked at him as if he was a ghost. "Sirius sect, Elder Joshin. Why are you here?" Elder Joshin turned to look at Su Qing. "I'm just passing by." Su Qing's expression changed, and he was furious. "Passing by? Does he think I'm an idiot? Who would pass by a battlefield?" The second Night King and Lu Huang were not surprised, as this old man had arrived half a month ago and had been hiding his tracks. Others might not have been able to detect him, but they could. Elder Joshin glanced at the second Night King in an unfriendly manner, as he had almost been killed by the second Night King. It would have been fine if they had fought normally, but he had been heavily injured by the shockwaves of a progenitor's power. Now that he saw the second Night King again, he wanted to take revenge. The second Night King did not mind, as his strength was on par with Elder Joshin's. "Elder Joshin, as a Neoverse Sirius sect elder, why do you need to participate in this outerverse war?" Su Qing asked as he looked on warily. The appearance of such a terrifying expert gave them too much pressure. Elder Joshin stared at him. "Who said that this is an outerverse war? This is a war between two domains, and I've already said that I'm just passing by." Su Qing was furious. "Since you insist on participating, then you should be prepared to die on this battlefield." Elder Joshin's eyes flashed with killing intent. Lu Yin spoke up at this moment. "Senior, that guy is threatening you. Kill it." Elder Joshin glared fiercely at Lu Yin. "Don't spout nonsense in the future. If you dare to do anything rash again, I'll kill you first." Lu Yin hurriedly responded, but he cursed inwardly. This old man was too pedantic. Xia Ji had openly attacked him, so what was the point of hiding the secret of his feat? Elder Joshin looked at Su Qing again. "Since you dared to threaten me, you must have someone backing you. Come out and let's see which old friend has arrived." Su Qing's expression darkened. In the distance, a pair of eyes opened. In the next instant, under everyone's shocked gazes, the starry sky split open, and a huge dark green sword appeared, directly pressing down on Elder Joshin. Elder Joshin's expression changed slightly. "This is the Sword King." Emperor Lu, who was confronting Su Qing, was surprised. Sword King. The wielder of the Astral Beast Domain Sword Dao. There were astral beasts in the Astral Beast Domain that could wield swordsmanship. Elder Joshin sneered, "It's been a long time since we last met, old friend. I regret not killing you on the battlefield." As he spoke, his stars transformed into a sword, unleashing serious swordsmanship. There was a thump, and the entire battlefield shook. Lu Yin finally saw the Sword King. He was a dark green beast that looked like a human. His head was triangular, and he had 2 horns. His eyes took up almost half of his head, and he looked chilling. "Joshin, I'll break serious swordsmanship today," the Sword King said, his voice loud and deep, causing quite a few people to have headaches. Elder Joshin laughed. Shameless boasting. Emperor Lu gripped his sword tightly. Compared to serious swordsmanship, the sword sect's 13 swords was the goal of all sword cultivators, and he wanted to fight against the Sword King. Elder Joshin had appeared in the Great Eastern Alliance, and the Astral Beast Domain had also sent a Sword King. Not only that, but countless astral beasts from Iron Blood Weave were also charging towards the asteroid belt. The Celestial Beast Empire's reinforcements had arrived. Lu Yin frowned, as the Great Eastern Alliance did not have that many reinforcements. Fortunately, there were quite a few emissaries, and since the astral beasts had sent a large number of reinforcements, Lu Yin needed to increase the quality of their reinforcements. The Sea King and Master Yuan had arrived, and 2 more powerhouses had appeared. Su Qing's eyelids twitched, and he gritted his teeth. The Celestial Beast Empire's emissaries had all appeared, and there were even 3 more. A battle that shook the entire Fifth Mainland erupted. In this battle, the number of emissaries had exceeded 30, which was unprecedented. The Hall of Honor and the Sixth Mainland's Daosaur sect all focused their attention on this battle. It was also at this moment that Lu Yin's influence was fully displayed. He had actually managed to mobilize so many emissaries, and there were even 4 powerhouses whose power levels exceeded 1,000,000, which shocked countless people. Lu Yin had not expected such a terrifying battle to erupt all of a sudden, and he immediately ordered his fleet to retreat. In a battle between emissaries, the slightest carelessness could affect his fleet, and he did not want his own fleet to become cannon fodder. The countless astral beasts under Su Qing's command did the same, and a fierce battle between emissaries unfolded. Lu Yin's opponent was a giant beast that resembled an octopus. It was not very powerful, but its defense was astonishing. Not only was its physical defense strong, but its domain, spiritual force, and even its spiritual force seemed to have no weaknesses. Lu Yin's emptiness palm was ineffective, as he had increased it to 49 cycles, which meant that he was a peak in lighter. The octopus beast had a power level of over 700,000, and in terms of defense, Lu Yin suspected that it could even block Lu Qianjua's attack. There were too many strange beasts in the astral beast domain, and the moment Lu Yin entered the battlefield, the octopus beast had already set its sights on him, as if it was deliberately targeting him. Lu Yin's advantage lay in his emptiness palm and his Reaper transformation. This octopus beast did not have any other abilities, but it could disperse star energy and isolate the void. Its defense was simply top-notch. For half a day, Lu Yin could not do anything to it. If he was even the slightest bit careless, he would be counterattacked. The more times they fought, the more Su Qing became wary of Lu Yin. This octopus beast was completely capable of blocking Lu Qianjua, but he had chosen to use it to deal with Lu Yin. This showed just how much Su Qing valued Lu Yin. Lu Yin had not activated his Reaper transformation, so he could not use the black and white fog on his chest many times. Not long after, news of another death arrived. Abel Phoenix, the undying bird, had died to the mantis beast's sneak attack. The Sea King had dealt with the mantis beast, but the Sea King's power level was weaker than the mantis beast's, so it could not block the attack. Abel Phoenix's death had enraged the Sea King, but it could not deal with the mantis beast. Lu Yin stared at the mantis beast, his eyes filled with killing intent. This beast was too big of a threat. If only Flying Willow had come, then she would have been able to deal with it. But without her, who could deal with it? Even Master Yuan and the other experts had their own opponents. Suddenly, the mantis beast's cold gaze swept over Lu Yin, and its figure flashed. It had received Su Qing's orders to kill Lu Yin. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine, and he knew that things were bad. He quickly broke into the astral source universe, where the octopus beast's tentacles had been drawn into the universe. However, the mantis beast swung its scimitar at it, and its sharpness shocked Lu Yin. The mantis beast's scimitar slashed at Lu Yin, and the Sea King's spear stabbed out, but it was forced back. "Kid, run," the Sea King barked. The mantis beast's right scimitar slashed down, slicing through space. Many astral beasts and spacecraft were sliced apart along the way. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. With the mantis beast's terrifying attack power, the microarmor would not be able to withstand it. In the distance, Elder Joshin was just about to use stellar transposition when the Sword King's sword descended. Once stellar transposition was used, Lu Yin would no longer be facing the mantis beast's attack, but rather the Sword King's. They were on completely different levels. Left with no other choice, Lu Yin could only revolve the stars and explode in front of the mantis beast. The mantis beast was forced back, and even the scimitar cracked. However, Elder Joshin did not fare well either, and he coughed up blood from the Sword King's attack. The mantis beast did not retreat, and it continued to slash at Lu Yin. The Sea King's spear rotated at a strange frequency, causing the mantis beast to sense danger. It turned around and slashed out. With a bang, a blue current appeared around the Sea King, and the mantis beast's battle technique flowed along the spear into the surrounding currents. The Sea King then guided the spear back to the mantis beast. The mantis beast was caught off guard and was forced back by the spear. Its ferocious eyes were filled with shock and confusion as it disappeared. The Sea King's face turned ugly, and it looked up. "Kid, run." Lu Yin had seen the battle between the Sea King and the mantis beast, and it was probably the Sea King's innate gift. This was the first time he had seen it, and he had thought that the mantis beast would fight the Sea King. The mantis beast appeared in front of Lu Yin, moving so quickly that Lu Yin did not even see when it swung its scimitar. His microarmor could not withstand the attack any longer and shattered, and a bloody gash appeared on his abdomen. Blood sprayed out into space. This attack did not kill Lu Yin, and the mantis beast charged at him again. Lu Yin gritted his teeth as the octopus beast's tentacles descended from above, dispersing his star energy so that he could not dodge. At the critical moment, the tip of the spear swept past his neck and pierced towards the mantis beast. The mantis beast's right scimitar slashed away the Sea King's trident while its left scimitar continued to slash at Lu Yin. Regardless of whether it was his sourcebox array, secret technique, battle technique, or the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, none of them could stop the mantis beast. The difference between Lu Yin and the beast was too great. It had suppressed the Sea King and was a powerful being that could fight against the World Imprinter, the Corpse Keeper. The mantis beast had a power level of 800,000 to 900,000, which was not something that Lu Yin could deal with. Its attack had exceeded the limits of his microarmor. Elder Joshin, Master Yuan, the Second Night King, Emperor Lu, and the other powerhouses were unable to provide support in time. At this moment, Lu Yin was very close to death, just like when he had been chased by Wang Xi. That extreme sense of danger had descended upon him, so he took out the corpse he had obtained from the burial garden. It was a corpse that he could not harm no matter what. There was a loud clang as the mantis beast's left scimitar slashed at the corpse's neck. It tore through the void and swept across the battlefield, destroying many spacecraft and astral beasts. The Second Night King and the rest stared at Lu Yin. Some were anxious, some were hopeful, some were excited, and some were panicking. The Sea King quickly appeared behind Lu Yin and stared blankly at the corpse that Lu Yin was hiding behind. The corpse was completely unharmed, and the mantis beast's attack had landed squarely on the corpse's neck. However, the Sea King could clearly see that there was not even a scratch on the corpse's neck. What the hell? You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.